Chapter 1230. Kill Yin Chuan for me. Lotus God said solemnly. Not far away, Yin Chuan's pupils constricted. Lotus God's evil plan. Yes, King Ming replied. In the sky, Ice Devil Saint King sneered. Father and son fighting? Haha, interesting. Kaboom. On the other side, thousands of Ice Devil puppets were killed by the three swords of Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. Whoosh. The three divine swords quickly turned into human forms and came before Yin Chuan. King Ming stepped out, looking like he was in a fight with Yin Chuan. Saint King, I deserve to die for causing the crown prince to suffer. Bai Qi said with regret. It's not your fault. Lotus God was waiting for this moment. He would have appeared sooner or later. Yin Chuan shook his head. However, Bai Qi still looked like he was blaming himself. Father? Lotus God asked me to kill you. Come out and accept your death. King Ming laughed. Saint King, Bai Qi frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I will deal with my son's matter. Bai Qi, Emperor D, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor, you are in charge of killing Ice Devil Saint King. Yes, the four of them replied. Kill. Bai Qi grabbed his knife and slashed at Six Arms Ice Devil with great hatred. At this moment, Bai Qi was filled with self-blame for the crown prince's calamity. He was filled with hatred for Ice Devil Saint King. He wanted to vent his anger on Ice Devil. The three Emperor's swords obeyed the order and charged forward. The Nether King took a step forward and arrived not far away from Yin Chuan. He sneered. Father, you taught me everything, but I am different from you. Let's see what it means to be the pupil surpassing the master. King Ming laughed. His eyes were filled with confidence. Yin Chuan looked at King Ming and frowned. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, let's see how much my son has learned. Yin Chuan twisted his hair. Whoosh! His blood-red hair suddenly grew longer, and a sea of blood appeared beneath Yin Chuan's feet. The sea of blood surged. Bang! A wave of blood soared into the sky and immediately rushed to Yin Chuan's feet. Yin Chuan's eyes were red. He stood on the blood wave and looked at his son with a gloomy face. There was a red line between Yin Chuan's eyebrows. The Nether King originally had a red line between his eyebrows, but now it had turned pitch black. The Deep Sea King looked at Yin Chuan and sneered. My reason tells me that I shouldn't compete with you in terms of individual strength. But since the Lotus Goddess has spoken, I can only do this. I already said that I am different from before. Just now, I fused the Dark Phoenix bloodline with your Blood Sea divine ability. As he spoke, Hell King's long hair began to grow longer and longer. Just like Yin Chuan's blood hair, his hair reached his waist. His surroundings were not like Yin Chuan's blood fog. Instead, it was filled with black fog. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared on the ground below. The sea of blood was like Yin Chuan's sea of blood. A wave of blood soared into the sky and rushed to the Nether King's feet. However, very quickly, the Nether King's sea of blood started to change. The original red color of the sea of blood slowly turned dark red. Gradually, the Nether King's sea of blood turned black. The sea of blood became darker and darker. Gradually, it turned into a black sea. Boom! The sea of blood and the black sea collided violently. The two seas faced each other in the north and south. Countless soldiers had already retreated far away. Inhentian had also reached the peak of a mountain far away. He looked at the battle between the father and son with an ugly expression. Boom! On the other side, Bai Qi and the other three were fighting against the Six Arms Ice Demon. Although the Six Arms Ice Demon had a large amount of energy from the Lotus Goddess, Bai Qi and the others were also fighting fiercely. Roar! The Ice Demon roared. Kill! The four of them shouted as they raised their weapons. Above the sea of blood and the Black Sea, the father and son faced each other. Black Sea howl! The Nether King shouted. Rumble! The rolling Black Sea suddenly rushed towards the Blood Sea, as if it wanted to dye the Blood Sea black. Rise! Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The Blood Sea surged and charged towards the Black Sea. Huff! 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 Suddenly, Blood God's illusions appeared on the blood waves at the very front. There were also blood gods' illusions at the very front. They were all pitch black, and black gods' illusions charged out. The blood sea and the black sea collided violently. Blood god and black Shinsi instantly clashed. Rumble, blood god sun and black god sun fought against each other. Above the blood and black waves, the father and son also charged at each other. The Nether King punched out, forming a gigantic black fist above the black sea, rushing towards Yin Chuan. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. Yin Chuan's face darkened as he stretched out his palm. A blood-red energy palm met the attack. Boom! The blood-red energy palm caught the black fist. The Nether King's face darkened. He waved his hand. Suddenly, flood dragons swam in the Black Sea. Waves rose from the bottom of the Black Sea and charged towards the Scarlet Sea. It was like 10,000 dragons rushing towards Yin Chuan's Blood Sea. This is... Yin Chuan's face darkened. Bang! The dragon-like figure from the bottom of the sea suddenly rushed out of the sea and wrapped around Yin Chuan. Whoosh! In an instant, they wrapped around Yin Chuan. They were not flood dragons, but massive vines. The massive vines contained a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, they tore apart the waves of blood beneath Yin Chuan's feet and coiled around him. Vine Demon, you gave this to me. The Nether King laughed. You also know that I gave it to you. Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Suddenly, countless giant vines shot up into the sky from the Black Sea. They instantly crushed the black waves and wrapped around the Nether King. The fist and palm of the father and son collided, and they couldn't separate for a while. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two of them were wrapped by the giant vines. What? How can you control the Vine Demon? The Nether King's face changed. What do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, more giant vines wrapped around the Nether King. I know. You must have left something in the Vine Demon. My cultivation has just reached the ancestral immortal realm, and I haven't had the time to fully refine it. But it doesn't matter. It's enough now. My refinement won't be any weaker than yours. The Nether King said confidently. Gulyalu, more and more vines wrapped around the two of them. The two of them controlled the Vine Demon. Inside the vines, Yin Chuan formed a seal with his right hand. The seal released a faint green light. The green light connected to the Vine Demon, causing a portion of the Vine Demon to listen to his orders. The battle between the father and son suddenly started. In the distance, Bai Qi and the three deities fought fiercely, suppressing Ice Devil. Ice Devil, you're just a sustenance. You haven't been possessed by the Lotus God. Die! Bai Qi shouted angrily. Boom! Under a knife aura, one of Ice Devil's arms was cut in half. Ah! Ice Devil cried out in pain. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me your power. Ice Devil cried out. The ice lotus above Ice Devil's head slowly rotated. This ice lotus isn't as perfect as Yin Chuan's sealed realm. It can't transmit more power. This amount of power is the limit. The Lotus God's voice traveled over. What? Ice Devil cried out in shock. Slash! The Grand Emperor shouted. Seeing, a sword light pierced through, and another of Ice Devil's arms was instantly cut off. Seeing, the deities and Jade Emperor each cut off an arm. Ah! Ice Devil cried out in pain. Die! Bai Qi's knife slashed again. Boom! Ice Devil's remaining arms clashed with the knife, and his body retreated hundreds of miles away. No, you're going to die. The Lotus God sighed slightly. Lotus God, save me. Ice Devil cried out in fear. The Lotus God ignored him and suddenly let out a loud sound. Nether King, leave quickly and strengthen yourself. When I reappear, I'll watch you kill Yin Chuan. The Lotus God's voice traveled to the Black Sea in the distance. Above the Black Sea, Yin Chuan and the Nether King were trapped in countless vines. Their fists and palms were in a deadlock, and the Nether King couldn't move. The Nether King looked at Yin Chuan with an ugly expression. Father, you're indeed powerful. I'll come again in the future. The Nether King said unwillingly. You've learned well. You've also comprehended the third form of the Blood Sea. It's a pity that your Blood Sea merged with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix, and mutated into the Black Sea. You've lost the chance to evolve into the fourth form. However, no one knows for sure. The Black Sea might have other stronger developments. Yin Chuan analyzed. Let go of the vine monster, the Nether King said. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, clearly refusing. If you don't want to let go, then forget it. Black Shenseas explode. Explode the vine monster. The Nether King shouted. Black Shenseas suddenly charged at the vines from the Black Sea. Boom! 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 The Black Shenseas self-destructed one after another, and the vast impact instantly shattered countless vines. Yin Chuan looked at this scene and frowned. In the end, he let out a soft sigh. The hand seal on his right hand suddenly loosened. He gave up on controlling the vine monster. In the distance, the Nether King's expression changed. The Nether King suddenly realized that he could completely control the vine monster again. Walalala! Countless vines quickly sank into the sea. Yin Chuan sent the vine monster back to the Nether King. Boom! The Nether King stepped forward, and the Black Sea disappeared. He brought the vine monster into the distance. Standing above the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan watched his son fly away. His expression sank as he said, "My son, it's good that you are safe. As long as you are alive, I will think of a way to resolve your calamity." As the Nether King flew away, Yin Chuan gloomily looked at the Ice Demon, who was being surrounded by Bai Qi. Yin Chuan snorted coldly and instantly appeared above Bai Qi's battlefield. A sky-burying coffin suddenly appeared in his hand. It descended from the sky and smashed toward the ice crystal lotus above the Ice Demon's head with great hatred. Boom! It was a loud sound. The ice crystal lotus exploded with a loud bang. The Ice Demon fell to the ground in pain. After the ice crystal lotus exploded, the Ice Demon no longer had a source of energy. His strength instantly decreased. As the shattered ice lotus dissipated, the Lotus God's voice rang out again. A battle between father and son? This is just the beginning. Yin Chuan, slowly enjoy it. Ha! Whoosh! Yin Chuan smashed the ice lotus fragments into powder. Chapter 1231. Yin Chuan was furious that his son had been plotted against. He turned to look at the Ice Demon Sage King, who was being controlled by Bai Qi. Yin Di. A voice rang out from afar. Yin Chuan frowned and looked over. He saw a soldier flying over. Yin Chuan had seen this soldier before. He was one of his son's generals. We are sad that our commander has been attacked. However, can you give me the Ice Demon Sage King? The Sky Emperor has ordered that the Ice Demon Sage King must be captured alive. He will be punished by the Sky Emperor. The soldier said. As he spoke, a large number of Great Zhou soldiers surrounded them. Hand over the Ice Demon Sage King? Yin Chuan didn't care at all. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Kill." Yes. Bai Qi replied. Boom. The Ice Demon Sage King was cut in half. The surrounding soldiers' faces froze. Yin Chuan was not giving the Sky Emperor any face. Roar! Roar! In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew over. Yin Chuan ignored this group of soldiers and quickly led his men to the dragon carriage. Bai Qi, Yin Tian, and the three emperors did not speak. They stood quietly behind Yin Chuan. Let's go to Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan said. Roar. The four dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the west. This is all my fault. Please punish me, Holy King. Bai Qi said again. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, It is not your fault. The Lotus God is a transcendent being. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, I was not as strong as him. You have done your best, so it is not your fault. Moreover, this may not be a bad thing for my son. Yes. Although Bai Qi replied, his expression was one of self-blame. Holy King, there are two powerful forces in the Western Outer Continent. One is the rising Great Zhou Imperial Court, and the other is the first sage, Wu Tian. Wu Tian has countless disciples and has a huge power in the Western Outer Continent. In fact, a large number of his disciples are the lords of their respective territories, separating the Western Outer Continent. Yin Tian solemnly stated. Continue. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. In the western outer continent, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court has already taken control of 16 territories. Now, it will be difficult to take another step forward because the territories occupied by Wu Tian's disciples just happen to cut off the western outer continent. If the Great Zhou wants to take another step forward in the western outer continent, they will have to move Wu Tian's influence away or form an alliance. As for Empress Mo Yushi, she was sent to Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's territory, Wu Tian Sage's Wu Tian Sage training ground. Tian explained, First Sage, the heavenly Tao of this world was broken, and the saints of the greater thousand worlds could not compare. The first sage? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Sage King, you have to be careful. There are a total of 4 sages in the Yin and Yang realms. Wu Tian is able to suppress the other 3 sages and become number 1. He must be extraordinary. Tian said. We understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang, outside the Taiji Palace. The second prince of the Phoenix clan looked at Shangguan. Lord Shangguan, what does Wu Tiandi mean? I came with absolute sincerity. The second prince of the Phoenix clan said solemnly. Shangguan smiled and said, Second prince, Wu Tiandi has already given you a lot of face. When the third prince came, Wu Tiandi directly rejected him. But just now, Wu Tiandi did not reject him. The second prince of the Phoenix clan frowned and said, Wu Tiandi said that he owes Mo Yushi a lot and that he will let Mo Yushi decide on her own marriage. Isn't this an indirect way of shirking? No, second prince, the heavenly emperor values you very much. If you can persuade Princess Yushi, no one will stop you. Shangguan said with a faint smile. The second prince of the Phoenix clan's eyes suddenly lit up. Thank you for your advice, Lord Shangguan. The second prince of the Phoenix clan immediately said. Shangguan nodded and smiled. May I know where Princess Yushi is now? The second prince of the Phoenix clan became polite at this moment. Oh, the Great Zhou Empire wants to advance to the west, but it is separated by the territory of Wu Tiandi's disciples. Therefore, Wu Tiandi asked Princess Yushi to go there and persuade Wu Tiandi. He hopes that Wu Tiandi will not stop them. Shangguan smiled. My grandfather? The second prince of the Phoenix clan raised his eyebrows. Yes, I almost forgot. Wu Tiandi is your grandfather. Ha! The second prince is noble. Perhaps you can persuade Holy Maiden Yushi. However, when the time comes, I hope that you can persuade Wu Tiandi to allow the Great Zhou Empire to advance to the west. Of course, you will not disturb Wu Tiandi. Shangguan smiled and said, Of course I will. The second prince nodded excitedly. Then I will not disturb Lord Shangguan. I will go to Wu Tiandi's territory immediately. The second prince immediately said goodbye. Shangguan smiled and nodded. Only when the second prince was far away did Shangguan smile coldly. Then Shangguan returned to Taiji Palace. In the palace, Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne. Sky Emperor, everything has begun. However, I don't know if Yin Chuan will understand your thoughts. Shangguan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled and said, He will. Everything is just right. Inform all the ancestral immortals of the Great Zhou Empire to settle everything and come to Luoyang immediately. Yes, Shangguan replied. Wu Tiandi's territory, Great Zhou's palace. In a large hall, there were 2 figures standing in the hall. Mo Yushi and Yu. Mo she was dressed in a black brocade robe. She looked extremely beautiful, but her face was slightly thin and cold. Her eyes were much more mature than in the sealed world. The other was Yu, Dao Lord Yu of the sealed world. She was also dressed in a luxurious robe. Princess Yushi, you saw it too. The second prince of the Phoenix clan came with great sincerity. Yu said with a smile. Mo she looked coldly at Yu and said, Lord Yu, what exactly do you want to say? Sky Emperor wants the Phoenix clan. Saintess Yushi, everything you have was given to you by Sky Emperor. Shouldn't you repay Sky Emperor? Moreover, you have given birth to a child. For the second prince to favor you so much, you persuaded. MOU, she sneered. What benefits did second phone give you? How dare you be impudent in front of me? Dog slave. Yu's face turned serious. Princess Yushi, I am not your slave. I am Princess Taiping's subordinate. This time, I'm only following Princess Taiping's request to accompany you. I know that you must still be thinking about that bitch Yin Chuan. However, can Yin Chuan compare to the second prince? The second prince's father is the Phoenix Emperor, who controls the Phoenix clan. The second prince's grandfather is Saint Wu Tian. How many people in this world are more honorable than the second prince? Princess Yushi, although you are the great Zhou princess in the royal family, who thinks highly of you, you are only a chess piece of Sky Emperor. In the great Zhou dynasty, you will never be able to do whatever you want. Yu said sinisterly. Impudent. MOU, she rebuked angrily. I am not favored by the royal family, but I am still a princess. I am a ruler and you are a slave. Don't forget your identity. If I kill you, at most I'll be scolded. This kind of scolding, I don't care about it anymore. If you want to die, try saying it again. MOU, she glared. Yu's face twitched and did not dare to say anything. Scram. MOU, she rebuked. Yu flung her sleeves and could only turn around and leave. As if hearing MOU, she's rebuke, a large number of maids rushed into the hall. Princess, are you okay? Princess, how are you? The group of maids were worried. Princess? MOU, she revealed a bitter smile. If possible, MOU, she would rather not have this title. With a sense of irritation, MOU, she ignored the maids and quickly flew out of the palace. MOU, she flew all the way until she reached a place with extremely beautiful scenery. Only then did she stop. That was the shore of a small lake. At this moment, there was a light breeze and a drizzle. When she reached the small lake, MOU, she took in a few deep breaths. Looking at the direction of the palace, Missouri, she revealed a bitter smile. Perhaps I was wrong back then. When I left with my mother, I hoped to obtain power. I hoped to use the power to help you as much as possible. But it was really tiring. Living in the princess residence, I even felt like I couldn't breathe. I would rather have nothing and be by your side. MOU, she said bitterly. The drizzle kept on drenching MOU, she's brocade robe. At this moment, MOU, she didn't block the rain at all. She allowed the rain to fall on her body and wet her cheeks. MOU, she slowly sat by the small lake. Hugging her knees, she looked at the lake and sank into her memories. I waited for so long, really so long. It's been so long that I almost forgot what you looked like. Sometimes I resent you. Why didn't you come to pick us up until now? I really resent you, even hate you. MOU, she's body trembled as she muttered to herself. But every time I wake up in the middle of the night, I can suddenly remember your smile. Every time I wake up, it's as if I see you standing in front of me and smiling at me. Although I can only sigh in the end. But at least I have you to think about, you to wait for, you to resent, and you to hate. In the princess's residence, I was always pressured to the point that I couldn't breathe. Only when I came out alone and sat by this small lake can I relax a lot. Only then can I understand how much I miss you. I will wait for you. I believe that you will definitely come back to find me. I hold my heart. There is happiness. There is bitterness. There is pain. There is fear. Before I met you, I have never felt such complicated emotions. This is love. MOU, she muttered to herself. Looking at the small lake, MOU, she was in a daze. Biting her lips, her eyes were slightly moist, but there was a smile on her face. In a hazy drizzle, MOU, she seemed to be curled up into a ball from the cold. After an unknown amount of time, the drizzle continued, but no rain fell on MOU, she's body. Suddenly, a small umbrella appeared above MOU, she's head. The small umbrella blocked the wind and rain, instantly protecting MOU, she from the slightest bit of harm. MOU, she turned her head to look. She stood there in a daze. At this moment, Yin Chuan was standing alone behind MOU, she, holding an umbrella in his hand. His eyes were filled with infinite tenderness as he looked at MOU, she. Their eyes met. The two of them were silent. Infinite love, a glance for 10,000 years. Chapter 1232. Their eyes met. Both of them were silent. Infinite love. A glance of 10,000 years. As she watched, Imo-Yushi's eyes turned red. Her tears could not stop flowing. Yinchuan also threw down his umbrella. He bent down and hugged Imo-Yushi deeply. Woo 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 woo. Imo-Yu, she kept crying. She kept crying. She did not say anything. She did not say anything. She just kept crying. It was as if she wanted to cry all the grievances of the past few thousand years. Yinchuan just hugged her. His hand gently stroked Imo-Yushi's back. He pressed his chest against Imo-Yushi, giving her the warmest support. Woo 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 woo. She cried for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Imo-Yushi stopped crying. Yinchuan's chest had been wet many times. It was dry and wet, wet and dry. This repeated a few times. Imo-Yushi finally stopped moving. Looking down, Imo-Yushi had fallen asleep in Yinchuan's arms. Thousands of years of grievances were released in an instant. She hid in Yinchuan's arms. She was no longer guarded. When she was tired, she naturally fell asleep. Yinchuan's eyes were also slightly red. After all, he was a man. He was stronger. He gently carried Imo-Yushi and flew to a palace not far away. Inhentian and Bai Qi stood not far away. Yinchuan directly carried Imo-Yushi into the palace. Yinchuan placed her on the bed. He sat at the side and quietly looked at Imo-Yushi. He just watched. Imo-Yushi slept for 2 days. She slept very well. After 2 days, her eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. She saw Yinchuan sitting at the side, holding Imo-Yushi's hand. Imo-Yushi was slightly stunned. She did not react for a while. After a while, she finally reacted. You're awake? Yinchuan smiled. Oh, why are you here? Why are you here? Imo-Yushi suddenly sat up anxiously. You can't come. You can't come. Mother Empress is up to no good. She's up to no good. Imo-Yushi said anxiously. Who? Yinchuan hugged Imo-Yushi tightly. His eyes flashed with emotion. You can't come. You can't come. Imo-Yushi was still panicking. After being hugged in Yinchuan's arms, Imo-Yushi. But she was still panicking. Yinchuan's right hand stroked Imo-Yushi's back. I know what Wu Jiong is thinking, but it's been too long. You and your mother have been wrong for too long. I had to settle the matters at hand and come immediately. But I didn't expect Mother Empress to have such power in the immortal realm. I didn't expect it either. But you... Imo-Yushi was still worried. Since I'm here, I've considered everything. I even know that I might have to fight against the entire Great Zhou dynasty, Wu Jiong, and the entire Great Zhou heavenly court. Yinchuan took a deep breath. You know, what? Become enemies with Mother Empress? Imo-Yushi exclaimed again. Stroking Imo-Yushi's back, Yinchuan said softly, Don't worry. I didn't waste these few thousand years. I'm not the same as I was 5,000 years ago. Back then, I was weak and couldn't fight with Wu Jiong. Now, Wu Jiong might not be able to do anything to me. It's just that I've made you and your son wait for too long these 5,000 years. Not long, not long. If Dongan knows, he'll be very happy. I know that you've come to see us before. Because of Mother Empress, you can't show your face. I understand, I know. I'll tell Dongan. He'll be very happy. Imo-Yushi said with tears in her eyes. Dongan? Yinchuan suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Imo-Yushi asked, slightly surprised. Taking a deep breath, Yinchuan told her about Yin Dongan. Nether King? How did my son get into such trouble? We're about to be reunited with our family. Why? Imo-Yushi started to feel sad again. Hugging Imo-Yushi, Yinchuan comforted her. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Imo-Yushi bit her lip and forced herself not to cry. She didn't want to burden Yinchuan. But how could Yinchuan not understand Imo-Yushi's thoughts? Which mother wouldn't be sad if she knew that her son was being held captive? Don't worry. Mind control is only the third mystique. I'll undo it. Besides, this might not be a bad thing for Dongan. Yinchuan said in a low voice. Imo-Yushi looked at Yinchuan in confusion. As a transcender, the Lotus God has embarrassed me several times in the sealed realm. Therefore, he wants his father and son to fight. So, you don't have to worry about Dongan's safety. Besides, although Dongan has experienced many battles, He hasn't encountered many obstacles. This time, it'll be a trial for him. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded. Besides, he's my son. The sons of Yin Chuan, are all extraordinary. None of them are flowers in a greenhouse. Yin Chuan comforted her gently. All of them? You have sons? Why haven't I heard of them? Mo Yushi asked in surprise. They're not from this world. Yin Chuan smiled. Then how many do you have? Mo Yushi asked curiously. Seeing that Mo Yushi had recovered from her sadness, Yin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Dong and should be the third prince of Great Jun. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Third prince? Doesn't that mean you have 2 sons? You have 2 sons? Why don't I know about it? No, I've been collecting information about the East. You mean no one in the world knows about it? Mo, she said in surprise. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, they say no more. Mo, she suddenly covered Yin Chuan's mouth with her small hand. Yin Chuan looked at her in confusion. I know you're hiding it from the world. You must have your own plans. Don't say anything. I'm afraid I'll spill the beans and affect your plan. Mo, she said gently. He looked at Mo, she and was touched. Lowering his head, Yin Chuan kissed her gently. Perhaps it was a reunion after a long time, or perhaps it was a change in mood, but Mo, she quickly went up to him. She wrapped her arms around Yin Chuan's neck and kissed him too. She fell into Yin Chuan's arms and kept twisting. Beside the bed, clothes fell down one by one. The husband and wife were reliving their 5,000 years of old love. 10 days later, Wu Tian Territory, Great Zhou Palace. Princess's Palace. All the maids had been dismissed. Only Yin Chuan and his wife, as well as Yin Chuan's subordinates remained. Yin Chuan sat beside a stone table. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside him. Mo Yushi sat on the other side of the stone table. Suddenly, a large number of glowing runes appeared on the stone table. The runes shone, and suddenly, the space above the stone table distorted. Meow. An extremely excited meow sounded. Who? The runes and glowing runes disappeared. A cat wearing a small felt hat suddenly appeared on the stone table. It was Meow. The moment Meow appeared, she immediately pounced on Yin Chuan. Big baddie, you said you would let me come soon. Why did it take so long? Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Her little claws kept grabbing onto Yin Chuan's clothes, pulling out threads to vent her dissatisfaction. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped. He laughed and scolded. You're not coming? What are you shouting for? With a slap, Meow was sent flying and fell into Mo Yushi's arms. Meow, Meow angrily cried out and got up. Suddenly, she saw Mo Yushi smile. Meow, Sister Yushi, Meow. Meow suddenly cried out excitedly. You still remember me? Mo Yushi laughed. Meow, how can I not remember? I'm not that big baddie. Meow spoke ill of Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi was in a very good mood. She stretched out her hand and took out a glowing red ball. She stuffed it into Meow's arms. Meow. Meow's eyes immediately widened. Her face revealed a blissful, silly expression. Meow, Sister Yushi is so nice. Meow. Meow cried out excitedly. Her little claws held onto the ball with all her might, not letting it slip. Immortal Stone Mine Core? Yushi, you spoil her too much. Yin Chuan laughed. Meow, Meow, big baddie, it's not for you. Meow immediately bared her teeth at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and let it go. Mo Yushi, who was watching Meow scolding Yin Chuan, was in a very good mood. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi smiled and did not say anything. After all, Yin Chuan and Meow had a very good relationship. There was no need to talk about respect. Sage King, we have received news that besides the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, the remaining 20 territories in the Western Outer Continent have all sent people to listen to the sage's preaching. Yin Hentian said, apart from the saint's disciples, the other Dominion lords must also be feeling threatened. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, and most of the people who have come this time are territory lords. Yin Hentian explained. Territory lords? Oh, the sage is preaching? This excuse is too fake. Yin Chuan revealed a mocking smile. Indeed, the sage's preaching might just be a pretense. His goal is to target the great Zhou Heavenly Court. Now is the time to decide success or failure. Inhentian explained. Where's the great Zhou Heavenly Court's army now? Yin Chuan asked. Sage King, although the terracotta army set off before us, their speed cannot be compared to the dragon carriage. At this moment, they are probably at the border of the western outer continent. Inhentian said solemnly. That's good. Bai Qi, you are in charge of receiving them. Do not make any mistakes. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and asked, Did Wu Jiong give you anything else? Mo Yushi nodded and took out a scroll. The Great Zhou Imperial Decree? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. Mo Yushi opened it gently. It was indeed an imperial decree. It was even stamped with the Great Zhou Imperial Seal. A blank imperial decree? Inhentian said in surprise. Yes, when Mother Empress gave me the blank imperial decree, I was also puzzled. Mother Empress told me to improvise and fill in a decree that does not affect the entire territory. Fill it in myself? I did not understand, but now I should have guessed it. Mo, she said bitterly. This blank imperial decree was prepared for me. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Mo, she revealed a trace of worry. It's all right. Just treat it as cutting off the karma between you and the great Zhou Heavenly Court. This time, I am bringing you back because there are some things that must be settled. I do not wish for anyone to use this as an excuse to disrupt our reunion. Yin Chuan said coldly. Mo, she nodded. Chapter 1233. On a vast ocean in the western outer continent. On an island. At this moment, there were 100,000 soldiers standing on the island. All of them looked solemn and murderous. Standing at the front was great accomplishment, Meng Yi and Bai Qi. Lord Bai, has the Sage King arrived? Meng Yi asked. Yes. Let the terracotta soldiers rest for a while. There will be a tough battle ahead. Bai Qi said. Meng Yi nodded. Everyone rest. Meng Yi shouted. Roar. The 100,000 soldiers replied. Only Meng Yi accompanied by Qi. The Sage King is already in Wu Tian territory. This time, the terracotta soldiers came from the eastern outer continent. No one knows about it, so we need to catch them off guard. The terracotta soldiers are the strongest army of the Sage King. They don't have many people, but they are skilled. We can't make any mistakes. According to the Sage King's request, I will lead the terracotta soldiers with you. Bai Qi said, All right, I will give you 50,000. Meng Yi replied, All right, I can use the next period of time to practice. Bai Qi nodded. Wu Tian territory. On an island outside Wu Tian territory, one could vaguely see the heads of some soldiers moving about. On the beach, Direnja led a few great Zhou generals and looked at Wu Tian territory in the distance. Lord, why did the Sky Emperor ask you to lead the 100,000 ox guards here? This is Wu Tian territory. Although the 1,000 ox guards are strong, they can't do anything to Wu Tian territory. A general frowned. Direnja shook his head and said, You don't need to guess what the Sky Emperor is thinking. Our orders are to cooperate with Yin Chuan when the time is right. Yes, Wu Tian territory. Yin Chuan and his wife had not seen each other for many years and were stuck together. They told each other everything and played around. In a large hall in Wu Tian territory, the Feng clan's second prince had a gloomy expression. A few subordinates stood in front of him. Second prince, Mo, she has been accompanying Yin Chuan for the past few days. She doesn't seem to care about the world. A subordinate said, That's right, second crown prince. You're so noble. Why do you want to marry Mo Yushi? That's right, second crown prince. It's not worth it for you. His subordinates kept complaining. Bitch. A cold glint flashed across the second prince's eyes. Second crown prince, there are too many people in the Phoenix clan who admire you. Why must you hang yourself on Mo Yushi? My younger sister also admires the second prince greatly. Second prince, my sister also admires second prince very much. His subordinates tried to persuade him. The second prince shook his head and said, This was arranged by Imperial Father. Phoenix Emperor? Phoenix Emperor's arrangement? Immediately, the subordinates did not dare to say anything. However, Second Crown Prince, Heavenly Sage Wu is your grandfather, and this is your home ground. Why should you allow Yin Chuan to do as he pleases? Why don't you just take him down? One of his subordinates suggested. Grandfather's lecture is about to begin. This is not the time to be meddlesome. Furthermore, not only do I want Mo Yushi's body, but I also want her heart. Once I have her heart, I will humiliate her and avenge today's humiliation. Just you wait. Soon, I will make Yin Chuan lose all his face. The second prince said coldly. Yes, Heavenly Wu territory by a small lake. Yin Chuan held Mo Yushi's hand and strolled by the lake. It should be the second crown prince of the Phoenix clan who is monitoring us. Mo Yushi said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, monitoring? He won't be able to monitor us for much longer. You are really in the mood to let Hention recruit talents at this time? Mo Yushi smiled. There is still half a year before the Heavenly Sage's lecture. If we don't recruit talents now, we won't have the chance in the future. After all, buying you out a great Zhou is not cheap. Yin Chuan teased. You are the one buying me out. Mo Yushi pinched Yin Chuan's waist. Second crown prince of the Phoenix clan? In front of me, he is just a clown. No need to worry. Yin Chuan smiled. Then what do you plan to do with Dong Fangzheng's sect and Renshu? Mo Yushi curiously asked. Them? Since they are looking for trouble, they must have a plan. After half a year, if there is no result, I will save them. Yin Chuan said. Mo Yushi nodded. Meow. Suddenly, Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Yin Chuan, are you in a fight with Heavenly Sage Wu? Meow excitedly asked. Who did you hear that from? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Is there need to ask? You are causing trouble everywhere you go. Meow said with a look of disdain. Mo Yushi, who was standing aside, burst into laughter. Little guy, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by causing trouble everywhere I go? Yin Chuan rolled his eyes. Meow, go ahead. It's okay. I will help you. I am very powerful now. Meow said excitedly. Yin Chuan. Heavenly Wu Weave. In a prison of Sage Wu Weave. Do you know what you are doing? I am a righteous scholar, an ancient sage. How dare you treat me so rudely? You are tarnishing the righteousness of the world. You are a group of ignorant people. You are a disciple of a sage. When the saints feel my virtue, they will definitely punish you severely. In the prison, a fat man was scolding the prison guards. The two prison guards looked at each other, and their faces twitched slightly. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I will seal your mouth. One of the prison guards shouted. You can seal my mouth, but you can't seal justice. You black sheep, come on, come on. The fat man said stubbornly. Clang, clang, clang. The two prison guards opened the door. When the fat man saw that they were serious, he immediately yawned. Sigh, I am so sleepy. With that, the fat man immediately went to a corner, lay on the ground, and fell asleep. The two prison guards grabbed the chains and walked into the cell. When they saw the shameless fat man, their faces froze. This fat man was too shameless. There was a skinny man standing at the side. The skinny man looked at the fat man strangely. Seeing that the fat man had fallen asleep, the two prison guards snorted and walked out. However, just as they walked out, the fat man woke up and jumped up. Little prison guards, do you really think that you are sages? Even the eldest disciple of a sage did not dare to do anything to me. You are more powerful than him? My cultivation is sealed, but I will not allow you to be so presumptuous. Who am I? I am justice. The fatty continued to blabber on and on. The two prison guards had a headache again. Damn it, where did this weirdo come from? He is so annoying. One of the prison guards could not stand it anymore. Second brother, I have the urge to hit him too. The two prison guards looked at the fat man and said in a deep voice. The skinny man who was locked up with the fat man immediately said, You too, you can't hit him. This person is really a great scholar. He is useful to the sage, so he was locked up. He just wants to vent his dissatisfaction. Now that his cultivation is sealed, if you break his arms or legs, you will not be able to answer to the sage. The two prison guards were speechless. Rat Run, don't try to persuade them. If they want to hit him, let them. I don't believe that evil can win against good. The fat man shouted at the skinny man. Second brother, let's hit him. If we don't hit him, I will feel uncomfortable. One of the prison guards rolled up his sleeves and shouted. The other prison guard was extremely calm and said, the two of them were sent here by the sage's eldest disciple. They must be extremely important. Don't be reckless. Then what should we do? He keeps shouting here. I am about to collapse. Ratrin said again, actually, we are involved in a serious case of the sage's eldest disciple. If you really don't want to listen to my big brother's words, you can lock us up in a more remote place. It will not make things difficult for the two of you. When the two prison guards heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. What? I think this place is good. I am not leaving. The fat man shouted. However, the two prison guards are already tired of hearing this. How could they be willing to let the fat man stay? The two of them quickly escorted the fat man and Rat Run to the depths of the prison. The deeper they went, the more checkpoints there were. After making many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a huge prison cell in the depths of the underground. Bang! The two of them were kicked in by the prison guards. This is the most secure prison in Wu Tian Weave. There are 3,000 vicious and evil people inside. You can make a ruckus here. Ha 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 ha. One of the prison guards laughed excitedly. Bang! The prison door slammed shut. At this time, Ratrin looked at the fat man and said, this time I am really convinced. Dongfang Junpai, you peeked at a sow bathing. How can you speak so righteously? You are too shameless. Bah! How would I know that the sage's eldest disciple has such a weird taste? His concubine is actually a pig demon. Also, didn't you see it too? Dongfang Junpai immediately said, I was tricked by you. Moreover, I vomited at that time. Ratrin said, you are too weak. Dongfang Junpai shook his head and said, Ratrin nodded and said, who asked you to be my big brother? While the two of them were complaining, suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the dark prison. Ha ha! Interesting. An ancient immortal actually called a puny earth immortal big brother. Ha ha ha! Very interesting. What do you know? Rat Run and Dongfang Junpai cursed at the same time. In the distance, the person who was laughing suddenly froze. At the same time, the two of them quickly took out a jade pendant. On the jade pendant, the head of a horse slowly appeared. Found another one, noon of the 12 earthly branches. It is a horse. Sure enough, we guessed right. It is here. The two of them were excited. They looked around the huge prison. Finally, their eyes turned to the place where the two of them were cursing. A horse-faced man was chained to the wall on his back by 2 chains. The horse-faced man was being scolded by the two of them. At this time, his face was extremely ugly. Io, Brother Ma, you are indeed as powerful as the legends say. Your wisdom is extraordinary. I have been waiting outside for a long time and have admired you for a long time. Dongfang Junpai immediately walked over with a smile on his face. Just now, you said that I know nothing? The horse-faced man seemed to be holding a grudge. This is the dialect of her hometown. It means that you are too wise, Dongfang Junpai said shamelessly. The horse-faced man. Chapter 1234. Half a year later, inside Wu Tian Weave's prison. At this moment, in front of Dongfang Junpai, there are 8 cultivators with their cultivation sealed and their shoulder blades locked. Senior Tiger, Senior Peacock, Senior Sangu, hurry up, there are still many people waiting. Aren't you wasting everyone's time? Dongfang Junpai says. The 8 cultivators' faces twitch. Why aren't your cultivations sealed? How did you do it? A man with a tiger head says, alas, we weren't originally locked up here. Naturally, we don't have as many seals as you. Rat has already begun to dig a hole. If you all want to escape from this prison together, then hurry up. By the way, Senior Tiger, I heard that you have been locked up for nearly 10,000 years. Wow. If you don't leave with us this time, it might be even longer. Another 10,000 years. No, 100,000 years? Dongfang Junpai says. Everyone is silent. 3,000 extremely vicious criminals, before they were captured, They were all bandit leaders, imprisoned by saints. They had long had enough of the dark days. Now, Renshu and Dongfang Bubi can bring everyone out. Who wouldn't be willing? However, Dongfang Zhengpai also has a request. After they leave, they must join the Great Zhen Holy Court. The bandit leaders naturally agree. It doesn't matter if they join or not. As long as they can get out, even if they go back on their words, it doesn't matter as long as they can escape. However, everyone underestimated Dong Fang Zhengpai and Renshu's shamelessness. Come, Senior Tiger, take off your clothes first. I have a shadow recording stone here. I will give you a few images. Dongfang Zhengpai says with a smile. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame. You want to use my naked images to threaten me? Senior Tiger, what are you saying? Don't you believe in my Dongfang Zhengpai's character? Who am I? With a chest full of righteousness. How could he do such a tasteless thing? In the future, we will be colleagues. I will return it to you. I won't have a chance to come again. Just take a picture as a souvenir. Dongfang Zhengpai says shamelessly. I won't. Senior Tiger's face is filled with shame and anger. Senior Tiger, you're in the wrong here. I'm sincere to you, but you won't even give me this little bit of face. How can I trust you? You will definitely not be willing to join the Great Zhen Holy Court. Dongfang Zhengpai says, I, Senior Tiger, am a man of my words. I will definitely join the Great Zhen Holy Court. I will, but this image, you are insulting me. Tiger says angrily. I'm a scholar. How could I do something that's disgraceful to a scholar? You misunderstood me again. Besides, there are only men here. What are you afraid of? I'll give it to you when we get out. There's still so many people waiting in line. You can't be thinking of staying here forever, right? Dongfang Zhengpai said earnestly. You are a scholar? Big Tiger looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with grief and indignation. I have to say, Senior Tiger, you are doubting my morals. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression turned solemn. You have morals? Big Tiger's face twitched. Senior Tiger, don't block it with your hands. Yes, turn around. Let's leave a side view. Woo-woo territory. Countless experts from the 20 western dominions of the western outer continent gathered to listen to the first sage's preaching. Yin Chuan and his group also flew over. Flying in the air, from afar, endless merit points floated in the sky. Above the cloud of merit, there's a huge sage Dharma idol. Above the sage Dharma idol, there's a huge green cauldron. Around the cloud of merit, there seems to be a large amount of chi providence. The cauldron of creation. Mo Yushi points at the huge cauldron in the distance. This cauldron is worthy of being called the cauldron of creation. Yin Chuan sneered. This is the masterpiece of Wu Tian's sage. He smelted countless treasures in the world and finally refined this cauldron. This cauldron can suppress chi providence and not lose merit. It is a rare treasure. Mo Yushi says. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan says, no, there's only one thing that can suppress chi providence, and that is the imperial seal. This cauldron only smelted countless imperial seals. As for suppressing merit, if a sage is here, he can gather them on his own. It does not matter if it suppresses or not. This cloud of merit is unusually calm because of my copper coffin. Oh, Mo Yushi looks at Yin Chuan in surprise. Is the sky burying coffin? I can feel its aura. This huge green cauldron is made of special materials and does not have any special skills. Yin Chuan says. Oh, Mo Yushi nodded. At this moment, Yin Chuan and his group have more than 10 people. Leading them are Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, Enchanting, and Miao. There are also more than 10 people. They are the talents from the Western continent that Enchanting has recruited for Dezhun recently. Below the cloud of merit, there is a group of huge palaces. The biggest one is called Wu Tian Palace. Wu Tian Palace? Wu Tian Sage is really bold. Enchanting sneered. On the square of Wu Tian Palace, a large number of cultivators have already arrived and are exchanging pleasantries. The sages have yet to appear, but the disciples of the sages are entertaining the guests. The top experts of the various domains have gathered together and seem to have reached a tacit understanding. However, there are many other experts who do not know what is going on. They're all excited. The sudden arrival of Yin Chuan and his group immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Some of them didn't know him, but some of them did some inquiries. Princess Yu, she of the great Zhou Heavenly Court? That is her husband, right? It seems that the second prince of the Phoenix clan wants to propose marriage to Great Zhou. He wants to marry her. This can't be, right? How can this be? I think I saw the second prince of the Phoenix clan just now. Many people were looking around. Soon, they saw the second prince of the Phoenix clan in front of Wu Tian Palace. Behind the second prince of the Phoenix clan is a group of subordinates. Seeing Yin Chuan and his group swagger over, the second prince's face turned ugly. Yin Chuan and his group landed safely on the plaza. Wu Tian Palace's plaza seems to be much more imposing than revered Heaven Palace's plaza, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meow, you didn't bring me there back then. Meow complained. Aren't you coming now? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Not far away, the second prince of the Phoenix clan's expression changed. Prince, Yin Chuan is here, a subordinate said. The second prince nodded and led his subordinates in the direction of Yin Chuan. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked over curiously. Soon, the second prince of the Phoenix clan arrived in front of Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with disgust. The second prince blocked Yin Chuan's path, and his eyes flashed with arrogance. He did not say anything and just stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Meow, what did you see? Meow, what two big nostrils? Meow said very cooperatively. Huh. A lot of laughter immediately came from all around. Audacious. Yin Chuan, you actually still dare to come to Wu Tian Palace's plaza? The second prince said in a solemn voice. My guts have never been small. Who are you? Yin Chuan said coolly. Humph. Still don't know who I am until now. The second prince revealed a trace of a cold smile. Turning around, the second prince looked at Mo Yushi and said, Princess Yushi, this is the person you fancy? He's my husband. Furthermore, my matters don't need second prince to trouble you. Mo Yushi said coolly. Trouble you? Princess Yushi's words are wrong. You're the woman I fancy. I need to let you see some things clearly. The second prince said with a smile. At the side, Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of cold light. I want you to see clearly what kind of coward your so-called husband is. The second prince said in a low voice. Ha! Mo Yushi revealed a trace of a mocking smile. Seeing Mo Yushi smile, the second prince's face showed a trace of displeasure, and he turned to look at Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi already knows who I am. Don't tell me you still don't know who I am. The second prince said in a low voice. I have some impression. You should be the second brother of some dead person, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Some dead person? The second prince narrowed his eyes and said, Humph, you killed my third brother. Don't think you can escape this enmity. My Phoenix clan hasn't come looking for you yet, because we need to find my third brother's soul. Once he returns, my third brother will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Haha, we're really scared. Unfortunately, we're going to tell you. Yin Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile and said, No one can save the people we kill. What do you mean? The second prince's expression suddenly changed. We're here to find the saints. We don't have time to play riddles with you. Scram. Yin Chuan said indifferently. What? Do you know where this place is? You dare tell me to scram? The second prince said coldly. The conflict between the two sides had already attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was looking over. The various weave lords and the disciples of the saints were all coldly looking at Yin Chuan's group. We don't want to kill anyone today. Don't provoke us. Now scram. Yin Chuan said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were at a loss. What is this person doing? That's the grandson of a saint. Does he dare to kill him? The surrounding cultivators looked over curiously. However, the second prince was even more fearless. Yin Chuan, I'll tell you one more time. Mo Yushi is mine. You, a little upstart, want to compete with me? If not for grandfather's lecture, I would have captured you long ago and used torture to temporarily avenge my third brother's death. Now, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza. Ha, say that again? Yin Chuan suddenly laughed. I said, scram from Skyless Hall's plaza immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The second prince said coldly. At the same time, he looked at Mo Shi from the corner of his eyes. It was as if he wanted to slap Yin Chuan's face to change Mo Shi's image in her heart. Many of the saint's disciples took a step forward, as if to boost the second prince's momentum. Countless cultivators pressured Yin Chuan with their auras. If it was someone else, they would have been unable to endure it. However, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Are you courting death? With the support of countless seniors and juniors, the Skyless Hall's plaza was practically united against Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan actually dared to say such words? Ha 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 ha, courting death? You say I'm courting death? Why don't you take a look at where you are? So what if I'm courting death? Do you dare to kill me? This is my grandfather's teaching ground. Do you dare to touch a single hair on my head? The second prince laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's face turned gloomy. Come on, come and kill me. The second prince laughed proudly. I've never heard of such a request. As you wish. Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. Boom! With extreme speed, Yin Chuan appeared in front of the second prince in an instant. Then, he extended his right index finger and jabbed it at the second prince's forehead. Stop! The surrounding saint's disciples, who were watching the commotion, immediately exclaimed. However, it was already too late. Yin Chuan's right index finger suddenly pierced through the second prince's forehead. The huge force caused the back of the second prince's head to explode. Yin Chuan really killed the second prince? Countless cultivators watched this scene in shock. Suddenly, they realized that Yin Chuan's group did not seem to be here to listen to the Tao. They were here to cause trouble for the saints? How dare you? A loud, furious roar rang out in the air. Chapter 1235. Impudent. A furious roar resounded in the air. A vast aura descended from the sky like the might of the heavens. Boom! The huge aura was like a shockwave. Many cultivators were pushed back and fell to the ground. The shockwave rushed towards Yin Chuan's group. It was so huge that it seemed like it would crush them. Yin Chuan suddenly took a step forward. Yin Chuan's aura suddenly erupted and clashed with the aura, protecting everyone behind him. The two auras clashed, creating a storm in Skyless Palace's plaza. Boom! The storm raged, and one could clearly see a cross-section formed by the storm. The storm blew in all directions from that cross-section, and that cross-section was the place where the two forces collided. Due to the difference in cultivation, Yin Chuan's aura was slightly weaker. However, Yin Chuan's aura contained an unsurpassable ruthlessness. It was a peerless ruthlessness that made up for the lack of aura. Whoosh! A group of white-robed men suddenly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. The leader's face was shrouded in white mist, making it impossible to see his face. He leaned forward slightly, and a huge aura came from his person. Then, he charged straight at Yin Chuan. The white-robed men behind him quickly hugged the Phoenix race's second prince, whose head had exploded. Greetings, sage. The surrounding cultivators immediately greeted respectfully. The leader who clashed with Yin Chuan's aura was the sage here, the first sage, Wu Tian. Master, the second prince is dead. The person hugging the second prince said with an unsightly expression. Only then did Wu Tian turn his head and look at the second prince, who was enraged by Yin Chuan's aura. Let me take a look, Wu Tian said. Everyone quickly handed the second prince to Wu Tian, a trace of hope flashing in their eyes. There was a small hole in the second prince's forehead. Yin Chuan's finger had pierced it. There was a huge hole in the back of his head. The entire back of his head had exploded. Wu Tian checked and found that the second prince was dead. He waved his hand. Boom! The entire square of the Skyless Palace was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and a cold wind blew. Rumble! It was as if heavenly Tao had appeared all around him. The ground beneath his feet suddenly became slightly transparent. He could vaguely make out a patch of darkness beneath his feet. Within the darkness, there were a few ghosts flying about. Underworld? The sage communicated with the yin and yang realms. Are they looking for the second prince's soul? The sage's methods are shocking. With a sage making a move, it's hard to die even if you want to. For a time, countless cultivators in the plaza revealed expressions of extreme reverence. Not far away, Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile and said, "There's no need to search. No one can save the people I kill." The moment Yin Chuan finished speaking, the entire plaza was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Yin Chuan. Was the person in front of him really not afraid of death? Killing his grandson in front of the saint? And now, he was saying that no one could save him? No matter what, everyone understood one thing. The Yin Chuan in front of them was not here to listen to the sage's preaching. He was here to cause a scene. The cultivators came to this conclusion. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Was this a joke? The person in front of them was here to cause a scene? He killed the saint's grandson and spoke rudely? The various factions in the plaza were not suspicious of each other. Although they were here to listen to the sage's preaching, they were actually here to ask the sage to step in and deal with the Great Zhou dynasty's wanton invasion. It could be said that everyone supported the sage. Was Yin Chuan in front of them making an enemy of everyone? The disciples of the sage immediately glared at Yin Chuan angrily. Not far away, the various territory lords were also looking at Yin Chuan with gloomy expressions. The sage searched for a while, but in the end, he could not find the second prince's soul. He finally knew that his grandson's soul had been destroyed. Turning his head, the sage glared angrily at Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a pair of eyes vaguely appeared on his blurry face. The sage's eyes. The moment the sage's eyes appeared, a terrifying feeling instantly struck everyone's hearts. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to contain heavenly might. With one look, almost everyone's hearts trembled. Plop, plop. In an instant, a large number of cultivators in the plaza suddenly knelt down. They could not help but pay their respects. It was a kind of worship that could not be resisted. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Yin Chuan instantly blocked Mo Yushi. The people behind him trembled. Yin Chuan saw that his subordinates could not hold on any longer. He waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! It seemed to form a large fog that covered all his subordinates. Yin Chuan's eyes were fixed on the sage's eyes. There was anger in the sage's eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise. The sage knew how much of an impact his eyes had on one's mind. However, not only was Yin Chuan unaffected, he could even look straight at him. "Sage Wu Tian, is this how you treat your guests?" Yin Chuan said coldly. "Treat guests? Are you still a guest?" Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at him strangely. Before the sage could speak, a person behind him suddenly shouted, "Treat guests? Humph, you killed the sage's grandson in the sage's training ground. Are you still a guest?" A man in white shouted. Yin Chuan looked at him coldly and ignored him. Enchanting suddenly stood out and said, "You are the sage's eldest disciple, right? Are you deaf?" Just now, everyone heard that he was courting death. He was the one who said, come and kill me." We were just fulfilling his wish out of kindness. The sage's eldest disciple. All the experts in the plaza, although they did not want to admit it, the second prince had indeed said such despicable words before he died. Everyone knew that it was to ridicule Yin Chuan. However, who would have thought that Yin Chuan would take it seriously? "Who are you?" The sage's eldest disciple shouted coldly. "I am Enchanting." Enchanting said in a low voice. "A descendant of the Yin family? It was your Yin family that caused the collapse of the heavenly Tao. You are indeed jackals of the same tribe." The sage's eldest disciple said coldly. Enchanting looked at the sage and sneered. "All the sages in the world know that my Yin family has been wronged. You still want to twist the truth? Forget it. I did not expect you to clear my name. Skyless Palace? You don't even respect the heavens. How can you be fair for the world? How dare you?" The sage shouted angrily. Boom! A huge force rushed toward Enchanting, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Huff! Yin Chuan quickly stood in front of Enchanting. Meow. Meow was also angry and stared at the sage. Inhintian, are you all right? Yin Chuan asked worriedly. I won't die. Sage King, you don't have to worry about me. Inhintian laughed. Yin Chuan nodded his head and turned to look at the sage. The dozens of subordinates that Yin Chuan had just recruited had worried looks on their faces. They were recruited by Inhintian and thought that they were only here to listen to the sage's teachings. Who would have thought that the Sage King would fight with the sage? Everyone was in a dilemma. Sage King of great accomplishment, Yin Chuan, I have heard of your name. However, this is my teaching ground after all. In my teaching ground, you killed my grandson, spoke rudely, and did not repent. You colluded with demons and created chaos in my teaching ground. No one can save you today. Sage Wu Tian said again. The moment he spoke, he sealed off Yin Chuan's path of survival. When the sage spoke, the surrounding territorial lords naturally took a step forward. In addition to the sage's aura, there were hundreds of powerful auras that pressed down on Yin Chuan. All of them were ancestral immortals. Under the surging aura, Yin Chuan's subordinates could not stand it. Meow, protect everyone, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. Meow replied. Meow jumped to the group of subordinates. Instantly, everyone felt the aura around them disappear. Under the combined aura of hundreds of ancestral immortals and the sage's aura, the ground beneath Yin Chuan's feet cracked. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and looked at Sage Wu Tian. Let's talk about it directly. I also want to see what the first sage is capable of. However, I'm not here to learn from the first sage. The sage snorted and looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stretched out his right hand. MOU, she immediately handed over an imperial edict. Sage Wu Tian and all of the territorial lords here, it's not hard to guess what you're plotting. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court is going to dominate the Western Outer Continent. This time, I am here on behalf of Wu Jiong to issue a challenge to all of you. All of you are to head to Luoyang to accept your deaths. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. He unfurled the edict. On the edict were the words, all of you, head to Luoyang to accept your deaths. These words are naturally written by Yin Chuan. The blank edict that Wu Jiong had left MOU, she was for Yin Chuan to fill in. Yin Chuan had naturally written it very concisely. What? The expressions of the surrounding territorial lords changed. This was not just a feud with Yin Chuan. Was Wu Jiong from Great Zhou mixed in as well? Wu Jiong's challenge. The sage's eyes narrowed. Didn't all of you gather to target the Great Zhou Heavenly Court? What's the point of putting on an act? This is a good opportunity. If you miss it, it'll be difficult to gather so many people again. Moreover, if you can't resolve this today, you'll all be killed one by one. Yin Chuan said coldly. Ridiculous. Sage Wu Tian shouted coldly. Ridiculous? Sage, are you going to accept this letter of challenge or not? Yin Chuan took a step forward and asked with a cold smile. The surrounding territorial lords clenched their fists. Sage, accept it. We'll accompany you to destroy Wu Jiong. Sage, accept it. If the Great Zhou is destroyed, we'll only respect Sage Wu Tian in the Western Outer Continent. If we destroy the Great Zhou, we're willing to form an alliance with the Western Outer Continent. Sage, you'll be our leader. The territorial lords were all shouting. They all understood the distribution of power in the Heavenly Court. If Wu Jiong unified the Western Outer Continent, everyone would prosper and those who opposed would perish. The sage would rule the Western Outer Continent and still focus on education. The territorial lords would still be like feudal lords without much influence. Now, Wu Jiong had issued a challenge to everyone. Everyone's watching you. Sage, will you accept it or not? If you accept it, the will of the people will be impregnable. If you don't, after today, the hearts of these people will scatter. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 1236. Everyone is looking at you. Sage, are you going to accept or not? If you accept, we'll be united. If you don't, they'll all be disunited after today. Yin Chuan sneered. Everyone suddenly looked at the sage. Indeed, all of the Weave Lords had come here today, so that the sage could take the lead and lead everyone to uproot the dangerous Great Zhou imperial court. It was just a discussion, but in the blink of an eye, it had become an official battle. Today, the experts of nearly 20 domains of the Western Outer Continent had gathered. It was too difficult for them to handle such a situation. For a moment, Yin Chuan's killing of the Phoenix clan's second crown prince was no longer the focus of attention. The focus was on the sage's attitude and whether he was willing to lead them to destroy Great Zhou. Wu Jiong's challenge was already in his face. If the sage backed down now, no one would be willing to support him anymore. Sage Wu Tian was also staring at Yin Chuan. Although he did not fear Wu Jiong, he did not want to clash with Wu Jiong from the bottom of his heart. He had only wanted to negotiate and draw a clear boundary between the domains. He did not expect Wu Jiong's challenge to be so direct. Fight or talk? No, there was nothing to talk about now. Wu Jiong wanted to fight with him to decide the fate of the entire Western Outer Continent. Wu Tian did not want to fight because he felt that the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was extremely strange. It was as if there was something hidden in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court that he could not see. It was extremely dangerous. However, if he did not fight, the heroes around him would no longer support him. As Yin Chuan said, the hearts of the people would be disunited. The first sage would no longer have the power to rally supporters. In comparison, the matter of the second crown prince was nothing. After all, the sage had many grandchildren and descendants. Sage, let's fight. Sage, we'll all support you. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court has gone too far. Today, we're united. If we don't accept the challenge today, Wu Jiong will pressure us step by step in the future. Sage, Wu Jiong is extremely ambitious. Today, we're united. In the future, Wu Jiong will defeat us one by one. Sage. All of the Weave Lords asked for permission. They wanted to destroy the Great Zhou Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court's momentum was too strong, and it was extremely invasive. He had to pull out as soon as possible. Could it be that an alliance of 20 territories in the Western Outer Continent could not defeat a single Wu Jiong? There was even the first sage here. Countless Weave Lords felt their hearts surge. The saint looked at the people around him. For a moment, determination flashed through his heart. "All right," the sage shouted. Everyone suddenly fell silent. "Since Wu Jiong wants to die, then you can't blame me. Domain Lords, why don't you follow me to Luoyang to meet Wu Jiong?" The saint said solemnly. "We wouldn't dare to disobey," the Weave Lord said excitedly. Mo Yushi looked at Yin Chuan with a tinge of worry in her eyes. Yin Chuan looked at the sage and smirked. Everything had just begun. "Sage, this is the letter of challenge. Take it." Yin Chuan tossed out Wu Jiong's imperial edict. "Pa!" The saint reached out and took it. Then, the saint's eyes, which were as mighty as the heavens, stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was still fearless, as if he was already prepared to fight the saint. When two armies fight, envoys are not to be killed. However, envoys like you are too despicable. I really can't tolerate you. Stay here and wait for me to destroy Luoyang before I deal with you," Sage Wu Jiong said. As he spoke, he reached out and pointed at the sky. He controlled the huge cauldron of creation above the virtuous cloud sea. Boom! The cauldron of creation suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. For a moment, countless virtuous virtues descended from the cauldron of creation, forming huge pillars that quickly surrounded Yin Chuan, forming a cage-like area. Boom! The void around the cage suddenly trembled. Then it instantly distorted. Mo Yushi's expression suddenly changed. She looked around anxiously and said, "This is a new space? We've been locked up?" "In the outside world," the saint said in a deep voice. "That's right. This is a space that I created. Although it looks like you're right in front of me, you've already entered a new space. Here, you can't use any heavenly power. Unless you have your own great Tao, you'll never be able to come out." Yin Chuan said with a ferocious expression, "Are you going to fight to the death, Saint? Fight to the death? You're not worthy." The saint sneered. Yin Chuan's smile became even more ferocious. "All disciples of the sacred land, stay here. Ancestral immortals of the various territories, follow me. The saint shouted. All right. Immediately, the group of experts shouted. Boom. The saint led 100 figures and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards the northeast. The saint led 100 ancestral immortals straight to Luoyang. Boom. In a blink of an eye, the group of people disappeared. Behind Yin Chuan, the group of people who had just been summoned changed their expressions drastically. Was it over? Was it really over? The saint's target? And they were trapped here? They were doomed? Immediately, most of their expressions changed drastically. However, those who had been summoned by Enchanting were not all brainless people. Suddenly, someone realized that Yin Chuan and Enchanting were not worried at all. Meow? Yin Chuan, what are you going to do now? Meow was not in a hurry. She jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and asked. Mou, she also looked at Yin Chuan worriedly. Wu Jiong, what if we can't stop Saint Wu Tian? Moreover, there are 100 ancestral immortals. Those are ancestral immortals. If you don't have the ambition to fight the world, you're not worthy of being the celestial emperor. Yin Chuan laughed. Then what do we do now? Mou, she asked in a low voice. Everything has just begun. Let's wait and see. Yin Chuan said coldly. Mou, she nodded. This wait lasted for 3 days. On the third day, outside the West Continent, Great Zhou's heavenly court, Luoyang. Above Luoyang, countless rays of providence surged. Below, Great Zhou's Taiji Palace. In front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong stood in the square of Taiji Palace in his dragon robe. Behind Wu Jiong were a group of Great Zhou's officials and experts. Ancestral Dragon, Princess Taiping, and countless other elites of Great Zhou were all gathered. A large number of troops were on standby. The entire Luoyang was on full alert. Boom! Outside Luoyang, a powerful aura spread out. Under a ray of white light, a heavenly might pressed down on the entire Luoyang. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand, and countless arrays covered Luoyang. Saint Wu Tian had arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Gusts of wind blew in all directions. Behind Saint, one figure after another suddenly appeared. 100 ancestral immortals followed Saint to Luoyang. With Saint in the lead, everyone stared at Wu Jiong in front of Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong looked at Saint coldly with a fierce expression. Boom! The powerful auras of the two sides collided, and endless gusts of wind swept up in the surroundings. Inside Luoyang, in a small courtyard, a man stood in the courtyard. He looked at the saint and the 100 ancestral immortals outside the city, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Send a message to the sacred king. The man said solemnly. Yes, your excellency. A subordinate beside him said solemnly. The subordinate took out a small fish tank in front of him. There was a small goldfish swimming in the fish tank. The subordinate reached out and squeezed. Bang! The goldfish was crushed and died on the spot. At the same time, in the square of Skyless Palace, Yin Chuan held a life token in his hand. Crack! The life token suddenly shattered into pieces. That's a life token? Who died? Mou, she asked curiously. It's just a fish. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan looked at the creation cauldron above his head. Renjia, make your move. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Kill them all. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. With that, his voice suddenly exploded in all directions of Skyless Palace. What? The saint's disciples on the square were shocked. At this moment, in a distant valley, Renjia and the 1,000 Bull Guard were watching everything in front of them. Attack! Renjia shouted loudly. Yes! Hundreds of thousands of 1,000 Bull Guard rushed into the sky. At the front was a huge monster, the exploding beast. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers shouted, and the sound of battle shook the sky. How dare you be so impudent in the saint's sect? Immediately, a large number of saint's disciples rushed towards Renjia. Among them, there were even ancestral immortals. The exploding beast flew at the front. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of everyone. What is that monster? Who cares? How dare you invade my sect? Everyone must die. Die with Yin Chuan. Just as everyone was about to attack, self-destruct, the exploding beast shouted, "Hong!" The first sound of battle rang out. Ah, no! The saint's disciples were instantly blown to pieces. Kill! The Thousand Bull Guard charged forward. In the distance, at the foot of two mountains, Bai Qi and Ming, he led the Terracotta army and hid in the forest. Everyone, remember to eliminate the source of trouble. The Thousand Bull Guard will fight. If any saint's disciple tries to escape, kill him without mercy. Bai Qi shouted. Yes. The Terracotta army answered immediately. Rumble. Immediately, the fierce battle in the saint's sect began. Oh no, that's the Thousand Bull Guard of Great Zhou. Also, that's the exploding beast. Quick, activate the array. A saint's disciple shouted. Inside, Yin Chuan looked at the cage that trapped him. Yin Chuan sneered. He reached out and grabbed at the sky. Come here, rumble. The original cage suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Yin Chuan doesn't have a great Tao. How did he shake the array? Someone exclaimed. Oh no, look at the cauldron of creation. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the cauldron of creation suddenly exploded. It just exploded out of thin air. Rumble. At the moment of the explosion, a huge coffin suddenly flew out of the cauldron of creation. The coffin went straight for Yin Chuan. It instantly burrowed into Yin Chuan's sleeve. The cage that trapped Yin Chuan and the others immediately collapsed. Oh no, Yin Chuan is trying to escape, an ancestral immortal exclaimed. Where do you think you're going? Immediately, 3 ancestral immortals pounced on Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sneered and said, You're not worthy of my attack. Whoosh! With a wave of his sleeve, Yin Chuan led everyone into the sky and flew out. In the blink of an eye, they flew out of the saint's sex array. They stood outside the array and looked down at the battle below. Countless Thousand Bull Guards attacked the array in a frenzy. There were about 10 million disciples around Skyless Palace, but not all of them were peerless experts. Although there were only 100,000 Thousand Bull Guards, their combat strength was shocking. There are 10 ancestral immortals. Mo Yushi looked at the heavenly Daos in the drill ground solemnly. Di Renjia was currently dealing with 2 ancestral immortals, while the exploding beast was also dealing with 5 ancestral immortals. After all, the exploding beast was too dangerous. It would self-detonate and fly to a place with many people. Once it self-detonated, it would kill countless people. The remaining 3 ancestral immortals were currently suppressing the Thousand Bull Guards. However, the Thousand Bull Guards were also veterans. Although there were casualties, they were still at ease. 10 ancestral immortals? Like I said, this is only the beginning. Yin Chuan said in a low voice, Destroying the Saints' sect is breaking the foundation of the Saints. We and Saint Wu Tian will be irreconcilable. Mo Yushi said worriedly, Don't worry, it's just a saint. Didn't Wu Jiong want me to attract the hatred of the saints? It doesn't matter. For you, even if I kill Saint Wu Tian, so what? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi nodded sweetly. But, do you need help? If we destroy the saint's sect, Saint Wu Tian will soon sense it. He will definitely come back. Mo Yushi said worriedly. Don't be too fast. I want to wait for the saints to come back slowly. Wu Jiong can't kill Saint Wu Tian. When Saint Wu Tian comes back, let me do it. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. You can fight a saint? Mo Yushi said in surprise. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow, I can help you. Meow is even more excited now. Don't worry. Since I'm here today, I have thought of everything. Saint a battle? Hee, this is only the beginning. Yin Chuan said with narrowed eyes. Mo Yushi grabbed Yin Chuan's arm, her eyes full of tenderness. Below, the Thousand Bull Guards were charging at the Saint sect. However, the Saint sect was not just for show. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. Flames of war soared into the sky. Outside the Saints' teaching ground, the battle was extremely intense. Countless corpses flew into the sky. Even the Thousand Bull Guards lost more than half of their numbers. Suddenly, only 30,000 of them were left. The exploding beasts exploded many times, killing an ancestral immortal. However, there were still many ancestral immortals, and the exploding beasts were having a hard time. In the distance, Di Renjia also had a hard time saying, Yin Di, please help. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Fire! Fire! Two loud shouts came from a forest in the distance. Whoosh! 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 100,000 arrows rained down on the saints' training ground from two mountain forests. Like 100,000 meteor shower, they instantly rushed into the crowd. For a time, there were countless casualties. Everyone, listen up. There are still 9 ancestral immortals. You have many ancient immortals. Kill the ancestral immortals and become ancestral immortals with your own abilities. Meng, he shouted. Roar! The terracotta soldiers were excited. Yin Chuan's strongest army was displayed in front of everyone. At this moment, Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and stared at the exploding beasts. Tian was holding a life token in his hand. The life token shattered. Sage King, this might not be good. According to the news from Phoenix Emperor's territory, Phoenix Emperor suddenly left his territory. It is very likely that he is coming for us. Sage King, you will not only be facing Sage King, but also Phoenix Emperor. Tian said worriedly. Fighting Sage King and Phoenix Emperor at the same time? Isn't that? Mo Yushi looked anxious again. It's fine. I have already considered it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The two of them stopped talking. They were guessing what other trump cards Yin Chuan had. At this moment, in a valley far away from the sage sect, Gong Yangxian looked at the scene in astonishment. How dare he? Does Yin Chuan want to die? Gong Yangxian said in shock. Old ancestor, this Yin Chuan is courting death. Courting death? We can't do anything. Sage, I have already convinced Sage Shimen. Quick, inform Sage Shimen and let him kill Yin Chuan. Gong Yangxian said excitedly. Yes. Chapter 1237. At Skyless Halls Plaza, the various mountain ranges around the sages' training ground were filled with the disciples and grand disciples of the sages. After the 1,000 bull guards fought, many of the sages' disciples and grand disciples had fallen. Of course, there were not many 1,000 bull guards left. The battle was extremely intense. At this moment, the strongest army of the great Zhen dynasty appeared, making the battle even more intense. Bastard! My great-grandfather is a sage. How dare you kill me? Arg! How can this be? How can there be so many ancient immortals? Arg! Miserable screams rang out as the terracotta soldiers showed their ferocious side. Smoke rose in the surroundings. Strong winds blew, and sand and rocks flew. For a time, the battlefield was shrouded in fog. More and more disciples and grand disciples of the sages gathered in the distance. However, the terracotta soldiers were too ferocious. When the cultivators who charged into the battlefield saw the bloodthirsty terracotta soldiers, their first thought was to turn around and run. However, Meng Yi and Bai Qi ordered them to kill all of them. How could they let these people escape? The massacre continued, and it was extremely cruel. Many of them were not even disciples of the sages. However, since they were here, they did not intend to let them go. High in the sky, a strong wind blew from the battlefield, causing Yin Chuan's robes to flutter. Yin Chuan stood at the very front. Mo Yushi and Tian stood beside him. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Behind the three were dozens of Western Outer Continent experts and wise men who had just been recruited. Originally, they wanted to join the great Zhen dynasty. However, not long ago, Yin Chuan suddenly went crazy and went against the sages. That made the dozens of experts cry out in grief. That was a sage, a peerless expert who represented more than half of the Western Outer Continent. Yin Chuan was going to fight against it by himself? When the sages used their contributions to trap them in the cage, all of them were on the verge of despair. However, several days had already passed. Everyone suddenly felt like they were dreaming. The Sage King did not go crazy, but had planned this all along. Everything was within the Sage King's plan. A person who dared to go against a sage outside his home ground? What kind of emperor are we following? Everyone was at a loss, but more than that, they were excited. The Western Outer Continent, the capital of the Great Zhou Imperial Court, Luoyang. Rumble. The sky above Luoyang turned dark as the void trembled. On the ground, there was a massive earth trench that stretched for 500,000 kilometers. 100 ancestral immortals. Such an enormous number was more than enough to kill saints. But now 100 ancestral immortals were fighting alongside the first sage against the entire Luoyang city. Countless arrays protected Luoyang city. Outside Luoyang city, the void shattered. In the four directions of the shattered void, there was a huge Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish pattern revolving around. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish circled around as if sealing off the void. In a dim environment, Wu Jiong's expression was ferocious. Behind him, a giant golden heavenly Tao soared into the sky. No, this did not seem to be the heavenly Tao, because there were two animal carvings on the golden heavenly Tao. A dragon and a phoenix danced around the heavenly Tao. This was Wu Jiong's great Tao. Under the great Tao, Wu Jiong's power was like the might of the heavens, fiercely crashing towards Saint Wu Tian. Behind Wu Tian, a total of 300 heavenly Taos soared into the sky. The heavenly Taos circled around Wu Tian, and terrifying surges of power were mobilized by him. Wherever the heavenly Taos passed, the void seemed to distort. Saint, you're mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? Huh. Too bad this world isn't complete. That's all a saint like you can do. Wu Jiong's eyes were cold. Boom. Their palms collided. Great Tao? You created your own great Tao? No wonder you dare to talk back to me. Oomph. The sacred ruler was not to be outdone. Just as the two were about to fight, the saint's pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, something happened to my teaching grounds? Someone is destroying my skyless hall. The saint said grimly. You only know now. Too late. You're a malignant tumor of the Western Outer Continent. I've given you many chances, but you've been stubborn. This time, I have no choice but to take action. Since I've taken action, you must get out of the Western Outer Continent. Naturally, your foundation will be completely destroyed. Wu Jiong said coldly. What a vicious heart. Wu Jiong, I won't let you have your way. The saint said coldly. You have no choice. This world no longer belongs to the saints. How dare you be so arrogant? Skyless Hall, looking down on the heavens? Ha! Without the protection of the heavens, you saints are just livestock for us to slaughter. Wu Jiong said coldly. Bastard. The saint was enraged. Rumble. The battle between the two peerless experts became even more ferocious. Wu Tian weave. Deep underground. Ninth, Rat was digging a hole in the ground. Behind him was Dongfang Zhenpai and 3,000 vicious bandits. At this moment, they were no longer as fierce as they were in the past. Or rather, everyone had learned that there was something that could restrain arrogance, and that was shamelessness. Although they were not peerless heroes, they were once the overlords of a region. To be able to be taken care of by the saints, no matter how bad they were still people of status. However, the crowd had seen countless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. It could be said that they were the epitome of shamelessness. No one knew what kind of shameless ideas they would have in the next moment. Therefore, the bandits were all in awe of the two. Everyone, no matter what, were in the same boat. You don't have to look like your mother has died. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a smile. Everyone. After a moment of silence, one of the horse-faced men said in a deep voice, two division heads. Senior Horse King, you're the person that the Saint King is looking for. What do you want? Just say it. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a smile. That Zhen, it's the holy dynasty of Dezhen. Dongfang Zhenpai corrected. Yes, is the Saint King of the holy dynasty of Dezhen similar to you? Horse King asked worriedly. When Horse King said that, everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Dongfang Zhenpai. Yes, Dongfang Zhenpai was already shameless enough to make everyone feel like dying. If the Saint King of Dezhen was the same, everyone could not imagine how dark their future would be. Some even wanted to go back to prison. Similar? How is that possible? How can he be as righteous as me? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately denied. Dongfang Zhengpai praised himself again and belittled Yin Chuan. However, for some reason, everyone sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Horse King sighed. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Dongfang Zhengpai asked. No. Everyone immediately said. Everyone fell silent again. However, they still felt uncomfortable. After all, they used to be the overlords of their respective regions. Now they had to bow down. They were still unwilling. Is the holy dynasty of Dezhun powerful? Horse King asked again. It should be very powerful. Dongfang Zhengpai said. What do you mean by should be? How powerful is the holy dynasty of Dezhun? If we escape today, will Yin Chuan hand us over because of Saint Wu's anger in the future? Horse King asked again. The others were also conflicted. How is that possible? As long as you are recognized by the Saint King will not hand you over. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shook his head. Is that so? But he is a saint. No, he is the first saint. Very few saint kings in the world dare to resist the first saint's oppression. Horse King was still worried. Yes, we are worried that if we submit to the holy dynasty of Dezhun today, the first saint will take us back in the future. Can Yin Chuan withstand the pressure of a saint? Another person shouted. Everyone was feeling uneasy as they walked and discussed among themselves. They were worried about their future. Boom! There was a loud explosion in front of them. Haha, we are out. After taking a big detour, we have finally reached the surface. Everyone follow me out. Ninth, Rat shouted in front of them. Everyone was excited and quickly rushed to the cave entrance. It was a valley. Everyone quickly walked out of the cave. Rumble. In the distance, a loud explosion came from the south. What's going on? The sky is dark in the distance. Are they fighting? Someone actually dares to cause trouble in the first saint's territory. Let me see who it is. 3,000 bandits quickly climbed up the mountain and looked into the distance from the top. Although their cultivation was sealed, their eyesight was still there. They could see the distance at a glance. What did I see? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The disciples of the saints are being slaughtered? That is the eldest disciple of the saint who captured me. Ah, he's being chased by that saber cultivator? What a fierce army. When did such a fierce army appear in the world? They're going to uproot the saint's dojo. Uproot? Who has the guts? While everyone was talking, Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly saw Yin Chuan. Look, there he is. That is the great perfection Sage King. Your future Sage King? Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. As he spoke, everyone turned to look at the sky in the distance. In a strong wind, a man was standing in the sky with a group of people. His long robe was fluttering in the wind. As if he saw some of the disciples of the saints trying to escape, the man waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of soldiers rushed over and killed all the disciples of the saints who were trying to escape. Then, they rushed back into the battlefield. That man was commanding the army to slaughter the disciples of the saints? Everyone was speechless. That is the great perfection Sage King? Ma Wang said in disbelief. Yes, so you don't have to worry. The Sage King will not tremble when he sees the saints, and he will not hand you over. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. Tremble? Tremble? The emperor in front of them wanted to kill the saints. Would he be afraid of the saints? These were the disciples of the first saint. How could he massacre them so brazenly? The bandits immediately became excited. At the very least, such an emperor would not disgrace them. Chapter 1238. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu stood on the mountain with 3,000 bandits, watching Yin Chuan commanding the army to destroy the sage's sect. Ren Shu had a complicated look in his eyes. When Ren Shu joined Dezhun, he was cheated by Dongfang Zhengpai. He did not have a strong sense of belonging to Dezhun because he did not think highly of Dezhun. But how long had it been? Yin Chuan had become so arrogant? This was the base of the first sage. In the distance, Yin Chuan was watching the battlefield. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. Wait here, I'll be right back. Yin Chuan said to Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi and the others nodded. Meow, I want to go too. Meow suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan took a step and instantly arrived at the mountain where Dongfang Zhengpai was. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past, and the group of bandits looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Sage King, you've gone too far this time. What if the sage comes back? Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Yeah, the first sage is not simple. Rinshu said worriedly. Before Yin Chuan could say anything, Miao, who was on his shoulder, interrupted. Miao, what's so great about the sage? We're waiting for him here. Miao said proudly. Rinshu was stunned. Miao, Sage Wu Tian doesn't know his limits. This time, we're going to teach him a lesson. Miao said again. The bandits were speechless. Doesn't know his limits? The bandits seemed to have heard from the sage that the sage had scolded them. Now, the sage was being scolded by someone else. By the way, Sage King, this is the Horse King, a horse. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly pulled out a horse-faced man from the crowd. Horse. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, but he immediately reacted. Horse. A horse with ancestral bloodline? This time, Yin Chuan didn't look at the Horse King. Instead, he looked at Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat. This wasn't the first time. Had the two of them found these special bloodlines in the Sea of People? Greetings, Sage King. The Horse King said respectfully to Yin Chuan. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at the Horse King in confusion. Sage King, these are the friends I made in prison. They have all agreed to join the Great Zhen Holy Court. Dongfang Zhengpai said, Join Great Zhen? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly as he looked at the 3,000 people. These people all had ferocious looks on their faces, and their arrogance soared to the heavens. However, it was as if their cultivation bases had been sealed. Greetings, Holy King, the bandit said respectfully. Yin Chuan looked at everyone, his eyes flashing with an emotional sigh as he said, For everyone to be able to enter my Great Zhen, Yin Chuan is endlessly grateful. Although we were very worried in prison, we have already seen the Sage King's might. We have no more complaints. We are willing to serve the Great Zhen. One of the bandits said, We are willing to serve the Great Zhen. The bandits said respectfully. Good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat and said, The two of you did well. The Great Zhen will remember this merit. Ha! Well said. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Ninth Rat also felt excited. After saying that, Yin Chuan looked at the 3,000 bandits and waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, a sea of blood enveloped everyone. The bandits' expressions changed, thinking that Yin Chuan was going to deal with them. However, in the next moment, as the sea of blood surrounded them, cracking sounds came from their bodies. Bam! 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 One person's seals after another were broken by the sea of blood. Rumble! The 3,000 bandits released a horrifying aura. Ha! I finally recovered. My cultivation has also recovered. Great! Everyone's cultivation recovered, and they looked at Yin Chuan. Thank you, Sage King, the bandits said gratefully. Yin Chuan nodded and said, The Great Zhen Holy Court is located in the outer East Continent, True Dragon Weave. You can go back and deal with your personal matters. Once you are done, immediately head to True Dragon Weave. Everyone was stunned. They were allowed to leave just like that? Sage King, you want us to leave on our own? Aren't you afraid that we will run away? One of the bandits asked in surprise. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. It is my fortune to obtain it, but it is my fate to lose it. The outer West Continent is about to be turned upside down. Those who are trustworthy will not abandon the Great Zhen Holy Court, and the Great Zhen Holy Court does not need those who break their promises. Everyone, please leave, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. After watching for a while, one of the experts said solemnly, The Sage King is magnanimous. Who will not betray him. I will go back to pick up my family and head to the Jinlong territory in the outer East Continent. Don't worry, Sage King. I will definitely return to the Great Zhen Holy Court. I will definitely return to the Great Zhen Holy Court. Suddenly, everyone expressed their stance. Although some of them were just putting on an act, Yin Chuan did not need those who were just putting on an act. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. Only the Horse King stayed behind. I have nothing to worry about, so I will not leave. Sage King, I heard from Rinshu that you are looking for the descendants of our ancestors. Can you restore the glory of our ancestors? The Horse King asked excitedly. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. When you, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Rinshu return a true dragon weave, I will help you. Yes, the Horse King said excitedly. Sage King, are you really going to wait for the return of the first sage? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in surprise. That's right, so leave immediately, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Huh? Why? Dongfang Zhengpai did not understand. Other than the sages, there's also the Phoenix Emperor, and even, you should leave as soon as possible. However, before you leave, help me with one last thing, Yin Chuan said. Oh, Dongfang Zhengpai asked curiously. At this moment, Yin Chuan looked at the chaotic battlefield again. Yin Chuan waved his hand lightly. In the distance, Bai Qi's expression suddenly froze. He turned around and rushed towards the direction of the exploding beasts. There were 4 ancestral immortals surrounding the exploding beast. Nearly 100 heavenly Dao were protecting each other and grinding the exploding beast. Bai Qi suddenly attacked from behind and slashed at one of the ancestral immortals. Boom! That ancestral immortal was caught off guard and staggered. The formation formed by the 4 ancestral immortals was suddenly disrupted. Self-destruct. Boom! Under the huge explosion, one of the ancestral immortals was killed on the spot. The other 3 were not any better and were heavily injured. The exploding beast self-destructed again. After the explosion, the fragments of the exploding beast quickly gathered together in the shattered void. It was about to recover. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and rushed forward. He stretched out his hand, and a bronze coffin flew out from his sleeve. Sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! The sky-burying coffin suddenly released a suction force and sucked the recovered exploding beast into it. Quang! The lid of the coffin closed. Self-destruct. The exploding beast self-destructed again in shock. However, the interior of the coffin was like a starry sky. The explosion would at most destroy a few stars, and it would recover in an instant. I'm trapped. The exploding beast's terrifying eyes showed a trace of anxiety. As for Bai Qi, he waved his hand. Swish! The sky-burying coffin shot toward Yin Chuan and arrived in front of Yin Chuan in an instant. Quang! Yin Chuan grabbed the sky-burying coffin with the exploding beast in his hand. Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Shu, Ma Wang, your mission is to bring this coffin back to the Zhenlong domain. Set off immediately, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. When the exploding beast was trapped in the chaotic battlefield, the 3 of them did not see clearly that the exploding beast was trapped. They only saw a coffin flying toward them amidst the flying sand and rocks. Bring it back. Dongfang Zhengpai was surprised. That's right. Set off immediately. The faster the better, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded with a strange expression. The 3 of them carried the sky-burying coffin and quickly headed toward the east. Yin Chuan watched the 3 of them leave and returned to Mo Yushi's side. Meow? Yin Chuan, why did you ask that fatty to bring it back? The 3 of them don't seem to be very strong. Even that Ma Wang is only a peak ancient immortal. Meow asked curiously. Indeed, the 3 of them are not even as strong as Yin Hentian. But I suddenly realized that Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu have something that many people don't have. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Mo Yushi asked curiously. Fortune. The 2 of them have great fortune. In such a vast sea of people, they can still find the bloodline descendants of the 12 earthly branches. This fortune will allow them to safely return to Dezhun. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Meow, fortune? Meow asked in a strange voice. You took the exploding beast. You also schemed against Wu Jiong? Mo Yushi asked in a strange voice. She can't be the only one who schemed against me. The exploding beast died in the battle. It has nothing to do with me. He. Yin Chuan laughed. Mo Yushi smiled and didn't say anything in the end. The battle below was still a mess. Killing was everywhere. Sand and stones were flying. There were too many battles. Even the disappearance of the exploding beast did not cause much of a commotion. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang. Outside Luoyang, the entire void seemed to be shattered. The battle was getting more and more intense, especially the battle between Wu Jiong and Wu Tian. The two of them rushed into the starry sky. As they fought, many stars were shattered. The battle between the two of them bloomed with billions of rays of light. Wu Tian's robe was in tatters at this moment. Wu Jiong's battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Sage uses the power of heaven and earth. The further you go, the greater the burden on your body. Sage, that's all there is to it. Wu Jiong roared. With a palm strike, a golden light shot towards Wu Tian. Boom! Wu Jiong's right arm, which used the power of heaven and earth, was suddenly distorted. Wu Tian's hair bun was also instantly scattered. He was in a sorry state. No, Wu Tian said in disbelief. Stubborn. This is the result of disobeying me. Wu Jiong attacked wildly again. After another day of fighting, Wu Tian was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. Roar! Wu Tian roared, and the 300 heavenly Daos around him exploded. The heavenly Daos exploded, and a huge impact forced Wu Jiong back more than 100 feet. Wu Tian did not dare to continue fighting. With injuries all over his body, he flew towards his dojo in the southwest direction. Whoosh! Wu Tian fled. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Wu Tian's departure. She did not chase after him. Instead, she looked around. Great Zhou's experts were fighting a group of ancestral immortals. You dare to come here to die? None of you can leave. Wu Jiong snorted. Wu Tian fled in panic. His hair was disheveled in the sky. Many of his bones were shattered. Crack, 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 crack. Heaven Sage Wu continued to repair his bones. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wu Jiong? What a strange Wu Jiong. She didn't even mobilize Great Zhou's power? Cough, cough. Wu Tian said with a hint of fear. Whoosh! Wu Tian's body continued to repair itself as he sped up. As he flew, Wu Tian clenched his fists. Who is it? Who destroyed my dojo? My dojo's merit is getting weaker and weaker. Who is it? What happened to my territory? Heaven Sage Wu was getting more and more anxious, and his speed increased again. Outside the plaza of Wu Tian Hall, the battle was nearing its end. There were still hundreds of saints' disciples struggling bitterly. You demons, you'll be punished by the heavens. The saints' disciples roared. Demons? When you wanted to kill me, you weren't demons anymore. Wu Tian isn't a demon anymore. Yin Chuan said coldly. Kill! Bai Qi roared. Tens of thousands of energy sabers slashed down. The 100 saints' disciples could not stop them. Boom! Along with the skyless palace, everything was instantly shattered. Rumble! The ocean of virtuous clouds in the sky crumbled and dissipated. Although Wu Tian was not dead, all the disciples in the dojo were killed. The dojo was destroyed as well. At this moment, an angry roar came from the sea at the edge of Wu Tian's domain. Roar! Wu Tian turned into a stream of light and rushed into Wu Tian's domain with a furious roar. Wherever he passed, a storm rolled in the void. Soon, Wu Tian arrived at the square of Wu Tian Hall, which was covered in debris. He suddenly stopped. Boom! A strong gust of wind swept across the entire training ground. Countless pieces of debris and corpses were blown into the air. The ground was instantly flattened. The terracotta soldiers, Di Renjia, and the remaining 1,000 ox guards stood behind Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood at the front and stared coldly at Wu Tian, who seemed to be in a sorry state. His disciples and grand disciples are all dead? Wu Tian's heart was filled with monstrous anger. They're all dead. If you want to save them, go to the netherworld and find their souls. Yin Chuan sneered. Yin Chuan. Wu Tian suddenly roared, and a fierce aura rushed toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan snorted coldly with a ferocious expression. With a cold snort, Yin Chuan's aura erupted as well. Just like before, Yin Chuan and the sage's aura collided once again. However, this time around, both of their auras were even more ferocious. Boom! Chapter 1239. Yin Chuan's and Wu Tian's ferocious auras clashed. Boom! Dark clouds suddenly gathered behind Wu Tian, darkening the entire sky. From the dark clouds, one could vaguely see heavenly Tao standing between heaven and earth. There were more than 2,000 heavenly Tao. These were the heavenly Tao of the entire world. Unfortunately, these heavenly Tao were too dim. It was just a trigger, not a control. Only 300 of them were extremely clear. The 300 heavenly Tao stirred up gusts of wind around them, stirring up all the heavenly Tao power in the world. A sage could mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Terrifying power spread out, distorting the void behind Wu Tian, causing a large number of void cracks to appear. The cracks flickered like countless giant snakes, dancing wildly. This was the domain of a sage. Yin Chuan was also prepared. His eyes turned red, and his blood-red hair fluttered. The ground below was a vast sea of blood. Yin Chuan's sea of blood domain. Boom! The sage domain and sea of blood domain clashed once again. Yin Chuan's sea of blood seemed to be suppressed. However, Yin Chuan's aura did not decrease. In Wu Tian's eyes, Yin Chuan's aura was becoming more ferocious. Yin Chuan, I underestimated you. Sea of blood divine power. A third firmament ancestral immortal can actually unleash the power of a seventh firmament ancestral immortal. What a great sea of blood divine power. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant, destroying my sect. None of you can think of leaving here. Heaven Sage Wu said coldly. Yin Chuan revealed a sinister smile. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to establish a heavenly court now. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to slaughter you and establish a heavenly court. Humph. Wu Tian snorted. Are you seriously injured? You can still unleash half of your strength now. Yin Chuan smiled sinisterly. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge coffin appeared in his palm. It was the sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan's eyes were ferocious, without any fear. Just as the two were about to fight, suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the east. Yin Chuan and Wu Tian both paused for a moment as the vast aura swept over them. Boom! In the distance, it was as if a huge fire was coming. The fire covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly occupying a part of the void. The sea of fire, the sea of blood, and the saint's domain each occupied an area, contending against each other. There were a total of 11 figures in the sea of fire. The one leading the group was dressed in red robes. He had a ferocious look on his face, and he wore a golden crown on his head. An incredible aura was being emanated from him. The 10 people behind him were all extraordinary individuals. Their auras were emanating from them, as if they possessed the chi of ancestor immortals. As soon as the 11 of them arrived, they glared at Yin Chuan. Not good. Is it the Phoenix Emperor? Mo Yushi's expression changed. The sage looked over. Phoenix Emperor? You also came? Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. The Phoenix Tharch looked at Yin Chuan and then looked around. He frowned and said, I am here for my son. Wu Tian, you can't even protect my son? The second prince of the Phoenix clan? When he thought of the second prince of the Phoenix clan, the saint was furious. It was because of him that he had been careless and ended up in such a sorry state. The saints did not answer, but the Phoenix Emperor scanned the surroundings. Your training ground was completely destroyed? The Phoenix Emperor narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, the Phoenix Emperor suddenly looked behind Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's army? Yin Chuan? The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned cold. Your son was killed by Yin Chuan. Wu Tian said in a deep voice. It's you again. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were cold. Both of his sons had died at the hands of Yin Chuan. How could the Phoenix Emperor not hate him? Phoenix Emperor? It seems that I have overestimated you. 8th Firmament Ancestor Immortal? Yin Chuan sneered. The The Phoenix Emperor's eyes turned cold. However, Wu Tian was suddenly shocked. "You are not nervous at all. You are only at the third firmament of Ancestor Immortal Realm, and you want to fight the two of us together?" Wu Tian said with a hint of shock. "Come, those who have nothing to do with this, step aside." Yin Chuan waved his hand and said. Bai Qi and the rest were anxious, but they still answered, "Yes." The Phoenix Emperor's face darkened. Looking at Bai Qi and the rest, as well as at Mo Yushi, the Phoenix Emperor sensed the aura of an ancestor immortal from them. Yin Chuan's meaning was obvious. His subordinates should step aside and let Yin Chuan fight the two of them alone. A look of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the Phoenix Empress. However, she did not reject the offer. She already knew about the news of the battle in the Shattered Sun Palace. If not for the intervention of the Western Gate Sage, Yin Chuan would have been able to kill 5 ancestral immortals by himself. Yin Chuan's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. However, Yin Chuan was courting death. "Watch him, Mo Yushi and the rest," the Phoenix Emperor said in a deep voice. "Yes," the 10 subordinates answered. Boom! Behind the Phoenix Emperor, in the world of fire, 100 heavenly Daos suddenly shot into the sky. The 100 heavenly Daos slowly revolved around a heavenly Dao in the center. The heavenly Dao in the center was a fiery, red heavenly Dao. However, this heavenly Dao was different. There seemed to be a phoenix dancing in it. No wonder. So you have comprehended your own great Dao. However, your great Dao is only in its embryonic form. Yin Chuan said coldly. "You know about great Daos too?" The Phoenix Emperor said coldly. "Comprehending a great Dao means that I no longer have to rely on heaven and earth. Because of my own great Dao, I form my own heaven and earth. Although my cultivation is not as good as the sages, I have the potential to be comparable to the sages." No wonder. Yin Chuan said coldly. You're courting death." The sage scolded angrily. The sage was the first to attack. He stretched out his hand and formed a huge white palm print. The palm print was so big that it covered the sky and earth. After the palm print, it even connected to all the heavenly Daos and attacked Yin Chuan with the might of heaven. Wherever the palm print passed, the void collapsed. The terrifying power made Mo Yushi, who was in the distance, panic. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Yin Chuan. At this moment, Yin Chuan revealed a ferocious look. He waved the sky-burying coffin in his hand and was about to attack. Meow, Meow, who was on Yin Chuan's shoulder, suddenly shouted angrily. Meow's fur stood on end. Her eyes were filled with anger as she roared angrily at the huge palm print. With a meow, hundreds of heavenly Daos suddenly appeared in front of Meow. The heavenly Daos rushed towards the huge palm print. Boom! The void shook violently. The palm print collapsed, and the heavenly Daos also collapsed. The sage's palm print was blocked. Meow! Mo Yushi, who was in the distance, screamed in shock. Mo Yushi had experienced how terrifying the sage's palm print was. It was a power that suppressed the soul. How could Meow block it? The harmless Meow was actually so terrifying? Yin Chuan looked at his shoulder and was slightly stunned. Phoenix the Arch and Wu Tian stared at Meow, who was on Yin Chuan's shoulder. They were just thinking that Yin Chuan was too arrogant to bring a pet to a battle. But now, both of their mouths were wide open. This was unrealistic. Meow, Yin Chuan, did you see my power? I'll help you suppress this sage. Meow said excitedly. There's no need. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. But before he could finish, Meow had already jumped out. Whoosh! Meow suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the sage. Spatial superpower? Teleportation? Wu Tian's expression changed. Meow. 499 heavenly Daos appeared behind Meow. In an instant, Meow's aura exploded. Meow's aura was so strong that it could force the sage to a standstill. Impossible. There are only 4 sages in this world. Why do you have the aura of sage on you? The sage said in disbelief. He reached out and hit Meow with his palm. Meow's figure flashed and disappeared again. She reappeared to the south of the sage. Boom! The sage's palm hit empty air. Oomph. The sage snorted. He waved his hand, and the surrounding void distorted again. In an instant, the void in the sage's territory changed shape continuously. A terrifying pressure pressed toward Meow. Under the sage's control, more than 2,000 heavenly Daos released endless power to target Meow. Meow, meow, meow. After a series of meows, Meow's figure kept changing, leaving afterimages of Meow in the surrounding space. Gradually, it seemed like there were hundreds of meows surrounding the sage. Using the power of the heavenly Daos? Meow, I could do it too. Meow suddenly shouted. Rumble. More than 2,000 heavenly Daos suddenly appeared outside of the 2,000 heavenly Daos. However, this was the power of the force of heaven and earth that was activated by Meow. In addition, the sage could only fully control 300 heavenly Daos, but Meow could control 499 heavenly Daos. Meow! Boom! The terrifying force of heaven and earth suppressed the sage. Impossible! How can you be a sage? How can there be a fifth sage? Wu Tian shouted in shock. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at the battle between the sage and Meow. Meow? She has too little combat experience. She can't do anything to Wu Tian. That's good. Wu Tian was injured by Wu Jiong and only has half of his strength. Meow might not be able to hurt Wu Tian, but she won't be in too much danger, Yin Chuan said with a strange tone. Then, Yin Chuan looked at the Phoenix Arch. Phoenix Arch? Let me see how powerful your great Tao is. Yin Chuan sneered, and the sky-burying coffin in his hand suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. Under Yin Chuan's control, it descended from the sky and suppressed the Phoenix Thearcha's Fire Sea world. The Phoenix Thearcha's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand, and a fiery red chain rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Boom! The chain and the coffin collided, and a huge hole appeared in the void where they collided. Yin Chuan didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed towards the Phoenix Arch. Countless stars revolved around his palms. Universe in the palm. Inferno! The Phoenix Arch roared, and millions of fiery red chains flew out and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan and the Phoenix Arch started their battle. Wu Tian weave in a mountainous area near the sea. Gong Yangxian led close to 100 experts from the Gong family and stood on a mountain. A man in white stood in front of him. It was the sage Shimin. Shimin sage, I'll have to trouble you this time. Yin Chuan is lucky and had no choice but to do this. This person might be the calamity of the Gong family. Wherever he goes, the Gong family can only retreat. This time, I'll have to trouble you. The family head has already agreed. As long as Yin Chuan dies, he will agree to your request. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Shimin Sage turned to look at the Wu Tian weave in the distance. The sky was dark in the distance. Although he couldn't see what was going on, he could roughly tell that a huge battle had occurred. As long as Yin Chuan dies? Shimin Sage asked in a low voice. Yes. Gong Yangxian's eyes flashed coldly. Good. Just you wait. Shimin Sage nodded. As he spoke, Shimin Sage shot towards the Wu Tian weave and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Shimin Sage left, the Gong family disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1240. After Shimin Sage left, the disciples of the Gong Yang family heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a ray of light shot over from afar. Gong Yang Ben Lei, how is it? Gong Yang Xian smiled. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly, it's over. Yin Chuan is dead for sure. Oh, the disciples of the Gong Yang family looked at Gong Yang Ben Lei excitedly. As long as they heard bad news about Yin Chuan, it would be good news for them. What's wrong? Gong Yang Xian asked. Old ancestor, did you know? Yin Chuan is extremely daring. He brought an army and destroyed the entire sage sect. Not a single person was left alive. The foundation of the sage was destroyed. His disciples and descendants were all killed. Gong Yang Ben Lei sighed. He is too lawless, Gong Yang Xian said, but his eyes were filled with laughter. That's right. When I was on my way back, I saw Sage Wu Tian coming back in exasperation. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly. What a huge grudge. Sage Wu Tian will definitely fight to the death with him. Someone shouted. Haha, didn't we see Phoenix Emperor rushing over aggressively not long ago? That's right. Yin Chuan killed 2 crown princes of the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Phoenix Emperor also promised us. Yin Chuan is going to fight against Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix Emperor? Gong Yangxian's eyes lit up. No, old ancestor, did you forget about Shiman Sage who promised us? Another person said. Phoenix Emperor is someone who has comprehended the great Tao. His strength is not far from that of Sage. Is this equivalent to Yin Chuan fighting against 3 sages? Gong Yangxian's breathing quickened. If he doesn't die, then it's too unreasonable. Gong Yang Ben Lei said with a smile. Ha ha! Everyone laughed excitedly. No matter what, we still need to be careful. Logically speaking, if Yin Chuan is our karmic calamity, he can restrain us. If we specifically target him, it will be like throwing an egg at a rock. We will also be devoured by Yin Chuan. Gong Yangxian said with a solemn expression. Old ancestor, you worry too much. We are different. We are all borrowing someone else's knife to kill. We did not do it ourselves. Our strength is equivalent to 3 saints. How can it be like striking a stone with an egg? Relax. Yin Chuan is dead for sure. Gong Yang Ben Lei said excitedly. And let's hope so. Be careful. Since you want to stay out of this, then stay out of it completely. Don't get involved in anything that happens in Wu Tian Weave. We don't want to get involved again. Gong Yangxian said solemnly. Old ancestor, you're very considerate. Indeed, we need to stay out of this. Everyone nodded, just as everyone was coming to a consensus. Gong Yangxian suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Someone's coming. Oh, everyone's expression changed. Gong Yangxian stretched out his hand and took out 108 small flags. He then tossed them in all directions. Boom! The surroundings quickly formed a large formation. Under the formation, the mountain that everyone was on disappeared. Everyone disappeared as well. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small lake. This was clearly an illusion formation. It allowed people outside to see an illusion and cover their tracks. Everyone waited for a while. Then, 3 figures flew over from a distance. Dongfang Zhenpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang. Among the 3, Ma Wang was carrying a coffin. Not far away, within the illusion formation, Gong Yang Ben Lei's expression changed. Heaven-burying coffin? It can't be in Chuan's, right? Everyone's expression sank. Don't move. Gong Yangxian shook his head and told everyone not to move. Not far away, the 3 gradually flew over. Ma Wang, open it and see what's in it? Dongfang Zhenpai said. This isn't too good, right? What if the saints find out? Ma Wang said worriedly. It's fine. He didn't say that we can't see it. Furthermore, I am the head of the External Affairs Department. Yin Chuan said that he won't care about me. Don't worry, Dongfang Zhenpai said. That's right. Old Ma, Big Brother said so. What are you afraid of? Just take a look, and after that, immediately close it again. 9th, Rat instigated from the side. Old Ma was still worried. My position is the highest. Listen to me. Just take a look. Who's buried in the coffin? Dongfang Zhenpai immediately shouted. All right. Old Ma sighed. I wanted to see it for a long time. Ren Shu said excitedly. Me too. Dongfang Zhenpai rubbed his hands and laughed. Bang! The heaven-burying coffin was placed on the ground. Within the illusion formation, the group of Gong Yang family disciples were filled with curiosity. Indeed, it's Yin Chuan's heaven-burying coffin. Gong Yang Ben Lei said. Don't move. Let's take a closer look. Gong Yangxian said. Okay. Everyone quietly flew closer to him. Because of the illusion formation, Dongfang Zhenpai and the others did not notice Gong Yangxian and the others. Close to 100 people slowly surrounded the heaven-burying coffin. Dongfang Zhenpai, Ren Shu, and Ma Wang were all focused on the heaven-burying coffin. With excitement, Dongfang Zhenpai gently opened the coffin lid. The moment the coffin lid was opened, Everyone saw an extremely disgusting monster. The inside of the coffin was like a huge void. When a monster saw the exit from the depths of the void, it immediately shot out excitedly. Ha 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 ha. No matter who it is, if you dare to lock me up, you're courting death. An angry roar sounded from within the coffin. Whoosh! The exploding beast instantly flew out. Not good, the exploding beast. Gong Yangshin's face changed. However, this instant was too fast and too close. The exploding beast was filled with boundless anger. The moment it came out, it immediately chose to take revenge. Self-destruct. Boom! The surrounding void exploded. The ground, mountains, and rivers were shattered into countless pieces. The self-destruction of the exploding beast was extremely powerful. In front of the explosion, the illusion formation was simply nothing. The Gongyang family disciples who were close to the explosion were instantly annihilated. No! The Gongyang family disciples shouted in fear. Instantly, almost all of them were annihilated. Under the huge explosion and being so close, they were completely unprepared. Instantly, flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, almost all of them were annihilated. The instant the exploding beast exploded, the burying heaven copper coffin seemed to have sensed something and instantly covered Dong Fang Zhengpai, Rin Shu, and Ma Wang. The three of them were covered by the burying heaven copper coffin and were fine. In the dark burying heaven copper coffin, a voice suddenly sounded. Dong Fang Zhengpai, Rin Shu, Ma Wang, this coffin cannot be opened easily. Sage King's voice. Rin Shu quivered. Careless. Dong Fang Zhengpai immediately acted dumb. In the dark environment, Yin Chuan's voice could no longer be heard. Instead, a huge force spat the three of them out again. Whoosh! When the three of them flew out of the burying heaven copper coffin, the surrounding wind blew and the void shook. The exploding beast exploded into pieces. After taking revenge, it slowly gathered back into a ball and returned to its original form. Huff! The burying heaven copper coffin took advantage of this gap and instantly covered the exploding beast again. Quang! The coffin lid closed. No. The exploding beast's furious roar came from the coffin. However, it was too late. After entering the dark void again, even if it exploded, it would be useless. Quang! The burying heaven copper coffin once again landed in front of Dong Fang Zhengpai and the others. The three of them did not know that there were people around just now and thought that it was just the three of them. I told you not to open it. Ma Wang grumbled. So what if I open it? Ma Wang, carry it on your back. We will continue on our way. Dong Fang Zhengpai acted as if nothing had happened just now. Ma Wang could only carry the burying heaven copper coffin and continue east with the other two. Around them was a pile of ruins. At the edge of a pile of ruins, ancestor immortal Gong Yangxian had one arm and one leg blown off. Beside him was another person who was still alive. It was Gong Yongbin Lei. Gong Yongbin Lei was in an even worse state. Both of his legs were blown off. Both of their injuries were extremely tragic. They were extremely weak. Old ancestor, we are still alive. The others are all dead. Gong Yongbin Lei said bitterly. Gong Yangshin's mind was also in a mess. Calamity, it really is calamity. The group of Gong Yangxian had already hidden far away. However, they were still unable to escape. This calamity was too terrifying. Why was the Gong Yangxian so unlucky? Gong Yangshin's hand trembled. He grabbed a broken leg on the ground and used his magic power to reconnect it. Old ancestor, that leg is mine. Yours is gone. Gong Yongbin Lei wanted to cry, but had no tears. The two of them were extremely weak. They supported each other and sat up. They looked around. Originally, there was a group of experts following them. In front of them, there were only the two of them. Old ancestor, aren't we too pitiful? Gong Yongbin Lei said bitterly. Yin Chuan and Phoenix Thearch's battlefield. Yin Chuan's battle was fierce and domineering. However, in terms of strength, he was still lacking compared to Phoenix Thearch. The sea of blood and the sea of fire collided. The sky-burying coffin's suppressive power was huge, and Phoenix Thearch's endless chains were also extremely fierce. His strength was not as strong as Phoenix Thearch. After every collision, Yinchuan was pushed back more than 100 feet. Phoenix Thearch fought bravely, but Yinchuan fought more fiercely. It was as if he was fighting with all his might. Rumble! The void shattered. This battlefield was already extremely chaotic. However, for a time, no one could do anything to each other. Only Yinchuan was suppressed. The more Phoenix Thearch fought, the more anxious he became. On the other side, Miao was fighting Wu Tian. Although Miao was strong, her combat skills were lacking. For a time, she could only stall Sage. After fighting for a while, Sage Wu Tian found the trick. He turned to look at Phoenix Thearch and Yinchuan in the distance. Yinchuan? He is too strong. He must die. Wu Tian's face was gloomy. Despicable cat, take this. Sage Wu Tian shouted. In the distance, Miao was on standby. Immediately, 499 heavenly Dao appeared. Sage Wu Tian's palm struck, but it suddenly changed direction in midair. It was heading toward Yinchuan's sea of blood. Phoenix Thearch, suppress him. I want to shatter this sea of blood as well. Wu Tian shouted. Meow. Meow screamed. She knew she had been tricked. She furiously clawed at Wu Tian with the power of heaven and earth. However, Wu Tian only stared at the sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, Phoenix Thearch's palm was suppressing Yinchuan. Yinchuan relied on the power of the sea of blood to hold on bitterly. At this moment, Sage Wu Tian shouted. Phoenix Thearch's face lit up. No! Mou, she screamed in the distance. However, Sage Wu Tian's palm was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it struck the sea of blood with the power of heaven and earth. Die! Phoenix Thearch was also excited. Hong! Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix Thearch activated their strongest attack at the same time. Yinchuan's palm print shattered. His entire body was thrown into the sea of blood. The sea of blood exploded. The terrifying power caused everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! Miao's claw landed on Sage Wu Tian's body. Puffed. Sage Wu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, Sage Wu Tian was more concerned about the sea of blood. Under the terrifying power, was Yinchuan completely dead? Miao panicked. Phoenix Thearch, Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, In Hentian, and Di Renja all stared at the sea of blood. Under the palm, the void shattered. More than half of the sea of blood evaporated. The sea of blood that was originally bright red had now turned dark red. On the ground, there was only a pool of blood left. He was flattened? Di Renjia raised his eyebrows. Dead? Phoenix Thearch was also looking forward to it. Yinchuan, Mou, she cried out. Sage Wu Tian stared at the sea of blood. The entire battlefield fell silent. Yinchuan was dead? Was he dead? That was an attack from Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix Thearch. He attacked the sea of blood with all his might. Everyone was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the pool of blood trembled. Boom! The pool of blood let out a series of muffled sounds. A powerful aura was emitted from the pool of blood. He's not dead. Phoenix Thearch's expression changed. At this moment, the pool of blood suddenly exploded in all directions. Boom! As though there was a huge explosion in the void, the sea of blood that had disappeared reappeared. At this moment, the sea of blood seemed to have doubled in size. In the center of the sea of blood, a blood region suddenly rose. As it rose, it lifted up a man in a blood-red robe. The man's long hair danced in the wind. He revealed an excited and sinister smile. Like a peerless demon, he stood arrogantly at the peak of the sea of blood. Yinchuan, he's really not dead? Phoenix Thearch's face was filled with shock. Meow. Meow revealed an excited expression. In the distance, Mo Yushi stopped crying. She smiled happily. Long live the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. In Hentian and the rest shouted excitedly. Sage Wu Tian was the only one who seemed to be frozen in midair. He vomited blood after being hit by Miao. His hand that was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth suddenly froze. "Fourth heaven ancestor immortal?" Sage Wu Tian suddenly exclaimed. He was still at the third heaven ancestor immortal realm just now. Not only is he not injured, he even broke through? Fourth heaven ancestor immortal realm? Sage Wu Tian pointed at Yin Chuan and shouted in disbelief. "What?" Phoenix the Arch was shocked. "He's stronger. Yin Chuan is stronger." Sage Wu Tian exclaimed. He thought that he could easily kill Yin Chuan. However, not only did he fail to kill Yin Chuan with the help of Phoenix the Arch, he even broke through. The miraculous use of the Sea of Blood was the fourth form of the super mystique, absorbing the power of the attack. The full-powered attack of Sage Wu Tian and Phoenix the Arch earlier was extremely powerful. Yin Chuan naturally used it to break through. However, it might not be enough for him to break through again. After all, he had already reached his limit. With a sinister expression, Yin Chuan laughed and charged at Phoenix the Arch again. Chapter 1241. The fourth stage ancestral immortal Yin Chuan charged straight at the Phoenix Emperor. "Meow. You scoundrel sage. How dare you lie to me? My claws." Meow was instantly enraged. Boom! Boom! Two cat claws carrying the power of heaven and earth tore through the void towards Sage Wu Tian. Wu Tian was already injured. In order to get rid of Yin Chuan, he even took a claw from Meow. The power of that claw made Wu Tian even more injured. Meow was even more furious at this moment, and her attacks were even more powerful. Wu Tian felt miserable. Damn cat scram. Boom. The sage and Meow fought again. The original battle resumed. Yin Chuan's strength had increased tremendously. At this moment, in terms of strength, he was not much weaker than the Phoenix Emperor. However, the Phoenix Emperor had the Great Tao, and the power of the Great Tao still had the upper hand. At this moment, however, Yin Chuan was no longer suppressed. Rumble. The battle between the four experts shook the void, and strong winds blew. For a moment, the battle was evenly matched. Mo Yushi, In Hentian, Ming Yi, Bai Qi, and the others all looked worried. The 10 experts of the Phoenix clan also looked anxious. At this moment, some experts gradually appeared in the surroundings. The experts in the surroundings watched from afar, and their eyes were filled with shock. A battle between sages? And the Phoenix Emperor and Yin Chuan? Countless cultivators looked at the battlefield in shock. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The Shaman Sage. The Shaman Sage stood extremely high in the sky. Unless one looked carefully, the cultivators below would not notice him at all. The Shaman Sage had been here for a while. He was invited by Gong Yangxian to kill Yin Chuan. He stood in the void and watched the battle between Sage Wu Tian and Meow. What a strange cat. Wu Tian is the strongest among the four of us. This cat can also mobilize the power of heaven and earth? The Shaman Sage said in a deep voice. Why can it? Yin Chuan's pet? I think it's called Meow. The Shaman Sage analyzed. You actually know spatial divine ability? Spatial divine ability? It had been a long time since someone had used it. It's been a long, long time. Last time? That's not right. The Western Gate Sage was shocked. A pair of saints' eyes were suddenly exposed. A look of shock flashed across the Shaman Sage's eyes. Freely manipulating the power of heaven and earth. Other than the saints, there's another person. That person is heaven. That dead heaven? The Western Gate Saint clenched his fists tightly as shock flashed across his eyes. Heaven is mysterious. Isn't heaven dead? The mysteries of the heavens? It seemed like she was most proficient in spatial divine arts. Mystical? Meow? Meow meow? Hiss! The Shaman Sage suddenly sucked in a cold breath. The Shaman Sage suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. There was a great shock growing in his heart. Meow? Was he the mysterious reincarnation of the heavens? Impossible. Xuan Miao had already died back then. I was there when he was placed in a heaven-burying copper coffin. But in the end, his corpse disappeared. Disappeared? The heaven-burying copper coffin? The Shaman Sage was even more shocked. For a moment, the Shaman sage was silent. After being shocked for a while, he seemed to be trying to muster up his courage. It doesn't matter if he is the reincarnation of heaven or not. No, even if he is, so what? Xuan Miao can only be considered as an expert of the fourth epoch, the weakest epoch. So what if he is heaven? The most important thing is still my own strength. Only with Yin Chuan's death would I be able to obtain the item from the Ganyang clan. I have to take another step forward. Only by becoming stronger would I be able to become the next firmament. The Shaman sage's expression turned heavy. Heaven is already dead. Even if Miao is the reincarnation of Xuan Miao, she is no longer heaven. As long as Yin Chuan dies, the Shaman sage clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Heaven Wu Sage and Emperor Phoenix attacked Yin Chuan at the same time. Boom! Even though they were far away in the void, they could still feel the vastness of that attack. Yin Chuan is dead? The Shaman sage was surprised. Dead? You actually made Emperor Phoenix and Heaven Wu Sage attack at the same time. You didn't die in vain. No, you didn't die. The Shaman sage was shocked. His cultivation actually broke through a level. How can this be? How can Yin Chuan be so monstrous? The Shaman sage was shocked. The Shaman sage looked at Miao and then at Yin Chuan. He was shocked. The scene in front of him had already exceeded his expectations. Join the battle? Or not? Looking at Yin Chuan, the Shaman sage was bewildered. Should he help Emperor Phoenix? If he went down, Yin Chuan would definitely die, right? As he thought about it, a trace of killing intent appeared in the Shaman sage's eyes. Suddenly, the Shaman sage's hair stood on end. The feeling of being stared at by death instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This is? The Shaman sage narrowed his eyes. This was not an illusion. At his current level, there was no such thing as an illusion. Someone is lying in ambush. The Shaman sage quickly looked around. However, he was high up in the sky. There was nothing around him. How could anyone hide? The Shaman sage suddenly raised his head and looked up. He looked up into the starry sky. The starry sky was not a flat surface. It occupied a large three-dimensional space. The closest to the ground was the shallow star layer. The stars here were very small. They were also very weak. Sometimes, there would be meteorites falling from the shallow star layer. Deeper in, there were some large stars such as Crepe Myrtle, Big Dipper, and so on. In the shallow star layer, not far away from the Shaman sage. At this moment, a figure was standing on a star that wasn't too big. The figure stood on the round star and was extremely hidden. At this moment, he was staring coldly at the Shaman sage. His eyes were filled with a domineering threat. Yin Chuan? The Shaman sage exclaimed. The figure that was giving him a threatening look was actually Yin Chuan. He was wearing a black dragon robe and had a cold expression. He was standing calmly on the star. The Shaman sage could not help but look down. Below, there was another Yin Chuan. He was fighting against Emperor Feng with the Blood Sea. Two Yin Chuan? One above and one below? No, the Yin Chuan below was fighting and breaking through, while the Yin Chuan above was hiding in the dark, in case something unexpected happened. At the same time, he could sneak up on all the experts. Zombie Yin Chuan from the Netherworld? The Shaman sage suddenly remembered. The Shaman sage had paid attention to the news from the Netherworld. He knew that there was another Yin Chuan in the Netherworld. Yin Chuan's avatar? For some reason, the Shaman sage felt that the zombie Yin Chuan was more threatening to him. However, everything was not over yet. The Shaman sage soon saw a black-robed figure on another star. No, it was the zombie Yin Chuan. There were thousands of small stars around him. On each star, there was a black-robed figure. They were all wearing loose black robes. The battle below caused the space to tremble a little, causing a slight breeze to blow past. The clothes of the thousands of black-robed experts swayed slightly. Their faces were covered by black robes, making it impossible to see them clearly. However, the thousands of calm figures gave the Shaman sage even more pressure. The zombie Yin Chuan was standing in the sky with thousands of black-robed experts. The Shaman sage was sure that if he had sneak attacked the Yin Chuan below, the zombie Yin Chuan and the group of black-robed experts would have sneak attacked him from behind. Looking at the zombie Yin Chuan, the shaman sage could see that he was only at the second heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. However, this cultivation level made it difficult for the shaman sage to take a step forward. Mysterious? Yin Chuan? Zombie Yin Chuan? Thousands of black-robed experts? The determination in the shaman sage's eyes gradually disappeared. What others did not know was that the shaman sage actually revealed a bitter smile. On the star, the zombie Yin Chuan said coldly, "Shaman sage, this is not something you can get involved in. Go back to where you came from. Don't provoke me." If it was in the past, the shaman sage would definitely think that the zombie Yin Chuan was arrogant. However, the Yin Chuan below had already shown his ferocious side. There was an even more unfathomable Yin Chuan in front of him. The shaman sage said in a deep voice, "Yin Di, what a good plan." The shaman sage became polite. "It's best that you don't interfere. Also, leave immediately." The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "Clear the area?" The shaman sage's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. He had already hinted that he would not participate. Why was the zombie still forcing him? "Leave Wu Tian Weave immediately. Otherwise, your life will be in danger if I'm willing to wait." The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, "What? Are you threatening me?" The shaman sage said coldly, "Your life is not in danger from me." The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice again, "Not in danger from the zombie Yin Chuan?" The shaman sage's pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, the shaman sage felt that this muddy water was really too muddy. It was so murky that he couldn't see it clearly even though he was in it. There was still danger? The shaman sage stared at the zombie Yin Chuan. He saw a sense of indifference in the zombie Yin Chuan's eyes. He then looked at the thousands of black-robed guests around him. The shaman sage took a deep breath and finally nodded. The shaman sage turned around and stepped back, instantly disappearing without a trace. The zombie Yin Chuan watched the shaman sage leave. After a while, he once again looked at the battlefield below. The shaman sage returned the way he came, his heart filled with unwillingness. However, he had to give up on this muddy water. He had to go back and give the Ganyang family an explanation. Soon, the shaman sage returned to the place where he had talked with Ganyang Xian not long ago. Why is it in ruins? The shaman sage's expression suddenly changed. He looked around and found many corpse fragments in the blink of an eye. Ganyang Xian and the others were also killed. The shaman sage was more and more shocked. The trace of unwillingness he felt earlier immediately dissipated. The water in Wu Tian Weave was indeed muddy to a terrifying extent. Ganyang Xian and the others were hiding so far away, but they were still killed? Whoosh! With a hint of nervousness, the shaman sage quickly flew out of Wu Tian Weave. He flew above the sea and stood on an island before stopping. He looked at the Wu Tian Weave with a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Although he could not participate, the shaman sage still wanted to see the final result. Chapter 1242. Screech. Phoenix the Arch transformed into a 50,000 feet tall phoenix. As she spread her wings, a sea of fire covered the sky. In the sea of fire, countless small phoenixes formed from fire energy flew around. The small phoenix charged at the blood god. The fire wanted to evaporate the sea of blood, but the sea of blood was endless. Behind Phoenix the Arch, 100 heavenly Tao continuously transmitted power to the fiery red Great Tao. For a moment, the Great Path shot out millions of fiery red chains, sweeping towards Yin Chuan. Clang! The sky-burying coffin knocked back the chains again and again. The two experts were locked in a fierce battle. Yin Chuan's strength had increased exponentially. At that moment, Phoenix the Arch had used all her strength, but she still couldn't do anything to Yin Chuan. Her eyes became more and more anxious. "Sage, help me one more time." The Phoenix Emperor cried out. In the distance, Sage was seriously injured, but Miao was becoming more and more skilled at fighting. Sage was also in a sorry state. If I wasn't seriously injured by Wu Jiong, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Sage roared. Meow. Meow ignored him. Her cat claws seemed to have gone crazy as she quickly sent out claw strikes with the power of heaven and earth. Sage hesitated when he heard Phoenix Thearka's voice. Sage, we'll decide the winner in one go. The heavenly Tao I can use is limited. If you inject the power of heaven and earth into my great Tao can instantly crush the sea of blood. Phoenix Thart shouted as she fought. Sage hesitated for a moment before saying firmly, All right, whoosh. Sage's figure quickly shot towards Phoenix Tharch. Where do you think you're going? Meow. Meow instantly teleported closer. Power of heaven and earth, follow my command. Sage waved his hand, and more than 2,000 heavenly Tao power surged into Phoenix Thearka's great Tao. Suddenly, a huge white roulette appeared on his back. The wheel spun and blocked Meow. Wu Tian's intrinsic treasure, the skyless wheel. Di Renjia raised his brows. Meow, rumble. Meow's powerful strength collided with the skyless wheel. Puffed. The sage spat out another mouthful of blood as his body trembled violently. Cracks even appeared on the heavenless wheel. However, the sage would rather be injured than let go of the opportunity to kill Yin Chuan. Roar. As the sage roared, endless power of heaven and earth surged into the Phoenix Emperor's great Tao. The great path of the Phoenix Emperor instantly turned red. The entire world was dyed red by the light of the great path. It was as if the world had turned into a giant furnace. Boom! The great path instantly shot out billions of chains. There were so many chains that they covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, they surrounded the Blood Sea and bound the entire Blood Sea. Yin Chuan, who was in the center, was instantly entangled. Everything in the Blood Sea was wrapped up. For a moment, Yin Chuan was unable to move. In the blink of an eye, he was about to be strangled to death by the endless chains. Stop! In the distance, Mo Yushi and the others revealed extremely anxious expressions. The Phoenix Emperor even brought the great Tao closer to the bound Yin Chuan. Haha, Yin Chuan, you are really difficult to kill. However, you still fell into my hands. Die. Inferno chains. The Phoenix Emperor sneered. You don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Yin Chuan was bound and could not move. However, he sneered. The Phoenix Emperor raised his eyebrows. In the distance, the sage's expression suddenly changed. Meow. Meow saw that Yin Chuan was in danger and attacked the skyless wheel even more violently. Self-destruct. Yin Chuan stared. Self-destruct? The Phoenix Emperor did not react in time. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan's body suddenly expanded. Along with the entire Blood Sea, it suddenly expanded. Yin Chuan self-destructed along with the Blood Sea. At the moment of the explosion, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes widened. He roared, No, how can you be so unyielding? The Phoenix Emperor thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Yin Chuan to self-destruct. Even if he did not want to live, he cannot do this. If he was killed, he could reincarnate. However, the self-destruct in front of him was self-destructing along with his godly soul. Was it completely blown up? Why did he choose to self-destruct? In the sky, Meow pounced with its claws and destroyed the skyless wheel. Puffed. The sage staggered. His face was pale as he vomited blood again. However, Meow and the sage stopped fighting. Instead, they looked at the center of the explosion in shock. Yin Chuan self-destructed? Meow. Meow roared in horror. The sage continued to vomit blood, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Why did Yin Chuan, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, choose such a heroic method? Self-destruct? Yin Chuan. In the distance, Mo Yushi cried and wanted to pounce over. Sage King, Inhen Tian, Bai Qi, and Meng Yi shouted in horror. Only Di Renjia was shocked. How could this be? Self-destruct? Why did Yin Chuan self-destruct? Yin Chuan self-destructed along with the Blood Sea. The power was extremely powerful and terrifying. The countless chains that surrounded the blood sea broke into millions of pieces. The Phoenix the Arch, who was closest to the explosion, was the first to bear the brunt. The Phoenix the Arch screamed in agony. Countless phoenix feathers exploded all over his body. The Phoenix the Arch was severely injured and flew backward. The Phoenix Thearcha's great Tao shook violently. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and entered the Phoenix Thearcha's body. A huge black hole appeared in the void. In the black hole, countless energies were destroyed. Also, there were billions of pieces of Yin Chuan. Bam! The Phoenix the Arch fell to the ground. His body was char-black. He was also vomiting blood from the explosion. Puffed, puffed. Yin Chuan self-destructed? Bastard. That's good. Although I am injured and cannot move, Yin Chuan is still dead. This demon. If he was still alive, would it be a disaster for the Phoenix race? Puffed. He is still dead. Ha ha ha. The Phoenix the Arch said excitedly as he vomited blood. However, while everyone was exclaiming, Yin Chuan's pieces in the black hole did not disappear. Instead, they started moving. They quickly gathered in one place and gradually became one. What? Puffed. The Phoenix the Arch said in shock as he vomited blood. Puffed. The sage was also vomiting blood at this moment. His eyes were wide open. He saw that Yin Chuan's pieces of flesh were emitting white halos. The halos flashed, and the pieces of flesh fused into one. Gradually, a human figure was formed. Whoosh! The pieces of flesh returned to their original state and returned to Yin Chuan's appearance. The black hole gradually shrank until it disappeared. At that place, Yin Chuan twisted his neck as if he was stretching his muscles. Yin Chuan, the sage shouted in shock. Yin Chuan returned to his original state? Did he self-destruct and return to his original state? No! Phoenix Emperor roared, his eyes filled with despair. Meow! Meow shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Mou, she rushed forward. You are fine. You are fine. Mou, she hugged Yin Chuan and cried. Long live the Sage King. The great Zhou dynasty's officials cheered. Di Renjia opened his mouth in shock. After a while, he reacted. This is the explosive beast's ability? Unlimited self-destruction and unlimited restoration? Yin Chuan actually refined the explosive beast's ability? The explosive beast's ability can be refined? Di Renjia exclaimed. In the distance, the surrounding cultivators who were secretly watching were already stunned. How could he be fine after self-destruction? This Yin Chuan was too monstrous. Go! The severely injured Phoenix the Arch roared. The 10 Phoenix Thearchs quickly escaped. Trying to leave? Yin Chuan sneered. He let go of Mou, she, and stepped forward. Instantly, he appeared in front of the severely injured Phoenix the Arch. Boom! His palm landed on the Phoenix Thearcha's head. In the sky, the sage vomited blood and panicked. Yin Chuan's hidden means were too terrifying. The sage was sure that if he stayed, he would definitely die. Roar! The sage reached out his hand. Boom! The surrounding Yin Qi suddenly surged. Where are you going? Meow shouted angrily. The sage instantly rushed towards the ground. The ground became transparent again. Boom! The sage hurriedly entered the underworld. Meow trying to escape. Meow rushed over anxiously. Meow! Yin Chuan shouted from afar. Meow paused. Don't chase, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow was slightly stunned. With a hint of unwillingness, he snorted. Oomph. Meow turned and flew towards Yin Chuan. Meow, why aren't you chasing? Meow was puzzled. The Western continent is a netherworld separated by yin and yang. The Western continent is also a heavenly court and is even more powerful than the Great Zhou dynasty. If you go, you might be in danger, Yin Chuan said. However, he was more concerned about the Phoenix Arch. The rolling sea of blood wrapped around the Phoenix Arch. It immediately restrained the severely injured Phoenix Arch. Puffed. Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do? The Phoenix Arch asked anxiously. Oomph. Yin Chuan snorted. Yin Di Renjia suddenly shouted from afar. He instantly appeared in front of Yin Di. Yin Di, please hand the Phoenix Arch over to the Great Zhou dynasty. The Heavenly Emperor will train the Phoenix the Arch and take charge of the Phoenix clan. Then, Princess Yushi's karma with the Great Zhou dynasty will be completely cut off by you. She will no longer be related to the Great Zhou dynasty. Di Renjia said excitedly. What? Wu Jiong plotted against me? Just to enslave me? To control the Phoenix clan? The Phoenix the Arch exclaimed. Di Renjia looked on coldly. The 10 phoenixes in the distance wanted to come over. However, the Phoenix the Arch immediately shouted, Quickly go back and inform the Phoenix clan that I will pass the title of Crown Prince to them. Phoenix the Arch, the Phoenix clan members exclaimed. Quickly, the Phoenix the Arch roared. Thank you, Yindi, Di Renjia said excitedly. However, Yin Chuan said coldly. Help? Who said I'm helping you? Hand the Phoenix the Arch over to you? Are you joking? Huh? Di Renjia was stunned. The Phoenix Emperor wants to kill me. I will not rest until he is dead. I want him dead. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with malevolence. Indeed you can't, Di Renjia exclaimed. Huh? Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. No one can save the person I want to kill. Do you want to be my enemy? Yin Chuan said coldly. Di Renjia suddenly realized something. At this moment, Bai Qi, Ming Yi, and the other terracotta soldiers were all looking at Di Renjia and the small number of 1,000 bull guards with cold expressions. As long as Yin Chuan gave the order, they would all be killed. No, Yin Chuan, you can't kill me. The Phoenix the Arch exclaimed. You have a reason to die. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and stabbed the huge Phoenix the Arch's back. Boom! A huge claw tore through the Phoenix the Arch's body and grabbed the Phoenix the Arch's spine. He exerted force. Boom! The Phoenix the Arch's spine was suddenly pulled out. It was a fiery red spine. On the spine, there seemed to be a reflection of a phoenix. Great Tao. The Phoenix the Arch's great Tao. Miao widened her eyes. Yin Chuan waved his hand. The sky-burying coffin suddenly flew over. He opened the coffin and placed the huge spine inside. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, zombie Yin Chuan also took out a sky-burying coffin and took out the Phoenix the Arch's spine. The black-robed men looked over. Zombie Yin Chuan ignored them and stared at the Phoenix the Arch's spine. A great Tao that has just taken shape? Hee, it is indeed the best tonic for me. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly opened his mouth and revealed 2 blood-red fangs. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Phoenix the Arch's spine in an instant. Boom! A sea of fire suddenly appeared around Zombie Yin Chuan. The sea of fire was so intense that it instantly melted the planet under his feet. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! As he roared, Zombie Yin Chuan's body suddenly trembled. He waved his hand, and the surrounding flames were instantly extinguished. The fangs disappeared and slowly returned to normal. Third firmament, ancestral immortal. This great Tao is barely passable. Zombie Yin Chuan said indifferently. He continued looking down. Below, the Phoenix the Arch's spine was extracted. Her entire body immediately went limp. No, the Phoenix the Arch roared. Phoenix the Arch. The 10 Phoenix experts in the distance exclaimed. Quick, let's go back and let the Crown Prince ascend the throne. Quick! This is an order. The Phoenix the Arch roared in grief. Before coming, how could the Phoenix the Arch have imagined that she would have such a tragic day? The great Tao that she had painstakingly comprehended was taken away? Yes, the 10 Phoenix experts in the distance fled in panic. Quick, don't let them escape, Di Renjia exclaimed. Miao. Miao was still angry and wanted to give chase. Yin Chuan looked into the distance and sneered. There's no need to chase. Di Renjia's expression froze, and he could only reveal a hint of bitterness. Wu Jiong schemed against Yin Chuan, and Yin Chuan was also scheming against Wu Jiong. Letting these 10 Phoenix experts go would be causing trouble for the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. He looked at the Phoenix the Arch below him. Yin Chuan reached out and grabbed, and the sea of blood enveloped her. Boom! The sea of blood squeezed and crushed her in the blink of an eye. Bam! The sea of blood dispersed, and the Phoenix Thearch's flesh instantly scattered on the ground. However, the Phoenix Thearch did not have Yin Chuan's ability to recover. Mighty Emperor Yin. Renja had no choice but to lower his head in praise. As for Yin Chuan, he looked at the teary-eyed She and gently wiped her tears. It's all right now. Yin Chuan smiled gently. She nodded. While Yin Chuan was comforting She, far away in the north, endless golden light shone over. From afar, one could feel a huge aura surging over, as if a magnificent army was sweeping over. Celestial Arch? The Celestial Arch is here. Renja's eyes suddenly lit up. The group of 1,000 bull guards also said excitedly, "It's the great Zhou army. It's the Celestial Arch." Renja did not hesitate, and quickly led the group of 1,000 bull guards to welcome him. Yin Chuan's eyes focused as he looked to the north. Wu Jiong. He came at the right time. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked into the distance warily. Chapter 1243. At the Wuqian Hall, a large number of soldiers lined up. They were clearly divided into two sides. One side was led by Yin Chuan, and behind him were 100,000 terracotta soldiers. Shi, Yin Hentian, Bai Qi, and Meng Yi stood at the side. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked at the army opposite them with Yin Chuan. Above the clouds, the leader was dressed in a golden dragon robe. His face was majestic and his eyes were cold. He was the great Zhou Heavenly Emperor, Wu Jiong. Behind Wu Jiong stood Renja, Shangwan Wan Princess Taiping, and other important officials of the Great Zhou dynasty. There were also 300,000 soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong looked at each other coldly. Both sides were on their guard. In an instant, the scene became extremely silent. In the distance, the experts who had witnessed Yin Chuan's power held their breaths again. Two emperors fighting? Wu Jiong looked at Yin Chuan and took a deep breath. In the past, I have heard of the first emperor's name. He swept across the world and united the warring states, period. It is a pity that I could not be like him. Oh, it is a pity. Wu family of the Great Zhou dynasty. As a woman, you have turned the world around. You are not bad, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled faintly and turned to look at She who was beside Yin Chuan. She, why are you not bowing to me? Wu Jiong said faintly. She's pupils constricted. On the opposite side, Princess Taiping revealed a cold smile. She's eyes changed, and she finally made up her mind. The Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, She, greets the Great Zhou Heavenly Emperor. She said calmly. How dare you? Princess Taiping glared. She, you are the mother of the Empress. She has raised you for many years. You want to cut off your past? Dream on. Princess Taiping sneered. Wu Jiong did not say anything and just watched quietly. Yin Chuan also looked on coldly. She looked at Princess Taiping and sneered. Princess Taiping, there's nothing in the Great Zhou dynasty that's worth my stay. My husband has already rewarded me generously enough. The West Outer Continent is bright, and the Phoenix race is weakened. From today onwards, I am no longer the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. There is no Princess Yushi in this world. I am only the empress of the Great Zhun dynasty. Impudent. Princess Taiping glared. She smiled coldly and said, Princess Taiping, I am already free. What about you? Perhaps it will never be possible. You. Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with anger. Taiping. Wu Jiong suddenly waved his sleeve and stopped Princess Taiping from continuing to speak. Wu Jiong looked at Shi, a trace of seriousness flashing across his eyes. On the other hand, Shi's eyes were filled with determination. Since birth, Shi was not favored by Wu Jiong. Until now, Wu Jiong had even used her as a political tool. Shi did not have any feelings for Wu Jiong. It was only because of their bloodline that Shi felt a little guilty. However, Yin Chuan had already sacrificed too much for this, and that trace of guilt was completely gone. Yushi, your wings have hardened, Wu Jiong said indifferently. Then, without waiting for Mo Yushi to reply, he looked at Yin Chuan. Suddenly, a trace of fighting spirit shot out from Wu Jiong's eyes. Emperor Yin, between emperors, there's no need to talk about fighting. Shall we test each other's intentions? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As you wish. Then, Wu Jiong and Yin Chuan each took a step forward. The two emperors looked at each other. Boom! As the two of them stood in the center, the void suddenly shook violently. Both of them had a ferocious look on their faces as two peerless, ferocious intents shot out. A clash of consciousnesses? The impact of entering the spiritual world? In Hentian raised his eyebrows. Spiritual world? Bai Qi sneered. He had absolute confidence in Yin Chuan's willpower. How could Wu Jiong compare to the foundation of his previous life? Rumble. The clash of consciousnesses between the two emperors immediately messed up the space. Gusts of wind blew in all directions. In the distance, the spectating cultivators were stunned. What are they doing? The two of them are just standing there, and they're causing the space to shake? What do you know? This is a clash of consciousnesses. The two emperors are using their strong emperor willpower to create a pure spiritual world in their center. The two emperors are fighting fiercely in the spiritual world. Gasps could be heard everywhere. The two armies were on full alert. However, without the two emperors' orders, no one dared to interfere. 2 hours later, Yin Chuan's face became more and more ferocious. Wu Jiong's face was the same. However, Wu Jiong frowned slightly, as if he had encountered something bad. Buzz. At this moment, a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in Wu Jiong's hand. The golden ball of light suddenly enveloped Wu Jiong. Boom! The space between the two martial emperors exploded with a loud bang, causing the space to rumble violently. The two emperors instantly stopped the clash of consciousnesses. Yin Di, you are indeed the first emperor. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan looked at the golden ball in Wu Jiong's hand, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Wu Jiong flipped his hand and hid the golden ball. The aura of Earth? That golden ball can also connect to Earth? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Earth? Wu Jiong was puzzled. It's where you came from. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. Looking at Wu Jiong, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, in the vast thousand realms, as long as the crickets are not destroyed, Hong Jun will not die. The crickets in the vast thousand realms are all dead. It seems that there are still crickets on Earth. Haha, Hong Jun, you have indeed deceived the whole world. There is still a treasure that connects to Earth. Perhaps even he has not discovered it. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes and said telepathically, You know my master? Yin Chuan smiled and did not say anything else. Return to the court. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Bai Qi waved his hand. Roar! 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 In the distance, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew quickly. During this period of time, the four dragons had witnessed Yin Chuan's absolute ferocity. At this moment, they were even more respectful of Yin Chuan. There was also an absolute sense of worship in their eyes. Emperor Phoenix Slayer, Sage Retreat, and he was still carefree in front of the Celestial Arch. Yin Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage. Oh no, Yin Chuan is about to escape. Mother Empress, Princess Tai Ping said anxiously. Shut up, Wu Jiong said. Yes. Princess Tai Ping said with a stiff expression. Wu Jiong stood at the very front. As she looked at the distant Yin Chuan, her eyes remained grave. In the distance on the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked at Wu Jiong and said, Wu Jiong, send my greetings to Hong Jun. We will fight again in the future. Let's go, Bai Qi shouted. The four dragons roared and flew to the east. The army followed closely behind. Although many of the great Zhou dynasty soldiers were eager to fight, Wu Jiong stood quietly in the air. With a flip of her hand, the small golden ball appeared in her palm again. As she looked at the small ball, disgust flashed in her eyes. Then, she put away the small ball and looked up at the starry heavens. Above the starry heavens, Zombie Yin Chuan led the group of black-robed men and looked down. Zombie Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Then, Zombie Yin Chuan turned around and led all the black-robed men east. Yin Chuan's group headed east in a grandiose manner. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Wu Jiong watched as Yin Chuan's group left, her expression sullen. Heavenly Emperor, is Yin Chuan's mental world strong? Shang Wanwaner asked through voice projection. Before I could figure out Yin Chuan's strength, Master interrupted me, Wu Jiong said sullenly. Oh, Shang Wanwaner did not dare to ask further. Chapter 1244. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. In a vast inland sea. Boom. Endless seawater soared into the sky, and millions of ghosts roamed the world. Countless ghost generals and ghost kings flew around, and the chains of dark prison shot straight into the sea. Above the sea, countless experts were fighting. The entire sea had been blasted dry. Roar. No. Heaven Sage Wu Tian's roar came from the depths of the dried sea. His voice was filled with unwillingness. The dried sea was surrounded by the heavenly Tao, but at this moment, the sage could not borrow its power. The army of thousands of men and horses trapped him within. At the very center, thin chains pierced through every part of Heaven Sage Wu's body, piercing through his flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Sage Wu Tian could not move except for his head. His hair was disheveled, and Heaven Sage Wu Tian was in a much worse state than when he was in the Yang realm. The first sage? At this moment, the first sage was just a prisoner, chained and chained. It was a tragic sight. The army and countless ghost kings looked at the sage coldly. There was no respect for the sage, only a soaring battle intent. The sage was imprisoned in front of the sage. At this moment, a man in a black and red dragon robe stood quietly in the void. The man wore a flat imperial crown, and his face was thin. His eyes were filled with boundless arrogance. The most special thing about him was that there was a gap between his eyebrows. It would occasionally open, revealing an extremely demonic third eye. Behind the man stood a group of officials, looking at the man with great respect. Heaven Sage Wu Tian looked at the emperor with grief and indignation. Heavenly Emperor de Xing, Ming Tianhan. Heaven Sage Wu Tian roared with grief and indignation. West Outer Continent, Heavenly Emperor de Xing, Ming Tianhan. Take Heaven Sage Wu Tian to the heavenly prison. Ming Tianhan said calmly. Yes. The ghost generals answered loudly. No. Heaven Sage Wu Tian roared in grief. However, the army of de Xing was too fierce. Heaven Sage Wu Tian could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Sage Wu Tian became a prisoner of the Heavenly Emperor de Xing. Yang Realm, West Outer Continent. Yin Chuan had left, and Wu Jiong had also returned. The Western Gate Sage also found out everything that had happened in the Wu Tian Wei from a cultivator. Great Jun, another force has risen in this world. Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Ice Demon Dominion. Yin Chuan brought Mou Shi to the battlefield where their son had left. Looking in front of her, Mou Shi's eyes started to tear up again. Yin Chuan gently wiped Mou Shi's face. Don't worry, my son will definitely come back. Yin Chuan said softly. Yes. In Yin Chuan's arms, Mou Shi cried for a while before finally calming down. Meng Yi, Terracotta Army, quickly return to Xianyang and guard the city. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Meng Yi replied. Also, all of you have just entered Great Jun. Follow Meng Yi back to Xianyang. Yin Chuan said to the group of people who had just been summoned. Yes, the group of cultivators responded. The army quickly left. In the blink of an eye, only Yin Chuan and Mou Shi remained on the dragon chariot. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside them. Yin Chuan led Mou Shi to a forest. Zombie Yin Chuan was waiting in the forest. When Mo Yushi saw zombie Yin Chuan, her expression changed slightly. Although she already knew, she was still shocked. To Yin Chuan? Follow my other body back. My main body still has some matters to attend to. Yin Chuan said softly, looking at Yin Chuan and zombie Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi finally nodded. Yes, be careful. Don't worry. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Let's go. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Mo Yushi nodded. The two of them suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the east. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and flew back to the dragon chariot. Sage King, Bai Qi asked doubtfully. Let's go. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Bai Qi replied and drove the dragon chariot north, Netherworld, Outer East Continent. Revered Heaven Territory. Revered Heaven Palace. Sage Hua Zuntian's descendants and disciples stood in front of him. Old ancestor, the Zhua family's arrogance has spread throughout the entire Outer East Continent. They say that you are about to destroy Great Zhun. Hua Bing said with an ugly expression. Zhua Xiao. Hua Zuntian's voice was filled with anger. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Old ancestor, Zhua Hong of the Zhua family requests an audience. Again, he is the one who spread the news. Hua Bing said with an ugly expression. Let him in. Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. Yes. Soon, a red-robed Zhuahong stepped into the palace again. Zhuahong, are you the one who spread the news that I am going to destroy Great Jin Holy Court? Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. Didn't Sage agree? Sage, please kill Lin Hentian and Yin Chuan quickly. Zhuahong laughed. Impudent. Hua Zuntian shouted coldly. Zhuahong's expression changed suddenly, and panic flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly recovered. All right, Sage, a few days ago, the family head who was in seclusion sent me a letter and asked me to give it to you, Zhuahong said in a deep voice. As she spoke, Zhuahong handed over a letter. The sage looked at Zhuahong angrily. He reached out and took it. He tore open the envelope and opened the letter. There is only one line of words on the letter. If it is not the Lotus God who colluded with the Yin family, then who is it? Hua Zuntian, I think you know better than anyone else. Bang! Sage could not help but pinch the letter, and it instantly turned into powder. With a flick of his sleeve, the powder scattered. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and Sage's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were clenched into fists. Sage, the family head said that this letter can make you agree. Zhuahong said with a little fear. Sage turned his head and looked at Zhuahong. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, All right, I understand. I will go. Tell Zhua Chunxiu that this is the last time. This is the only time. Yes. Myriad Ghost Weave, a weave close to the east. In a majestic hall, there was a throne. There was a throne in the middle of the hall, and a huge, human-shaped skeleton was sitting on it. The skeleton was 30 meters tall and wore a black robe. It was coldly looking at a figure at the bottom of the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs was another skeleton. However, this skeleton was extremely weak. King Gaio, I heard that you once established a celestial empire in Myriad Ghostweave. The huge skeleton said in a deep voice. Yes, Skull Hierarch. Back then, I did establish a celestial empire in Myriad Ghostweave. I even entered the sealed world. Unfortunately, all my efforts were in vain. It was Yin Chuan who harmed me and even stole my sky-burying coffin. The little skeleton, King Gaio, said solemnly. Oh, why are you looking for me? The Skull Hierarch asked in a deep voice. Skull Hierarch, you don't have to hide anything. Almost all of the Weave Lords in the outer eastern continent are eyeing the road to the Yellow Springs. The sage is about to make a move on Dijon. The road to the Yellow Springs will soon be ownerless. King Gaio said in a deep voice. Oh, I'm here to give you a heads up. This time, under the sage's attack, 2 Weave Lords have already mobilized their troops and are preparing to occupy Myriad Ghost Weave. They have already arranged their troops. With the road to the Yellow Springs nourishment, the ghosts will grow stronger by leaps and bounds. King Gaio said in a deep voice. What? Who? The Skull Hierarch was shocked. Who else could it be? The two weave lords nearby. King Gaio smiled. Guei Jianshou, 3 En Hierarch? Oomph. The Skull Hierarch snorted coldly. When I receive this news, I hope that the Skull Hierarch can seize the initiative. At the same time, I hope that the Skull Hierarch can bestow Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin to me. King Gaio said solemnly. The Skull Hierarch stared at King Gaio for a long while before finally saying in a deep voice, It depends on the situation. Huh. 3 months later, in another weave, King Gaio met with a black-faced man again. 3 En Hierarch, it's true. The Skull Hierarch and the others can't wait any longer. This time, with the sage, they will invade Myriad Ghost Weave and seize the road to the Yellow Springs. King Gaio tried to persuade everyone. In the outer eastern continent, more and more experts gathered at the Great Qin City. Most of them came to watch the battle. At the same time, there were also spies from the various major factions. After all, the Outer Realm had been quiet for too long. Suddenly, something big happened, and many people were sensitive. On a pitch-black sea, on an island in the sea, King Gaio looked at the Myriad Ghost Weave in the distance. He took a deep breath and said, Yindi, this time, I've helped you bewitch a group of Weave Lords. In this matter, if anyone dares to make a move, you'll have righteousness and can send your troops to kill them. While King Gaio was sighing, a person suddenly appeared behind him. Zhang Yi smiled and said, King Gaio, the Sage Hierarch is not here. I thank you on behalf of the Sage Hierarch. King Gaio looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head. My life was saved by Yindi. There's no need to thank him. It's my duty. The Outer Realm is quiet like stagnant water. Without anyone stirring it, it's not suitable to expand at all. Zhang Yi smiled. Hee, congratulations to all of you then. King of Gai nodded. The Sage Hierarch asked me to bring you some things. He hopes that you can become stronger as soon as possible. Zhang Yi said solemnly. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took out 5 huge boxes and placed them in front of King Gaio. King Gaio reached out to open them. Wait for me to leave before you look at them. Goodbye. Zhang Yi smiled. As he spoke, Zhang Yi walked away. After watching Zhang Yi leave, King Gaio gently opened the boxes. As soon as the boxes were opened, a surge of aura suddenly spread out. Ancestral divine artifacts. Ancestral divine pills? What extravagance! King of Gai suddenly cried out in shock. In his previous life, King Gaio had never come into contact with ancestral divine artifacts. But now he had only done Yin Chuan a small favor, and he had actually given him 5 ancestral divine artifacts. Moreover, King Gaio also realized that these items were most suitable for him. Hee. King Gaio let out a bitter laugh. Yin Chuan, looks like the favor I owe you is getting bigger and bigger. King Gaio did not know whether to be happy or sad. Clang. He closed the boxes. King Gaio waved his sleeves and kept the 5 treasures. He looked at the Myriad Ghost Weave in the west and then headed east. Chapter 1245. Netherworld, Great Qin City. The sky outside the city was gloomy, and a murderous aura caused the ghosts to stop wandering. Inside the Great Qin City, in Yin Chuan's study, after settling Mo Yushi down, Yin Chuan immediately summoned some important officials for a meeting. Yifeng, Hua Qiliang, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and the other trusted officials were present. Reporting to the Holy King, the Barbarian Dragon Weave, Purplish Green Weave, and Heavenly Blade Weave have all been taken over by Great Jun. Minister Liu will handle the follow-up work. Yifeng said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. The troops have been deployed in all 4 corners of the Netherworld. After this battle, the generals can go on an expedition again. Yifeng said. Meng Tian and Wang Jian rubbed their palms together. Very good. However, why isn't Li Si here? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Li Si? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Holy King, Li Si hasn't shown up for a long time. I have secretly instructed Liu Gang to send people from the eastern faction to search for him. Yifeng said. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Holy King, Li Si is a man of character. He would never betray Great Zhun. We believe that he might have met with misfortune. Yifeng said with a worried expression. Of course, I believe in Li Si's character. Misfortune? There was no news at all? Yin Chuan's expression turned unsightly. The study fell into silence. Li Si's life token is still here. He must be alive. Send more people to continue the search. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Yifeng answered. Hua Qiliang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly held them back, revealing a bitter expression. After all, the outer eastern continent was abuzz with the news that his ancestor was going to destroy Great Zhun. However, he was caught in the middle, and it was difficult for him to deal with it. All right, all of you can leave, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the ministers replied. He slowly retreated. After everyone left, Yin Chuan was the only one left in the study. His brows were tightly knitted as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Come in, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Swish! A black figure suddenly entered the study. He wore a black robe and knelt down on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion's 3-sword range. Guard a 364 kowtows in salute to the Saint King. The black-robed figure respectfully said. Li Si is an extremely careful person. It's impossible for him to be kidnapped for no reason. It's impossible for an ordinary person to do it so quietly. It's very likely that it's someone very close to him. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The black-robed figure waited quietly. I trust my ministers very much. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of an enemy pretending to be one of my ministers and deceiving Li Si. Heaven Mending Pavilion. Recall all the people of the outer eastern continent from the 3-sword range and focus on monitoring the Great Zenith Empire. I want to know what all the officials of rank 3 and above were doing when Li Si disappeared. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the black-robed figure respectfully replied. Go, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Swish! The black-robed figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yin Chuan sat in the study, deep in thought. Suddenly, a powerful aura pressed down on the Great Qin city. Boom! The powerful aura pressed down, and the entire Great Qin city's formation automatically activated to protect the city. You're here. Yin Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile. With a wave of his dragon robe, Yin Chuan stood up and slowly walked towards the door. At this moment, the countless ghost cultivators in the Great Qin city paused. The aura was like the might of the heavens, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Outside the city, countless experts hiding in all directions were instantly energized. In the south of the Great Qin city, a pure white pillar of light descended from the sky. Within the pillar of light, the sage waved his sleeves and stood in midair with extreme arrogance. Hua Zun Tian Sage. Behind the sage, a group of disciples and descendants followed. The sage's soldiers were at the city gates. Yin Chuan, where are you? The sage shouted softly. With a soft shout, his voice instantly penetrated the entire Great Qin city. In the Great Qin city, in front of the central palace, hundreds of officials gathered. Yin Chuan, dressed in a dragon robe, slowly stepped out. Mo Yushi also walked out from the side hall. She came to Yin Chuan's side. With Yin Chuan in the lead, he coldly looked at the other side. With a wave of his dragon robe, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, Hua Zun Tian. Hua Zun Tian stared at Yin Chuan for a while. Yin Chuan, on this sovereign's birthday, you disrupted this sovereign's birthday, injured this sovereign's descendants, and even kidnapped this sovereign's descendants and guests. Do you know your crimes? Hua Zun Tian said coldly. You barged into my Great Qin city. What crime do you deserve? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Hua Zun Tian snorted coldly. Then, Hua Zun Tian looked at Hua Qiliang. Qiliang, come to this sovereign's side. Hua Zun Tian said in a deep voice. Hua Qiliang's face turned ugly. At this moment, in front of the central palace, all the officials were staring at Hua Chiliang. No, old ancestor, why? Why do you want to cause trouble for Great Jun? Hua Chiliang said with a pained expression. Old ancestor, the Sage King did not disrupt your birthday. The one who disrupted your birthday was Dugupatian. Lord Hua Tian brought this upon himself. Now, the Sage King did not kill him and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Old ancestor, how can you reverse black and white? Hua Chiliang cried out anxiously. Bastard, Hua Chiliang, is the old ancestor someone you can criticize? Hua Bing shouted coldly. Chiliang, come here. Hua Zun Tian said again. No, Hua Chiliang suddenly shouted. Hua Zun Tian said in a deep voice. Old ancestor, you've changed. Saints, on behalf of the heavens, hunt the common people. They must be impartial to the common people. Only then can they obtain the righteousness of heaven and earth. However, old ancestor, you've deviated a little. Once you deviate, it will be extremely dangerous. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Hua Chiliang said anxiously. Impudent. Hua Zun Tian shouted angrily. Then Hua Zun Tian looked at Yin Chuan and said, what a good Yin Chuan to actually bewitch this sovereign's descendant, to be so crazy. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, bewitch? What a joke. Saint, tell me what you want. You and Yin Tian, Hua Zun Tian said in a deep voice. So you're here for Yin Tian? Ha 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 ha. Looks like this is what family forced you. Unfortunately, Yin Tian is already a subject of Great Jun. If I can't even protect a subject, how can I rule Great Jun? Yin Chuan shouted coldly. All the subjects of Great Jun clenched their fists at this moment. Yin Chuan's words seemed to have encouraged everyone. Some of the officials who joined Great Jun later suddenly felt that joining Great Jun was the most correct decision. If you want to die, then it's not up to this sovereign. Great Jun Holy Court? Huh. Hua Zun Tian said coldly. Yin Chuan sneered and said, with just you? You're not qualified. This sovereign knows that the four sides and the territory lords are already waiting for an opportunity to move. Come out together. Don't hide the head and show the tail. Yin Chuan suddenly looked at the four sides. The saint was stunned. He was a saint, and a saint coming to destroy Great Jun was a disaster. Yin Chuan actually had the mood to look for an enemy? Not only the saint, but the countless hidden cultivators were also at a loss at this moment. Was Yin Chuan crazy? Ha ha, Myriad Ghost Territory Lord, you're really brave. A loud laugh sounded. Suddenly, 10 figures flew over. The 10 skeletons were all wrapped in black robes, and some of their skulls could be vaguely seen. The person in the lead was wearing a black robe with some golden edges. Skeleton C Territory, Skeleton C Hierarch, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Skeleton C Hierarch looked at the saint and said, Saint, Skeleton C came uninvited. I hope you can forgive us. However, Skeleton C and Saint have the same goal. Today, we're also here to challenge Great Jun. Oh, the saint's voice revealed a trace of understanding. Challenge letter? Same goal? Skeleton C Hierarch is obviously here to borrow my power. He had killed Yin Chuan, but the Skeleton C cult leader wanted to seize the great attainment under the heavens? Ha ha, Skeleton C Hierarch, you're too impatient. As he spoke, another force flew over. It was a black-faced man. His face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a trace of evil. 3 Yin Territory, 3 Yin Sect Hierarch, Yin Chuan sneered. You're also here to challenge Great Jun? The saint asked in a deep voice. Yes. Saint, please forgive us. The 3 Yin Sect Hierarch said respectfully. Before he could finish, another force flew over. Saint, I'm also here to challenge you. Please forgive me. A bald man said. Ghost Torture Territory, Gui, Jinsho? Yin Chuan sneered again. In the blink of an eye, the saint and the 3 territory lords looked at Yin Chuan in front of the central hall. The saint looked at the 3 forces, then at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, it seems like there are many people who want to hit you when you're down. Hit me when I'm down? I don't think so. They're like moths to a flame, seeking their own destruction. Yin Chuan said coldly. The Skeleton C Hierarch, 3 insect hierarch, and Gue Jianshou snorted coldly at the same time. Seeking our own destruction? Yin Chuan, where's Enchanting? The saint shouted again. Enchanting? What's the use of telling you? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Since that's the case, I'll take you down first. The saint shouted. As he spoke, the saint waved his hand, and heavenly Tao suddenly rushed into the sky. Wait! Above the void, an explosive shout suddenly sounded. Boom! The voice instantly penetrated the entire world, and the expressions of all the cultivators changed. Hua Zuntian's figure stopped. The expressions of the experts hiding in the surroundings changed even more. Boom! Another beam of light descended from the sky. The huge aura did not weaken Hua Zuntian at all. Saint? Another saint? Immediately, someone cried out in surprise. Beside Hua Zuntian, there was suddenly another white-robed figure. The white-robed figure's face was like Hua Zuntian, as if it was covered in a layer of mist. Shimen? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. The person who came was Saint Shimen. Saint Shimen looked at Hua Zuntian, then looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. Yindi, how have you been? Saint Shimen said politely to Yin Chuan. Saint Shimen is also a good person. Wherever I go, there are traces of you. Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. Yindi is too polite. I just happened to meet you at the right time. Saint Shimen nodded. Turning around, Shimen looked at Hua Zuntian. Shimen, what are you doing here? Do you have a relationship with Yin Chuan? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. No. Saint Shimen shook his head. Then why did you stop me? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. Hua Zuntian, there are only a few saints in the world. I'm here to help you. Shimen said solemnly. Help me. Hua Zuntian said in surprise. Believe my words and return home immediately. Otherwise, you will have the pain of losing your reputation. Saint Shimen said solemnly. Chapter 1246. Outside the great Qin city, in a valley, a group of black-robed figures stood. The leader had a handsome face and a thin line between his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sage outside the great Qin city. Celestial Emperor, that's the Shimen sage. What is he doing here? A subordinate behind him asked. Shimen sage? Became a bad time indeed. The Celestial Emperor said. He won't disrupt the great Qing Heavenly Court's plan, right? The subordinate asked worriedly. He won't. Zui Chunxiu is here too. He won't sit back and watch us fail. The great Qing Heavenly Emperor said. The great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was in the western outer continent of the Netherworld. Not long ago, he had captured the first sage, Wu Tian. Now, he had brought a group of subordinates to the eastern outer continent. Celestial Emperor, how strong is this Yin Chuan? A subordinate asked curiously. I'm not sure. However, since he dares to challenge the sage, he must have something to rely on. Moreover, he seems to be related to Yin Zizai of the northern outer continent of the Netherworld. Let's wait a little longer. Ming Tianhan said. Yes, outside the great Qin city. Trust me and go home right now. Otherwise, you will suffer the pain of losing your reputation. The Shimen sage said solemnly. Hua Zuntian, Skull Sea Hierarch, 3 Insect Hierarch, Gue Jianshou, all the spectating experts. The Shimen sage's words came out of nowhere, and everyone was confused. Lose his reputation? A sage, the person with the highest position in the world, would lose his reputation to a small saint court that had been established for less than 100 years? What kind of joke was this? The Skull Sea Hierarch, 3 Insect Hierarch, and Gue Jianshou were all speechless. The sage was persuading the sage to leave. If the sage left, would they have to face Yin Chuan? Shimen sage, this is between Sage Zuntian and Yin Chuan. Why are you helping Yin Chuan? The Skull Sea Hierarch asked. Hua Zuntian also looked at Shimen sage and asked with a trace of doubt. Shimen, what do you mean by this? I'm doing this for your own good. Yin Di has shone brightly in the west outer continent of the Yang realm. It won't be long before news of this will spread all over the world. Shimin Sheng said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan has exterminated Wu Tian's entire family. The Western Gate sage said solemnly. What? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators suddenly changed. The first sage? The Skull Sea cult leader was shocked. Although Wu Tian escaped in the end, Yin Chuan also killed the Phoenix Emperor by himself. The Western Gate sage said again. Kill the Phoenix Emperor? Phoenix Emperor? The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. In this world, there are only a few races that were united. The Phoenix clan was one of the major races. Rumor had it that the Phoenix Emperor's strength was close to that of a sage. However, the Phoenix Emperor was killed by Yin Chuan. Countless cultivators looked at Yin Chuan in shock. This was the first time the people and officials of Dijon heard this news. When they looked at Yin Chuan, their eyes flashed with surprise. However, Hua Zentian said in a deep voice, No, you said that sage Wu Tian escaped in the end? What do you mean? Wu Tian was injured by Wu Jiao. After that, he escaped. He wanted to participate in the battle between Yin Chuan and the Phoenix Emperor. However, he was stopped by another person. After Yin Chuan killed the Phoenix Emperor, Wu Tian could only escape back to the Netherworld. The Western Gate sage explained. Another person? Who? Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. When he thought of Miao, the Western Gate sage suddenly hesitated. You will know the other person in the future. Hua Zuntian, you can't do anything to Yin Chuan. The Western Gate sage advised again. No, the Skull Sea cult leader and the others immediately cried out gloomily. The three of them had already sent a letter of challenge to Yin Chuan. If the sage left, wouldn't they be in trouble? In the central palace square, Yin Chuan's expression was calm. Hua Zuntian revealed an excited expression. If the old ancestor left, everything would be fine. When Hua Zuntian heard what the Western Gate sage said, he suddenly hesitated. Wasn't Yin Chuan just a third heaven ancestral immortal? How could he be so strong? Hua Zuntian stared at the Western Gate sage, as if he was thinking whether what the Western Gate sage said was true or not. After saying so much, the Western Gate sage felt that he had done his best and did not persuade him anymore. In the distance, Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes and said, So Wu Tian was injured like this? Heh, he's really unlucky. Hua Zuntian looked at the Western Gate sage for a while and finally confirmed what the Western Gate sage said. He turned to look at Yin Chuan. In the Netherworld's western continent, Yin Chuan could kill the Phoenix Emperor when it was not the Emperor's home ground. Now that he had gathered the world's providence, could he do anything to him? However, his previous vow had already caused an uproar in the world. What if he suddenly said that he wanted to go back? Not to mention losing face, just his prestige as a sage would be unable to recover from this setback in the future. Hua Zuntian hesitated for a moment. In front of the central palace, Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile and said, Sage, have you thought it through? Today, if you dare to be impudent in the great Qin Empire, in the future, the great army will definitely come. As long as you are in the venerable heaven territory, the venerable heaven territory will never be peaceful. Yin Chuan was threatening the sage? The surrounding cultivators never thought that Yin Chuan had a chance of winning. How could Yin Chuan, a small holy court that had been established less than 100 years, block a sage's attack? But now, what did the cultivators see? The sage was afraid, and Yin Chuan was still threatening the sage? Countless cultivators were speechless. Ha ha ha! Hua Zentian, aren't you here to kill Yin Chuan and Yin Hentian? You believe a word from the Western Gate sage? A cold laugh sounded. Everyone suddenly turned their heads. At the peak of a mountain, a group of green-robed cultivators was standing. The person in the lead was extremely valiant. His face was fair, and his eyes were filled with a fierce light. No, anyone who saw this man's eyes trembled. The man's eyes seemed to be filled with a fierce light at all times. He has 2 pupils in each eye. Double pupils? Legend has it that the Zhou family's patriarch has double pupils. Zhou family's patriarch Zhou Chunxiu. Immediately, many cultivators recognized him. Zhou Chunxiu, Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. The Western Gate sage also looked at Zhuo Chunxiu solemnly, the Zhuo family's patriarch, the overlord of the world. Yin Chuan also looked at Zhuo Chunxiu from afar. Double pupils? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with double pupils? Mo, she asked in puzzlement. Double pupils, extremely precious fate. Rumor has it that there will never be a nemesis in life. The only person who can restrain the double pupils is himself. Furthermore, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Furthermore what? This Zhuo Chunxiu is not simple. His strength should still be Phoenix Emperor. No, his strength should still be above the sage. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Mo, she said in surprise. Hua Zuntian, you promised me. Let's begin. I only want Yin Hentian to die. Zhuo Chunxiu said in a deep voice. Hua Zuntian still stared at Zhuo Chunxiu and said in a deep voice, Why are you pressing so hard? Haha, you don't need to know too much. Don't worry, I guarantee that this is the last time. Furthermore, I'm still behind you. I'll ensure your safety. Zhuo Chunxiu said in a deep voice. Hua Zuntian was silent for a while. The Western Gate sage said in puzzlement, Hua Zuntian, do you have something on Zhuo Chunxiu? Do you know that you're risking your position as a sage? This time, even if you win against Yin Chuan, you've lost the virtue of being a sage. Hua Zuntian looked at Shimin and took a deep breath. Shimin, thank you for reminding me again and again. However, there are some things that I have no choice but to do. Shimin turned to look at Zhuo Chunxiu and said, Zhuo Chunxiu, you're also someone who has cultivated the great Tao. Why are you forcing Hua Zuntian? Zhuo Chunxiu looked at the Western Gate sage and sneered slightly. There are some things that you don't need to know. The scene immediately became solemn. Yin Chuan, hand over Yin Hentian. Hua Zuntian took a step forward and shouted again. Heh, if you can kill me, Yin Hentian will naturally come out. If you can't kill me, I'll definitely destroy your sect in the future. Yin Chuan glared and said coldly. The two powerhouses were already prepared for a decisive battle. The Western Gate sage did not say anything else. Zhuo Chunxiu stood coldly at the peak of a mountain. The surrounding powerhouses were also waiting quietly. The Skeleton Sea cult leader, 3 Yin cult leader, and Gue Jianshou heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, they made up their minds to kill Yin Chuan. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Heavenly Tao, Hua Zuntian shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, more than 2,000 heavenly Daos appeared behind Hua Zuntian. The moment the heavenly Daos appeared, a terrifying aura spread out. Hua Zuntian stretched out his palm. From the sage domain, he gathered the endless power of heaven and earth and pressed down on the great Qin city. The vast palm covered the sky and earth. Before the palm arrived, the void was already shaking violently. A storm rose and fell from the sky. It was as if the palm was going to pierce through the great Qin city. In front of the central palace, Yin Chuan's face was cold and fierce. Above the sea of providence, the statue of Yin Chuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared ferociously at the sage domain. Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan was in his human form. Yin Hentian, the great Qin city, the sage domain, and the Zhuo family are all here. You have to go back, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, another battle? I want to go. Meow immediately cried out excitedly. Yin Hentian frowned and said, Sage King, has Zhuo family's Zhuo Chunxiu arrived? That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Sage King, can you let me see what Zhuo Chunxiu looks like? Yin Hentian said with a trace of hatred. Yin Chuan nodded and waved his hand. He used a spell to condense Zhuo Chunxiu's appearance. It was as if Zhuo Chunxiu was standing in front of Yin Hentian. Looking at Zhuo Chunxiu, Yin Hentian felt as if he was struck by lightning. Yin Hentian suddenly held his head and cried out in extreme pain. Meow. Meow looked at Yin Hentian in a daze. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the image of Zhuo Chunxiu disappeared. Inhentian, what's wrong with you? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Inhentian was holding his head in pain, and his whole body was twitching. Yin Chuan looked again and saw Inhentian's face contorted because of the headache. This was not the key. The key was Inhentian's pupils. Polychoria? Yin Chuan was shocked. Inhentian's pupils had also become polychoria? How could this be? Chapter 1247. Inhentian? Polychoria? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Meow, meow, little Yin's eyes have turned into monsters. Meow cried out excitedly. Bai Qi was also looking on in astonishment. Boom! Yin Chuan placed his palm on Inhentian's back as if he was trying to relieve Inhentian's pain. However, Inhentian continued to hug his head as if it was useless. Yin Chuan gently released his hand. He frowned. Holy King, what's wrong with Lord In? Bai Qi asked curiously. Inherited memories from his bloodline. Inhentian's ancestor must have been an incredible figure. He could even seal some ancient memories in his bloodline and pass them on to Inhentian. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Sealed memories in his bloodline. Bai Qi frowned. Normally, one would only inherit their ancestors' abilities through their bloodline. However, Bai Qi had encountered too few people who had inherited memories through their bloodline. This was done intentionally by Inhentian's ancestor. Perhaps his ancestor knew that this piece of history would be lost in the river of time. However, his ancestor probably felt that this piece of memory was extremely important even after so many years. Therefore, he did not want it to disappear and sealed it in his bloodline. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Then what about Lord In? Bai Qi asked. This is an impact from the memories. Don't worry, just wait for a while. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Underworld Great Qin City. The saint turned into a celestial, and his palm contained the power of the heavens and earth as he slammed towards the Great Qin City. It was as if he wanted to destroy the Great Qin City with a single palm. Wherever the giant palm passed, the void collapsed. Zombie Yin Chuan took a step forward. Yin Chuan shouted, All citizens of the world, I need the world's help to defend against foreign enemies. All citizens of the underworld, raise your right hands. I need boundless strength. Roar. The 18 claws, fate, golden dragon, suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The sound instantly pierced through the void and reached the ears of all citizens of the 10,000 ghost domain. Countless citizens looked up at the sky. The Holy King needs strength? Are we going to fight against the saints? Can a sage ruler really fight against a sage? Raise your right hand and do your best. Amidst the doubtful voices of countless citizens, they quickly raised their right hands. Stretching out his right hand, a suction force immediately sucked away all of the strength in their bodies, causing them to fall weakly to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a myriad ghost domain, countless forces were rapidly converging. Roar. The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence roared and absorbed endless power. However, the sage's palm was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. The 18 claws luck golden dragon and zombie Yin Chuan had no time to combine. Countless cultivators in the surroundings watched gravely. Before they could merge, zombie Yin Chuan soared into the sky and charged toward the saint's energy palm. Zombie Yin Chuan stretched out his hands and faced the sky with his palms. What? Yin Chuan used his flesh body to resist the saint's palm strike that contained the power of heaven and earth? The Skull Sea Hierarch exclaimed. Pure flesh body? Yin Chuan didn't use any magic treasures at all? Flesh body? Is he seeking death? Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked over suspiciously. Before the saint's palm strike, Yin Chuan was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Furthermore, Yin Chuan did not use any magic energy at all. It was like he only used his physical body. The great Xing Heavenly Emperor and Ming Tianhan narrowed their eyes. The Zhua clan head, Zhua Chunxiu, also raised his eyebrows. The Shiman sage sucked in a breath of cold air and said, I knew that this zombie body was even more ferocious than the other one. However, there is no need to seek death like this. Flesh body? Only the rock race would dare to use their flesh body as a powerful weapon, right? Before countless doubtful gazes, Yin Chuan's palms finally clashed with the saint's energy palm in the sky. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A large part of the void suddenly shattered. The strong impact immediately kicked up a torrential storm in the surroundings. Under the huge palm, an ant-like figure was resisting it. Humph! Hua Zhuantian snorted coldly. This was because Hua Zhuantian could sense that Yin Chuan could not block his energy palm strike at all. Although the energy palm strike had slowed down, its momentum toward the great Qin city did not change at all. It was still pressing down. Yin Chuan could not block it. Yin Chuan, who was blocking the saint's energy palm strike, suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and roared. Roar! With a loud roar, Yin Chuan's body was suddenly surrounded by black qi. His eyes turned red, and his long hair fluttered. Two blood-colored fangs slowly emerged from his mouth. Boom! The clothes on Yin Chuan's back were also torn apart. A pair of huge dragon bone wings suddenly appeared on Yin Chuan's back. The huge dragon bone wings spread open, and the dark wings seemed to be covered with fine black dragon scales. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared again, and the power in his hands skyrocketed again. Boom! 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 The saint's energy palm strike paused, as if it was blocked. It was getting slower and slower. Hiss! Gasps could be heard all around. He blocked it. He really blocked it. Yin Chuan blocked the saint's palm strike? No, that's his flesh body. He blocked the saint's palm strike with his flesh body? This is impossible. Screams could be heard everywhere. Even Hua Zhuantian was inexplicably shocked at this moment. How could zombie Yin Chuan's strength be so terrifying? Roar! The 18-claws Destiny Golden Dragon swung its tail and charged toward zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! The 18-claws Destiny Golden Dragon rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Endless golden light quickly gathered around Yin Chuan's body. This was the power of the entire myriad Ghost Domain's people. As the terrifying power surged in, Yin Chuan's strength skyrocketed again. Rumble. A halo of power surged around Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's strength had reached its maximum. Although his transformation had caused the saint's energy palm strike to pause, he was still at a disadvantage. Now, he was no longer at a disadvantage. This was because the saint's energy palm strike had been stopped above the great Qin city, unable to move forward at all. The body of a general? In the distance, the great Qing Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes and recognized it. Heavenly Emperor, what is the body of a general? A subject asked curiously. It's an ancient technique. It's too ancient. I've only seen it in a secret realm's records. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ming Tianhan frowned. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were even more shocked. Some even held their breaths. Everyone stared at the scene above the great Qin city. Yin Chuan had used his flesh body to block the saint's palm strike that contained the power of heaven and earth. That scene froze in the void, shocking countless people. Long live the great Qin city. In the great Qin city, the people were pleasantly surprised. Shock flashed in the Shimin sage's eyes. Yin Chuan? Third firmament ancestral immortal? Could it be that the world is about to change again? Hua Zhuantian was bewildered. Even he would be severely injured if he faced that terrifying energy palm. However, Yin Chuan had actually withstood it. Boom! The space around the energy palm shattered. Zombie Yin Chuan stubbornly withstood the energy palm strike. The Skeleton C-Sex Sect Master, the three Insects Sect Master, and Gue Jianshou all had extremely ugly expressions. First Legion, Soaring Sky Division. Follow me to capture the Skeleton C-Sex Sect Master. Meng Tian shouted. Yes, sir. Third Legion, Eastern Imperial Division. Follow me to capture the three Insects Sect Master. Jin Dayu shouted. Yes, sir. Sixth Legion, God Slaughter Division. Follow me to capture Gue Jianshou. Wang Jian shouted. Yes, sir. A large number of Great Perfection experts soared into the sky. The three Great Perfection war gods immediately charged towards the three Weave Lords. Their faces were ferocious, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the four sides clashed. Great Perfection's ferocity was immediately displayed before everyone's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Deshing said in a deep voice, "What ferocious generals!" Rumble. At a low altitude, the three Legion commanders fiercely faced off against their enemies. High in the sky, zombie Yin Chuan used the power of Great Perfection to resist the sage's power of heaven and earth. The two forces were in a fierce stalemate. Hua Zhentian's face could not be seen clearly, and his expression turned ugly. Boom, boom, boom. Bit by bit, the sage's energy palm strike was actually slowly pushed upwards by Yin Chuan's power. In the central palace square, Hua Zhentian was extremely anxious. The group of descendants that Hua Zhentian brought also revealed anxious expressions at this moment. Not good. That Yin Chuan is too strange. Let's go help the ancestor. A Hua family disciple said anxiously. No. Hua Bing suddenly stopped everyone. Ancestor? The ancestor has instructed us not to participate. Absolutely not. Hua Bing shook her head. She turned to look at Zhuo Chuanxiu, who was not far away. Zhuo family head, please lend a hand and destroy Great Perfection together. Hua Bing called out to Zhuo Chuanxiu in the distance. Zhuo Chuanxiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yin Chuan, who was blocking the sage's energy palm strike. For a moment, his face turned gloomy. Humph! While snorting angrily, Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly took a step and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Yin Chuan. Zhuo Chuanxiu made a move. All around, practically everyone's expression roused. In the distance, Yin Chuan, who was pushing the sage's energy palm strike, also suddenly narrowed both eyes. But right at this instant, a white figure suddenly blocked in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu. Boom! The void shook for a while, and Zhuo Chuanxiu stopped. There was an uproar all around. Shimin Sage, you want to stop me? Aren't you unrelated to Great Perfection? Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly said in a cold voice. The one blocking in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu was precisely Shimin Sage. All around, countless cultivators revealed blank looks. Shimin Sage also wanted to interfere. Like you said to me previously, some things you don't need to know. Shimin Sage suddenly said in a cold voice. Wow. Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Why was Shimin Sage doing this? Yan Chuan also looked at Shimin Sage in puzzlement. Shimin Sage seemed to understand Yan Chuan and said in puzzlement, Yindi, there were many misunderstandings in the past. This time, I'll help you block Zhuo Chuanxiu for a period of time. I hope that we can let bygones be bygones. What was Shimin Sage doing? Currying favor with Yan Chuan? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately revealed looks of surprise. How could this be? Although they did not want to admit it, Shimin Sage's tone was there. In order to let bygones be bygones? Taking action to curry favor with Yan Chuan? Before countless cultivators came, they did not think highly of Yin Chuan at all. But now, the situation became more and more complicated. Many people felt like their worldview was collapsing. Others did not know, but Yin Chuan knew why. It was because of Miao. Shimin Sage seemed to have guessed Miao's identity and wanted to resolve the unhappiness with Great Perfection. Furthermore, Shimin Sage also understood that if Miao stepped forward, Zhuo Chuanxiu might not be able to get what he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to do Great Perfection a favor. Ha ha ha. All right, Shimin Sage, Great Perfection owes you a favor, Yin Chuan said with a bright laugh. Chapter 1248. Zhuo Chuanxiu paused and looked coldly at the Shimin Sage in front of him. How dare he interfere at such a crucial moment? Shimin, are you trying to stop me? Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Zhuo clan? Zhuo Chuanxiu said coldly. The Shimin Sage looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu and said, Clan head Zhuo, I have my reasons. Don't be stubborn. Zhuo Chuanxiu glared at the Shimin Sage. The Shiman sage also looked at Zhuo Chunxiu coldly, carefully guarding against his attack. However, Zhuo Chunxiu was still rational and did not attack. It was not that Zhuo Chunxiu was weak. After all, Zhuo Chunxiu had cultivated the great Tao and was not afraid of a sage. However, if he fought now, he would definitely be exhausted. You'd rather offend the Zhuo clan than support the holy hall of Great Jun? Zhuo Chunxiu said coldly. I'm sorry, the Shiman sage said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed confused expressions. No one knew why the Shiman sage interfered. However, the two of them looked at each other and did not fight at all. Everyone turned to look at Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan kept going up against the sage's astral palm. How can he be so strong? Hua Zhenqian was shocked. The world was incomplete. Although he was slightly weaker than the ancient sages, this was still the power of the world. How could Yin Chuan keep going up? Roar! Yin Chuan roared, and the sage's astral palm shattered. The sage also gave up on this attack. After all, he could not suppress Yin Chuan at all. Rumble! The sage's astral palm shattered, and he was about to attack Yin Chuan again. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the sage. The two of them were less than a foot apart. Hua Zuntian could even feel the ferocious aura coming from Yin Chuan's mouth. Space divine ability? Someone in the distance exclaimed. Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of the sage. No one saw how he did it. It could only be space diversion. Space? It's not a space divine ability. Heavenly Emperor De Xing suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Speed, that is absolute speed. What incredible speed. Ming Tianhan, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Punishment, said in a low voice. Ah! The officials exclaimed in surprise. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan appeared in front of Hua Zuntian. Immediately, he extended his palms and struck towards Hua Zuntian's chest. Boom! It was a real punch to the flesh. Zombie Yin Chuan's terrifying physical strength slammed into Hua Zuntian's chest. Boom! The void where the two of them were it shook violently, and the sage was instantly sent flying into the sky like a shooting star. The saint was sent flying? Countless cultivators said in shock. Zhuo Chunxiu's face also fell as he said, What fast speed! Hua Zuntian, who was sent flying by Yin Chuan, already had his chest caved in while flying. He let out a cry of unwillingness and said, I was careless. Boom! Hua Zuntian instantly stabilized himself. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan appeared in front of him again at a terrifying speed. How dare you? Heavenly Tao! Hua Zuntian said furiously. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan fought with Hua Zuntian once more. Boom! 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 The current Yin Chuan strength seemed to already be on par with Hua Zuntian's. When the two people fought, each of them immediately displayed the might of splitting the heavens. Each collision, the void would shatter. With a flap of Yin Chuan's wings, his speed would skyrocket. This speed, even the sage would feel a chill in his heart. Yin Chuan? Where did you pop out from? Roar! Hua Zuntian cried out with extreme resentment. All around, Heavenly Tao revolved. Black holes kept appearing. For a moment above the sky, it was utter chaos. The battle of the two ferocious people caused the battle of the Skeleton Sea cult leader and Meng Tian below to pale in comparison. High up in the sky, the two people's speed was extremely fast. Their strength was also tremendous. When many cultivators saw this, none of their faces did not twitch wildly. Just one move, and he can take my life. What a terrifying Yin Chuan, to actually fight with the sage to such an extent. What a powerful Dejun. For a moment, countless cultivators revealed a look of astonishment. Heavenly Emperor De Xing and Ming Han Tian stared fixedly at the sky. Yin Chuan? Much stronger than I imagined. Indeed, he did not disappoint me. Hua Zuntian's descendants were extremely anxious for a moment. The most anxious one was Desolation Hua in front of the central hall. At this moment, his face revealed bitterness, not knowing what to say. Mou, she led the ministers of Dejun and still looked at the sky with some worry. The battle of the two powerhouses had gone on for 2 hours in a blink of an eye. Venerable heavenly finger, Hua Zhuantian shouted loudly. His hand suddenly raised. A finger light that shattered the void charged straight at Yin Chuan. Hua Zhuantian's other hand even grabbed a long sword, ready to chop down with his sword after Yin Chuan dodged. But at this moment, it seemed to have exceeded the sage's expectations. Yin Chuan did not dodge at all, but used his chest to block the venerable heavenly finger. What? Hua Zhuantian's face changed. Boom! The venerable heavenly finger suddenly tapped on Yin Chuan's chest, and a large hole was pierced through Yin Chuan's chest. But at this moment, Yin Chuan closed the distance between them, injuring himself. His left palm suddenly pierced into the sage's chest. Boom! Although the sage was strong, how could his flesh body be compared to the body of a general? Bang! Hua Zhuantian's left chest was broken, and Yin Chuan's right hand grabbed on a Hua Zhuantian's shoulder. Ah, bastard! Heavenly energy possession. Hua Zhuantian roared in shock. Rumble. Heaven and earth energy surged into the sage's body, strengthening his body to prevent Yin Chuan from tearing it apart. Roar. Yin Chuan did not tear apart the sage's body. Instead, 2 blood-colored fangs pierced into Hua Zhuantian's neck. Zombie sucking blood? In all directions, countless cultivators thought of a scene. The little zombie bit the neck of a mortal and sucked his blood essence dry. However, these 2 people were not a little zombie and a mortal, but a zombie king and a sage. Yin Chuan was going to suck the blood of a sage? There were many zombie cultivators in all directions. When they saw this scene, they all revealed absolute worship. What was the point of sucking the blood of a mortal? This zombie king actually sucked the blood of a sage. No matter what the other cultivators thought, at this moment, the zombie cultivators in all directions were all subdued by Yin Chuan. Ah! High up in the sky, Hua Zhuantian cried out in shock. Holy King, no! Desolation, Hua cried out in alarm. Ming Tianhan also revealed a look of astonishment. Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression changed. Even the Shimin sage was anxious at this moment. Shimin and Hua Zhuantian still had some friendship. Otherwise, he would not have come to persuade Hua Zhuantian in the beginning. Now, Yin Chuan wanted to extract Hua Zhuantian's blood essence. Yindi, please wait, Shimin sage said anxiously. Zhuo Chuanqiu stepped into the sky. This time, Shimin sage did not stop him and also flew halfway. Ooh, high up in the sky, Yin Chuan's fangs had already been pulled out from Hua Zhuantian's neck. But at this moment, Hua Zhuantian's head twitched. What is this? Yin Chuan, what did you do to me? Why is my body frozen? Hua Zhuantian's voice suddenly said hoarsely. You were inflicted with our corpse poison. Yin Chuan said coolly. Corpse poison poisoned my divine soul? Roar. Yin Chuan, ulu, ulu. Hua Zhuantian's words suddenly seemed to be stuttering. We know that you can get rid of the corpse poison, but this also needs some time. Now, let's be your puppet. Yin Chuan revealed a hint of arrogance and said, boom. The 2 people's palms collided and separated with a loud bang. Power of heavenly Tao. Hua Zhuantian suddenly roared again. Rumble. A large amount of heavenly Tao gathered once more. Hua Zhuantian once again unleashed a palm, carrying the power of heaven and earth. A vast palm aura formed. Yin Chuan was also on standby. At this moment, Shimin Sage and Zhuo Chuanqiu also rushed up. Hua Zhuantian, how are you? Zhuo Chuanqiu called out. Roar! Hua Zhuantian's palm that carried the power of heaven and earth slammed down with a loud bang. But halfway through, it suddenly changed direction and turned to charge straight for Zhuo Chuanqiu. What? Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression changed. All around, countless cultivators also revealed looks of surprise. Why did Hua Zhuantian make a move against Zhuo Chuanqiu? Hua Zhuantian, are you crazy? Zhuo Chuanqiu cried out in shock. Boom! A great Tao alternating between black and white suddenly surged to the sky all around Zhuo Chuanqiu, his body merging with the great Tao. The moment the great Tao came out, 200 heavenly Tao suddenly revolved around all around. The surging power of yin and yang intertwining rumbled over towards Hua Xintian's palm aura. On the other side, Yinchuan also suddenly struck a palm towards Zhuo Chuanxiu. The sage's palm, Yinchuan's palm, collided onto Zhuo Chuanxiu's great Dao with a loud bang. Boom! The void where the three people were suddenly blasted into countless pieces. Zhuo Chuanxiu's great Dao swayed crazily. Yinchuan and Hua Xintian attacked Zhuo Chuanxiu at the same time. All around, countless cultivators revealed looks of surprise. How did this battle become so unbearably chaotic? Inside the great Dao, Zhuo Chuanxiu's face revealed a sinister look as he stared fixedly at Hua Xintian. Hua Xintian, are you crazy? You dare to attack me? You want to kill me? Zhuo Chuanxiu roared furiously. The sage's head trembled slightly, as if resisting the control of the corpse poison. But the sage's face was mostly blurry, so one could not see his expression clearly at all. But Yinchuan called out at the right time. Humph, Zhuo Chuanxiu, as long as you die, that matter will completely become a secret. The corpse poison's control time was limited. Just what kind of weakness did Hua Xintian have in Zhuo Chuanxiu's hands? Yinchuan was not clear, but it did not stop Yinchuan from tricking Zhuo Chuanxiu. At this moment, suddenly suffering from Hua Xintian's betrayal, Zhuo Chuanxiu's mind was unable to calm down for a moment, and immediately thought that it was really as Yinchuan said. Good. Hua Xintian, you really schemed well. So you had long conspired with Yinchuan and prepared to kill me? Zhuo Chuanxiu roared angrily. On the other side, Shimin Sheng stood at the side in a daze. He had no idea how things had developed to this point. Hua Xintian and Zhuo Chuanxiu wanted to kill Yinchuan, but halfway through, Hua Xintian and Yinchuan wanted to kill Zhuo Chuanxiu. Shimin Sheng, like many others, watched in a daze. Hua Xintian, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill me and you two saints. Kill Zhuo Chuanxiu here immediately. Yinchuan roared. Two saints? Before Shimin Sheng could react, Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly quivered. Right, there was also Shimin Sheng. Now he finally understood why Shimin Sheng would help Yinchuan. So this was a trap targeted at him. In order to completely kill him? Thinking of this, Zhuo Chuanxiu's expression changed drastically. He roared, Hua Xintian, how dare you? You despicable thing. Back then, it was you who colluded with the Lotus God and caused Firmament to fall. Firmament made the Yin clan set up the Sky Lock Grand Array. What went wrong? It was you, the 360 peak experts. It should have been you, but you let the Lotus God take your position, causing almost everyone to fall, causing the Sky Lock Great Array to fail, causing the Sky Lock Great Array to fail, causing the Sky Lock Great Array to collapse, causing Firmament to die. You are the sinner of the entire world, and you still want to silence me? Hua! Countless cultivators in all directions were in an uproar. Even Shimin Sheng, who was not far away, suddenly quivered. Hua Xintian? Hua Xintian colluded with the Lotus God? Hua Xintian, you still want to hide it? It can't be hidden. I've already sent people to place the evidence of you in all directions. If something happens to me, the evidence of your crime will be known to the world. Zhuo Chuanxiu roared, where Hua Xintian was. Wang. After Hua Xintian's head trembled, a pair of sane eyes suddenly appeared. There was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Boom! Hua Xintian withdrew his attack, and Yinchuan's figure also retreated. The battle suddenly came to a stop. Zhuo Chuanxiu's expression flickered incessantly. Corpse poison, the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to control. In a blink of an eye, it's already useless, Yinchuan said in a solemn voice. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xintian suddenly raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Amidst the laughter, his voice revealed boundless sorrow. Zhuo Chuanxiu's eyes were bewildered, but the gazes of the people in all directions when looking at Hua Xintian were different. How is this possible? The old ancestor colluded with the Lotus God? How could it be the old ancestor who colluded with the Lotus God during the ancient times? Hua Qiliang's expression changed wildly as he said, The descendants of the Hua family were all stunned at this moment. Hua Zunqian, you tell me, is this true or not? Shimin Sheng suddenly revealed indignation in his voice. Yan Chuan also stared at Hua Zunqian in puzzlement. The Yin family, suffering for 1,000,000 years, could it be that it was just a scapegoat for Hua Zunqian? Hua Zunqian's scapegoat? No, Hua Zunqian, what happened just now? Zhuo Chuanxiu quickly reacted and discovered that something was wrong. Hua Zunqian raised his head to the sky and laughed sorrowfully. Amidst the sorrowful laughter, one could hear endless pain. Hua Zunqian, is what Zhuo Chuanxiu said true? This is the handle that the Zhuo family has on you? Yan Chuan shouted once more. Zhuo Chuanxiu looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not know? Then where did the talk of silencing a witness come from? Sin deserves death. Sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Heaven, sinner Hua Zunqian. Sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Hua Zunqian suddenly raised his head to the sky and cried out bitterly. This matter was uncovered. Even if it was uncovered a little, it could not be concealed anymore. Hua Zunqian suddenly fell into deep self-reproach. It's really you? Shimin Sheng also suddenly cried out in shock. Below, in the plaza of the central hall, Hua Qiliang looked at the sky, a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible, impossible. How could it be the old ancestor? It shouldn't be the old ancestor. But why did the old ancestor say that sin deserves 10,000 deaths? Sin deserves death? I heard wrongly. I must have heard wrongly. But speaking halfway, Hua Qiliang suddenly thought of something. In the Zuntian territory, his villa was named Sin Death Villa by Hua Zuntian. The main hall was Sin Death Hall. The guard were Sin Death Guards. Sin deserves death? Sin deserves 10,000 deaths? Thinking up to here, Hua Qiliang suddenly slumped onto the ground and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with a look of despair. Chapter 1249. Roar. Stop. The Skull Cult leader roared anxiously. Let's go. The three Yin cult leader shouted. Boom. The Skull Cult leader, three Yin cult leader, and Gue Jianshou fled in all directions despite being heavily injured by Wang Jian and the rest. The subordinates that they brought along were all killed by Wang Jian and the rest. The three ancestral immortals had no choice but to flee at this moment. The venerable Hua Tian, who was in charge, actually had such a shocking change. If they continued to stay, only death would await them. Dezhun's strength was too terrifying. A subject, the strength of subject, was actually stronger than them? Don't chase, Meng Tian said in a deep voice. Both Wang Jian and Jin Daiyu stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the sky, Zhuo Chuanxiu's face was ugly. He had been hunting geese all day long, but today he was actually pecked by one. Yan Chuan stood at the side. Hua Zunqian fell into deep self-blame. Ah, Hua Zunqian, your self-blame came a little too late. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Hua Zunqian, is it true? Back then, were you the one who colluded with the Lotus God? The Shiman sage suddenly shouted in shock. Ha ha! Hua Zunqian, you deserve to die? Pooh! Hua Zunqian spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless cultivators stared at Hua Zunqian from all directions. Colluded with the Lotus God? For a moment, countless cultivators revealed deep suspicion. The sage who was revered by the common people was actually the one who colluded with the Lotus God, causing the death of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the fall of the common people. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hua Zunqian seemed to feel much better. This was a mouthful of regret that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 1,000,000 years. Hua Zunqian, I ask you, is it you? The Shiman sage berated again. Hua Zunqian turned to look at the Shiman sage. He said bitterly, Old friend, you misunderstood me. It was me. I was the one who caused the world to shatter. Why? How could it be you? Why? The Shiman sage roared. Hua Zunqian shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect it either. Back then, I made a good friend, Lotus. I didn't know that he was the Lotus God. When we conversed, we got along extremely well and were close friends. In addition, his knowledge, strength, everything was higher than mine. Back then, the Yin clan obtained the Blue Sky Medallion and set up a grand formation. That day, I was enlightened by Lotus and comprehended many things. That day, I benefited greatly and faintly felt like I had a great breakthrough. Lotus took the initiative to replace me. At that time, I didn't care. After all, Lotus is much stronger than me. With him around, he would definitely be stronger than me. Lotus replaced me, and I went into seclusion to cultivate. But when I came out, everything had changed. Hua Zuntian said sadly, "It's really you. It's really you. It's you who ruined the Yin clan's reputation. You caused the world to suffer such a great disaster." The Shaman sage roared angrily. "I've held it in for 1,000,000 years, afraid that others would find out. Every day, I blame myself. My heart is extremely bitter. Sometimes, I even want to say it out and let the world curse me. But in the end, I don't dare. Now that I've said it, my heart is relieved." "Ha ha, you feel bitter? Do you know that there are many people who have suffered more than you? Not to mention the common people, the Yin clan is being hunted down endlessly. Don't you feel bitter? Hua Zuntian, you're selfish." Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Zuntian sighed and said, "Since I've been exposed, then so be it. Curse me. Everyone can curse me." Shaking his head, Hua Zuntian looked at Zuochuanxiu and said, "Zuochuanxiu, I don't know how you know about this, but I've been forced to do wrong many times by you. This time is the same." "Zuochuanxiu, you're very strong, but I want to tell you that if you do evil, you're doomed. Take care of yourself." Take care of yourself," Zuochuanxiu said coldly. "Look at Yin Chuan, look at the Shaman sage, and look at Hua Zuntian." Zuochuanxiu snorted. With a flick of his sleeves, he led the Zhua clan disciples and flew towards the south. This trip was fruitless. Old ancestor, how could this be?" A group of Hua clan disciples rushed forward and cried out. Hua Zuntian looked at his descendants and the disciples and said bitterly, "I did something wrong back then. I'll let the future generations be shamed for eternity. Perhaps from now on, you won't be able to raise your heads again. I'll let you down." No, old ancestor, we understand. All these years, you've kept this matter in your heart for us." Everyone said sadly. It wasn't hard to imagine that after today, the world would no longer respect these disciples of the sages. Instead, everyone would despise them. "Let's go back," Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Bringing his descendants, Hua Zuntian's figure suddenly became bleak. "Hua Zuntian," Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Zuntian turned to look at Yin Chuan. "Yindi, I've offended you this time." "Offended? A word of offense, a word of repentance is enough. I don't care what wrong you did back then. I only remember that you, Hua Zuntian, invaded my great Qin today. Wait in the Zuntian territory. In a few days, the great Zhun army will step into the Zuntian territory and destroy your sect." Yin Chuan shouted coldly. "You!" Hua Bing couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Hua Zuntian reached out and stopped him. "I'll wait in the Zuntian territory," Hua Zuntian said bitterly. As he spoke, he led his descendants towards the south. In the central palace square, Hua Zuntian sat on the ground miserably and muttered to himself, "Old ancestor, before I came to Great Zhun, I guessed that you might have a great calamity on you. However, I didn't expect that your calamity would be so great." High up in the sky, Yin Chuan and Shaman Sage watched the desolate Hua Zuntian leave. In a valley below, Ming Tianhan, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, revealed a faint smile and said, "Hua Zuntian, not only was he severely injured, but he's also exhausted. Heavenly Emperor, this is a great opportunity." A subordinate said, "That's right. Let's go. Follow me and capture the second saint." Ming Tianhan said coldly. "Yes," the subordinates replied. Whoosh! The group of people quickly chased after Hua Zuntian. "Indeed, I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again if fate allows." Shaman Sage said in a deep voice. Shimin Sage was also flustered at this moment. He was considered good friends with Hua Zuentian, but his good friend in front of him suddenly became someone he should hate? For a moment, Shimin Sage needed to calm down. Yin Chuan nodded and said, "All right." This time, Shimin Sage came to help. Yin Chuan will remember it. Shimin Sage nodded and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Shimin Sage was not in the mood to be polite with Yin Chuan. He needed to leave early. Shimin Sage left. Yin Chuan stood high in the sky and looked at the officials. Skull Sea Sect Master, Triple Een Sect Master, and Gue Jianshou came with 3 major dominions to cause chaos in the Great Qin dynasty. They should be executed. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Meng Tian. Yin Chuan called out. Yes, sir. You are to clear Great Zhen's 1st Legion to attack Skull Sea Sect and capture Skull Sea Sect Master. Yes, sir. Jin Diyu, you are to clear Great Zhen's 3rd Legion to attack Triple Een territory and capture Triple Een Sect Master. Yes, sir. Wang Jian, you are to clear Great Zhen's 6th Legion to attack Ghost Sea Sect and capture Gue Jianshou. Yes, sir. Yin Chuan looked at Hua Zuntian in the central palace square and narrowed his eyes. He pondered for a moment. Hua Zuntian. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, sir. Hua Zuntian stood up with pain. You are to lead Great Zhen's 8th Legion to attack Reverend Heaven territory and destroy Reverend Heaven sect. Yin Chuan shouted. Ah! Hua Zuntian suddenly raised his head and looked at Yin Chuan in shock. All around, countless officials listened to this order in confusion. Hua Zuntian was the descendant of Reverend Heaven, asking him to lead Great Zhen's army to destroy Reverend Heaven's sect, defying the ancestor with his grandson. All around, many people revealed a confused expression. Wasn't Yin Chuan worried that Hua Zuntian would betray them? Yin Chuan stared at Hua Zuntian, but Hua Zuntian seemed to have guessed Yin Chuan's thoughts. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Reverend Heaven would lose his reputation. Reverend Heaven's sect would be like the Een clan in the past. They would be almost wiped out by the righteous people in the world. Yin Chuan was using righteousness to make the first move. Hua Zuntian was the commander. Would he look on helplessly as all the descendants of the Hua clan were wiped out? Yes, sir. Hua Zuntian shouted solemnly. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Yin Chuan slowly flew down. Zhang Yi. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, sir. Zhang. He immediately stepped forward excitedly. After this battle, there will be countless spectators who have their hearts set on Great Zhen. You are to immediately organize and recruit talents from all around as soon as possible. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, sir. I have already arranged for some officials to mix in. Once I give the order, they will immediately organize and lobby. Zhang Yi immediately smiled. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Then, Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, Li Si has disappeared recently. You are to quickly carry out the Great Zhen's imperial examination. Great Zhen's territory will be expanded and countless talents will be needed to fill the opening positions. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, sir. Yifeng replied. No matter what Great Zhen's arrangements were, after this battle, Yin Chuan's name would definitely spread throughout the world. Even Hua Zuntian's name would be known throughout the world. Outside Reverend Heaven's territory, above a sea, Hua Zuntian brought a group of descendants and flew towards Reverend Heaven's territory. Suddenly, Hua Zuntian's figure stopped. Old ancestor, what's wrong? The descendants were puzzled. Hua Zuntian slowly turned his head. In the distance, close to 100 black-robed figures were flying over quickly. I always had a bad feeling. So it's not from Great Zhen. It's not. Hua Zuntian said with an ugly expression. Old ancestor, Hua Bing, and all of you listen up. Hua Zuntian suddenly shouted. What? If I encounter any mishap, Hua Zuntian will become the head of the Hua clan. Everyone must listen to him. Hua Zuntian said solemnly. What? Listen to Hua Zuntian's orders? This despicable person who betrays his ancestors? A Hua clan descendant said in astonishment. Bastard, could it be that you wanted to find me? Hua Zuentian said anxiously. In the distance, the black-robed people got closer and closer. Yes, everyone said with unwilling faces. Old ancestor, you won't encounter any mishap. Hua Bing said anxiously. I don't know. The matters of the future, no one can say for sure. Hua Bing, I know that you all have always been jealous of Hua Zuentian, saying that I spoil Hua Zuentian too much. But some things you all don't understand. You just have to remember, for the Hua clan to be recognized by the world again, want to forgive my past sins. Only Hua Zuentian can do it. Because he is... Hua Zuentian said one after another. Hua Zuentian, what is he? Hua Bing asked curiously. Rumble. In the distance, 100 figures instantly arrived in front. A violent aura stirred up the surrounding sea, causing violent waves to rise in all directions. Hua Zuentian reached his hand out and waved. All of his descendants were sent towards Reverend Heaven's territory. Don't come back. Don't care about me. Hua Zuentian cried out. Everyone was sent extremely far away in a twinkle. The black-robed person in the lead laughed lightly. He did not stop them. Heavenly Emperor de Xing, Ming, Tianhan. Hua Zuentian frowned and looked at the black-robed person in the lead. Chapter 1250. Hua Empyrean's descendants and disciples were sent to the Empyrean Heaven territory by Hua Empyrean using a grand spell. But the moment they entered the Empyrean Heaven territory, everyone started quarreling. Old ancestor is in trouble. I want to go back. I want to go back too. For a moment, it was clamorous. Shut up. Hua Bing gave a cold snort. Grand ancestor, everyone go back and quietly wait for old ancestor to return. No one is allowed to go. Hua Bing said in a solemn voice. Grand ancestor, old ancestor is in trouble. Everyone was anxious, but Hua Bing's expression turned solemn as he said, This is old ancestor's intention. No one is allowed to go. Everyone was anxious. This wait was a day's time. Everyone was restless and uneasy. The sea in the north even surged wildly. Hua Bing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anxiety. Hua Bing's expression was ugly. All the way until a day later, the sea's raging waves slowly calmed down. Right at this time, a figure came over in a panic from afar. No, not good. Grand ancestor, grand ancestor. That figure in the distance cried out in shock. Why are you on the sea? Hua Bing said in surprise. That man who flew over said, Grand ancestor, I was training on an island, but I saw a great battle just now. Old ancestor, something happened to old ancestor. What's going on? Quickly say. Everyone around was anxious. Old ancestor was besieged by a group of people. The after effects of the battle were too great, shaking me unconscious. When I woke up, old ancestor was already pierced through by countless chains and locked up. He was captured. That person said in horror. What? No. Everyone's expressions immediately changed wildly. The group of descendants rushed straight for the sea anxiously, completely ignoring Hua Bing's orders. Grand ancestor, what to do? What to do? That person still said anxiously. Hua Bing drew a deep breath, his expression ugly to the extreme, but he still worked hard to calm himself down. Retribution, it actually came so quickly. So quickly. Old ancestor was imprisoned? Even old ancestor was imprisoned? Hua Bing said bitterly. There were still several people standing behind him. Yes. The group of Hua family descendants solemnly replied. This was only a grudge. This hatred, this could only SSSS. A storm was brewing in revered heaven. Underworld, holy court of Dajin. The great Zhun Empire's machinery was quickly put into operation. Expeditions were launched, and all sorts of scientific research were carried out. Everything was everything. Was everything. The four great legions each sent out their own troops to the four great territories. Yinchuan didn't have too many plans this time. Dejun hadn't been in the world for too long, and their army wasn't strong after all. He didn't go too deep into the various territories, and only carried the righteous cause. With righteousness, there was no doubt that they would win. Although the journey would be difficult, it would allow the legions to continue training. After all, the road to Dejun was still very long. At this moment, in the Yang realm, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Yin Henshin's headache gradually disappeared, and he closed his eyes as if he was adjusting his breathing. Yin Chuan, Miao, and Bai Qi waited quietly. After a few days, Yin Hentian opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, there was more calmness in his eyes. Miao, little Yin is awake. Miao immediately cried out. Yin Hentian got up and bowed to Yin Chuan. Thank you, Sage King, for protecting me. How is it? What did you remember? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, I read a part of the memories left by my ancestors. There must be a lot more, but I only got a part of it now. Yin Henshin's pupils were still double pupils. Miao, why did your pupils change? Miao asked. Yin Hentian took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Sage King, this memory is too incredible. I think you would like to know. Oh, what my ancestors left behind is the secret of heaven and earth. Just like what the Tongtian sect leader said. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Same? How is it the same? Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Infinity gave birth to Taiji. A world of primal chaos was born from the void. This world slowly grew, evolving into Taiji. Slowly, the world flourished. And this world experienced a few unique periods called epochs. Yin Hentian drew in a deep breath as he spoke. Era? That's right. It's also called an era. The first era was the earliest era. Back then, there was only one world in the void, which is our current world. During the first era, countless living beings were born, just like what many people know now. Yin Hentian explained. And then, after an unknown period of time, in the words of the Tongtian sect leader, he severed the 3 corpses. At that time, the first corpse was severed, the evil corpse. That was the world where the Lotus God was. Because it was the strongest, everyone called it the strongest world. But at first, it was called the Great Evil World. Our world was the first world. After the Great Evil World was split, our world weakened, while the Great Evil World prospered and became completely independent. At that time, there were 2 worlds in the void, and from the moment the Great Evil World split, our world entered the second era. Yin Hentian explained. The second era? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. After countless years, our first world prospered again and severed the second corpse, the good corpse. Or rather, the second world was split, called the Great Good World. In the void, the 3 worlds stood side by side. Our first world once again weakened, and every time it split, our world would give birth to a new batch of living beings. Those worlds that split off would also undergo the evolution of living beings. This was the third era, Yin Hentian explained. And then, Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yin Hentian looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. Over the years, I already know that Dejun's predecessor, the Great Qin, as well as the Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong, might have come from the same place, the Great Thousand World. And the Great Thousand World is the third world that split off, the zombie world. The 4 worlds were officially established. And from then on, the world entered the 4th era. Now, we are also part of the 4th era. The 4th era? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, splitting off a world is a new era. With this, the era is split. And our first world, because it's split into 3 worlds, seems to have lost a lot of its vitality. It will take a long time to recover, so it is called the weakest world, Yin Hentian explained. Miao? Miao's eyes widened. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be prepared for this. He was not too surprised. In that case, many ancient cultivators from the Great Evil World, the Great Good World, and the Great Thousand World should have lived in our first world? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, although new living beings were born in each world, There must be people who once lived in our world. Tian said solemnly. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Moreover, every time a world splits, all living beings in the world seem to lose their memories, forgetting everything that happened in the past. The people of the fourth era do not know about the people of the third era, and the people of the third era do not know about the people of the second era. It is as if there is a power that erases the memories of the world. Tian explained. Oh, of course, this erasure cannot be completely erased. There will be some remnants, and these remnants will be discovered by those who are interested. Therefore, the four eras are not too secret, and my ancestor sealed this information in his bloodline to let my people know about this. Tian explained. Your ancestor? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. My ancestor is one of the living beings born in the third era, the Polychoria clan. Tian said solemnly. Polychoria clan? Miao said in surprise. Yes, from the portrait sent by the Holy King. It is obvious that Zhuo Chunxiu is a descendant of someone from the Polychoria clan. Tian said solemnly. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Also, Holy King, when we go to the Middle Sky continent, are you going to collect the World Tree? That huge cypress tree? According to the information in my memory, this World Tree should belong to the Bai clan. Tian asked. Yes, it was left behind by Bai Huang. Yin Chuan did not hide it. Bai Huang? Ha! It seems that he is also from the third era. It is just that during the last split of the world, Bai Huang chose to go to the Great Thousand World, but he left this cypress tree behind. After the split of the world, all living beings lost their memories and thought that the World Tree had been passed down since ancient times. Tian explained. As expected, Yin Chuan nodded. Miao, it's so complicated. Miao did not know how to react. Bai Huang? When I was in the Great Thousand World, I did not hear Bai Huang mention the four eras. It seems that Bai Huang also lost his memories. What kind of power is it? It is so big that it can erase the memories of all living beings in the world. Yin Chuan asked solemnly. I'm not sure. Tian said bitterly. That's right. Not long ago, Zhuo Chunxiu went to the Great Qin City, and Hua Zun Tian admitted that he was the one who colluded with the Lotus God. Yin Chuan said. Hua Zun Tian. Henshin's expression changed. Yin Chuan nodded and told him everything that had happened in the underworld. Hua Zun Tian. Ha, it's actually him. Henshin's eyes flashed with hatred. Miao, but didn't that Zhuo Chunxiu say that he is a descendant of the Polychoria clan like you? Why does he want to kill you too? Miao suddenly asked in confusion. People of the same clan are not of the same mind. They have the same divine ability, so they are more wary of each other. He just wants to have the Polychoria for himself. Tian shook his head. Miao did not understand. Chapter 1251. Underworld, Revered Heaven Territory. In front of the Revered Heaven Palace, behind Desolation Hua, stood a large number of troops. Each of them looked gloomy as they coldly looked at the opposite side. In the square of the Revered Heaven Palace, Hua Bing was the leader. At this moment, the sage sect was much more desolate. More than half of the endless merit had dissipated. The disciples of the sage looked coldly at Desolation Hua, the once most favored young master of the revered heaven territory, Desolation Hua. Now, he brought outsiders to destroy the revered heaven sect. Desolation Hua looked coldly at the opposite side. Everyone, listen up. Sage Hua Tian has invaded the capital of the great Jin dynasty. I, the commander of the army, have led the army to destroy it. Everyone, surrender and wait for the arrangements. Desolation Hua said coldly. You ungrateful villain. Bastard, Desolation Hua. Who are you talking to? Desolation Hua. This is the place where you were born and raised. Do you want to destroy it? The ancestor has doted on you all these years for nothing. There were countless voices of criticism all around. Desolation Hua's eyes flashed with sadness, but at this moment, he could only harden his heart. If he fell into his hands, he could still protect him. However, when the enemies of the sage came, It was hard to say what would happen to these people. Great Ancestor Hua Bing, fight it out with him. Great Ancestor, let me behead this ungrateful bastard. Great Ancestor. Everyone looked to Hua Bing. Hua Bing's eyes were uncertain. The Ancestor had said that he would let Desolation Hua be the head of the family. Hua Bing could accept it, but now he wanted to destroy the revered Heaven Sect? This was unacceptable to Hua Bing. This was his home, his dignity, and his hope. Was it going to be completely destroyed? Everyone listened to him and waited for his order to resist. Should he give this order? Hua Bing's eyes flashed with a difficult choice. He was extremely depressed. He couldn't help but raise his head as if he wanted to breathe. However, when he looked up, he suddenly saw a figure standing in the clouds. Hua Bing recognized at a glance. These were the enemies that the Ancestor had chased in the past. These enemies were very good at hiding and were fierce. Even when the Ancestor was still alive, he couldn't find their whereabouts. They came just as the Ancestor was in trouble. Hua Bing's scalp suddenly went numb. Hua Bing. A complicated look flashed across Hua Qiliang's eyes. Hua Bing bit her lips and said, "The old Ancestor gave a final order." Order? Everyone in the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The old Ancestor said that if anything happens to the old Ancestor, Desolation will become the patriarch of the Hua family. Hua Bing shouted, "What?" Desolation Hua was startled. Some people in the surroundings knew about this, but they didn't announce it. However, there were even more people who didn't know about this scene. Immediately, there was an uproar. What? Transform Desolation into the patriarch? Him? How can a despicable person like him be worthy? Hua Bing greets the family head in accordance with the Ancestor's order. Hua Bing bowed to Hua Qiliang. "No, Grand Ancestor, you don't." Desolation Hua was flattered, but halfway through, he gave up. He calmly accepted the bow of melting ice. This was not the time to be pretentious. It would be best if they could accept the Reverend Heaven Sect with the least loss. Greetings, Patriarch. Those who had also received the order followed suit. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Grand Ancestor, how can this be the old Ancestor's order? Doesn't the old Ancestor know? Desolation Hua. A family disciple was unconvinced. Are you doubting me or the old Ancestor? Hua Bing said coldly. That person was slightly stunned. The old Ancestor's order must have a purpose. How can you guess it? You see further than the old Ancestor? This is the old Ancestor's last order. Those who are willing to follow the old Ancestor's order immediately pay respects to the Patriarch. Those who are unwilling, no matter how big the world is, the Reverend Heaven Sect will not stop you. Hua Bing shouted. Suddenly, there was a panic and an uproar. I don't believe it. I won't pay respects to Desolation Hua. I'll go find the old Ancestor. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Patriarch. Suddenly, the square of the Reverend Heaven Sect was divided into two groups. One group flew away noisily, while the other group chose to believe in the old Ancestor and Hua Bing. Thank you for your cooperation, Grand Ancestor. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Hua Bing looked at Desolation Hua, frowned slightly, and finally sighed. Underworld, Great Qin City. Yin Chuan study room. Lu Gang stood in front of the desk, while Yin Chuan sat behind it, holding a memorial in his hand. Huazun Tian was captured? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Not only that, but there's also news from the west outer continent of the underworld. Heaven Sage Wu entered the underworld and a shocking battle occurred. Following that, Heaven Sage Wu also disappeared. Lu Gang said solemnly. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Xing is most likely Ming Tianhan. Not only that, a while ago, I compared the portraits. It seems that when the Sage King fought Huazun Tian, there was also Ming Tianhan's figure outside. Lu Gang said, Ming Tianhan? Yin Chuan's finger lightly tapped on the desk, frowning as he pondered. Yes, this Ming Tianhan is very generous. If it is as we guessed, he has already imprisoned 2 sages. What does he want to do? Lu Gang frowned. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said solemnly, Ming Tianhan must have a big plan. Send more people to the west outer continent of the underworld to gather information on Ming Tianhan. Also, do your best to monitor the movements of the west outer continent of the underworld. Yes, you are dismissed, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang left the study room. The moment Lu Gang left the study room, a black figure seemed to descend from the ceiling and kneel in front of the desk. Heaven Mending Pavilion Guard greets the Sage King. The black figure said respectfully. Have you found any clues? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. Before Lord Li Si disappeared, he went from the underworld to the Yang realm. He went in the direction of Gue Guzi and never returned. The black figure said respectfully. Gue Guzi? Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Yes. Impossible. Gue Guzi would never betray me. There must be another reason. Yin Chuan frowned. Sage King, this is what this subordinate has found. Do you want to send people to investigate Gue Guzi? The black figure asked again. No, you're dismissed. I need some peace and quiet. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Yang realm. Middle Sky continent. The four-dragon carriage entered the Middle Sky continent. Above the sea, they could see a piece of land in the distance. Sage King, in front of us is the Middle Sky continent's largest territory, the Central Territory. It is also the largest territory in the world. Inhentian said, Meow, the Central Territory, the center of the world? Meow stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder and said excitedly. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, the center of the world. That world tree. You said there's a queen called Zhao Afong here too? Meow Meow asked curiously. Yes. I remember when I brought you here in the dream of heaven's secrets. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow here? How could I remember? There are so many places, and each place is only a small area. Meow shook her little head. Sage King, should we go to the Archaic Mysteries sect to pick up the queen or the world tree first? Bai Qi asked, looking at the vast territory in front of them. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Let's go to the battlefield of sins first. Battlefield of sins? Bai Qi was slightly stunned. There are endless sins of sins that have not dissipated for a long time. I know that in terms of killing, you were the strongest in Great Jun. Using killing to train your Tao, using killing to train your body. That place is just right for you. Yin Chuan said, I dare not. The strongest in Great Jun is the Sage King. Bai Qi immediately said, respectfully, You don't have to worry about me. I walk the path of killing, while you walk the path of pure killing. When I dream of heaven's secrets, I discovered it. However, I was not in my main body at that time, so I could not use it to my heart's content. This time, cherish it. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Bai Qi replied. The dragon carriage pulled everyone across the sea and entered the Central Territory. The moment the dragon chariot entered the Central Territory, a voice rang out. In a palace in the Central Territory, in the palace, a white-clothed woman held a transparent disc in her hand. She wore a white veil, but her eyes were empty. She was blind. It was Zhao Afong, who had been in the sealed world. She was the fate usurper of the Archaic Mysteries sect. After the World Tree's divination, Zhao Afong and Yin Chuan were fated to be husband and wife for 80 lifetimes. She was also Yin Chuan's wife, the reincarnation of Zhenro. Zhao Afong held the transparent disc and seemed to be calculating something. Suddenly, her hand trembled. Zhao Afong put down the disc and stood up. She slowly walked out of the palace. A group of maidservants was waiting outside the palace. However, Zhao Afong ignored them and looked at the sky with her blind eyes. You're here, King. You're here to pick me up. Zhao Afong's face flashed with anticipation. Fairy, the sect master sent someone over just now. If you come out of the palace, he wants you to go to him. A maidservant said respectfully. Got it. Zhao Afong nodded impatiently. She waved her hand and the maidservants left. Zhao Afong sneered. The world tree belongs to the Bai clan. It belongs to the king. No one can touch it. You want me to be in charge of divination? You got the wrong person. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage flew quickly in the Central Territory. It stopped at a place far away. Meow, so many lotus flowers. Red lotus flowers. Are those flames? Meow looked at the sky in the distance curiously. Numerous fiery red lotuses floated in the air, and the surrounding area was bone-chillingly cold. Even though they were still far away, they could feel a fierce, murderous aura. That's the red lotus hellfire. It's formed by countless sins of slaughter. This is the sin battlefield. Bai Qi explained. Holy King, there seems to be someone over there? Bai Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could faintly see a group of figures in the distance. Gongyangxian? Yin Chuan immediately recognized one of them. The Gongyangxian clan? Moreover, it seems that Gongyangxian is just a subordinate. Gongyangxian's position in the Gongyangxian clan is not small. There aren't many people who can make him submissive. Could it be that the head of the Gongyangxian clan is here? In Hintian frowned. Gongyangxi? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 1252. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, Sin of Slaughter Battlefield. Evil Qi filled the air as if it was filled with endless killing intent, forcing all living beings to not dare to approach. In the air, countless sins of slaughter condensed into red lotus karmic fire, showing how dangerous this place was. At the center stood a group of white-robed men. Two of them were Gongyangxian and Gongyangbenlei. Gongyangbenlei, be careful. Don't touch the red lotus karmic fire. Every one of them is condensed with countless sins of slaughter. Once it enters your body, it will melt your merit and luck. At the same time, you will be targeted by heaven and earth, believing that your sins are monstrous and will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Gongyangxian said in a deep voice. It is so terrifying. Gongyangbenlei said with an ugly expression. Ah, old ancestor, save me. I accidentally touched it. A man at the side suddenly blushed. Rumble. Suddenly, countless dark clouds condensed in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. With a loud bang, the man was char-black. Senior brother. A person at the side said anxiously. Don't touch him. He asked for it. There is no saving him. Gongyangxian said in a deep voice. Rumble. Bolts of lightning struck down. In the blink of an eye, the man was turned into dust. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and avoided the red lotus karmic fire in fear. Old ancestor, isn't the red lotus karmic fire a legendary thing? Why are there so many of them here? The people at the side were frightened. It is a legendary thing. Some peerless murderous demon kings only have a flame core of karmic fire around them. However, there are so many of them here. This is the only place in heaven and earth with so many sins of slaughter. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to come close. Therefore, there are no sects or ordinary living beings in this area. Gongyangxian said in a deep voice. Then where did these come from? Gongyangbenlei was puzzled. Gongyangxian was silent for a while and said, Legend has it that these sins of slaughter came from the Lotus God. Ah, Lotus God? Everyone was stunned. Yes, Lotus Goddess. Sin is the opposite of virtue. For example, completing a heavenly Tao would result in an immeasurable amount of good karma. But at the same time, enmity with the heavens would result. For example, massacring the common people, shattering the heavenly Tao, or slaying the heavens would result in an endless amount of evil. It was said that these were the evils created by the Lotus God in the past. This is also the final battlefield of the Lotus God, where countless heroes of our world were slaughtered. However, the Lotus God was very strange. Endless killing intent descended upon him, but it could not touch him. The sin of killing the heavens, the sin of killing the common people, has been left here by the Lotus God for a long time without dissipating. Gongyangxian said in a low voice. This is indeed an unprecedented sin. The battlefield of sins? Everyone sighed. Just now, he was tainted by the sins of the Lotus God and was hated by the heavenly Tao. He was instantly killed. If any of you try to save him, you will be implicated. That's why I told you not to touch him. Just now, he was courting death. He used his body to test the law. No one can save him, Gong Yangxian said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone quickly moved away from the red lotus karmic fire. But why did the patriarch bring us here? Someone asked curiously. Everyone looked at a place not far away that looked like the mouth of a volcano. However, the volcano's mouth was not filled with ordinary magma and flames, but the red lotus karmic fire. It was the place where the red lotus karmic fire gathered the most in a battlefield of sins. It was the largest red lotus. Above the red lotus, a man in a white robe stood. The man wore a scholarly robe. His face was calm, but there was a long scar on his face. The man closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. As he took a step, endless righteous energy shot up into the sky. The righteous energy rushed to the largest red lotus. Boom! The righteous energy dissipated. The man slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Patriarch, Gong Yangxian said respectfully. It was the patriarch of the Gong Yangxian, Gong Yangzi. Gong Yangxian, how are your injuries? Gong Yangzi stood with his hands behind his back. He asked calmly, I was injured by Yin Chuan's calamity. My qi and blood are both damaged. I've recovered 30%. Gong Yangxian said bitterly. Could it be that Yin Chuan is really our Gong Yangzi's calamity? Gong Yangzi asked in a deep voice. I was only 60% sure before, but now it's 80%. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. That day, we were hundreds of millions of miles away from Yin Chuan, but we were still almost wiped out. Gong Yangxian said bitterly. Gong Yangxian, who had a scar on his face, frowned slightly. Patriarch, why did we come here? Even now, I don't know. Gong Yangxian was puzzled. Something big might have happened in the Central Territory. I had to come. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Oh, everyone's expression brightened. The patriarch of the Celestial Arcanum sect, Tian Jizi. Do you know him? Gong Yangzi asked in a deep voice. Yes, Tian Jizi. The Central Territory, no, even the entire Middle Sky continent, is the most powerful usurper technique. Although he usually keeps a low profile, no one in the world, including the sages, dares to underestimate him. Gong Yangxian said, Yes, keep a low profile. I always thought he kept a low profile, but not long ago, a traitor of the Celestial Arcanum sect spread news that the Celestial Arcanum sect was stationed in the Central Territory to find something. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice, Something? What is it? Something that can allow the Celestial Arcanum sect to dominate the world. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. What? It's just that we haven't found it yet. However, Tian Jizi seems to have deduced that that thing is about to appear. Didn't you see that the experts from the other territories of the Middle Sky continent are constantly gathering here? Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. What is that? How can there be such a thing? Gong Yangxian was puzzled. I'm not sure, but that traitor said that it should be from the Third Era. It was left behind by an overlord of the Third Era. Gong Yangzi shook his head. Something from the Third Era? What is that? But this is a sin created by the Lotus God back then. The Lotus God only collapsed the heavenly Tao in the Fourth Era. Gong Yangxian was puzzled. I know. I just came to take a look to avoid missing anything. However, you're right. Since Tian Jizi has been searching for so long and has not found it, it obviously won't be so conspicuous. In the next few days, follow me to all the special places in the Central Territory. Make sure you know everything. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. And at this moment, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage arrived from afar. From afar, Yin Chuan looked over. He saw Gong Yangxian and the others acting subservient to Gong Yangzi. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In the center of the Sin battlefield, Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. He instantly felt the gaze from afar and turned his head to look. If it weren't for the scar on his face, Gong Yangzi would have looked extremely refined. In the distance, Gong Yangzi looked at Yin Chuan. The two looked at each other. Yin Chuan, Why did he chase us all the way here? Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed. Yin Chuan? Everyone's expression changed. Patriarch, it's him. Yin Chuan, the karmic calamity of our Gong Yangzi family. Gong Yangxian said in shock. The world was so big. How could they meet again so coincidentally? Yin Chuan? Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. With a flick of his sleeve, he led everyone out of the Sin battlefield. Soon, they arrived in front of Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. Yin Chuan, why are you here? Gong Yangxian exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Gong Yangxian strangely. In Gong Yangxian's eyes, Yin Chuan actually saw fear. Fear? Was there a need to be afraid? He was an ancestral immortal, after all. At this moment, Yin Chuan didn't know that Gong Yangxian had already identified him as the karmic calamity. He was just extremely confused. Meow, Yin Chuan, why are they looking at you like you're a ghost? Meow asked strangely. Yin Chuan. He patted Meow's head. What do you mean they're looking at a ghost? Ouch. Meow shrank back. Gong Yangzi frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't see the difference in the karmic calamity at all. I've long heard of Emperor Yan's name. Greetings, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. In Hentian and Bai Qi looked at each other. They didn't know that the dignified patriarch of the Gong Yangzi family would be so polite. So it's Gong Yangzi. What can I do for you? Yin Chuan asked strangely. Seeing Yin Chuan's confusion, Gong Yangzi's eyes lit up. Could it be that Yin Chuan still didn't know about the West Outer Continent? That would be for the best. I don't dare to ask for your advice. It's just that the Gong Yangzi and Emperor Yin had some misunderstandings in the past. This time, if there's anything wrong, I'll apologize on behalf of these juniors. Gong Yangzi said. Yin Chuan didn't take it seriously at first. However, after hearing Gong Yangzi's words, it was obvious that there was something he didn't know. It's okay. Let bygones be bygones. Yin Chuan nodded and didn't speak too politely. Emperor, Yin is magnanimous. Then, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded with a puzzled look. Gong Yangzi was the patriarch of a big family. Why was he so polite to him? Gong Yangzi swung his sleeves and left with his people. Yin Chuan and his people were left behind. They felt a little strange. Meow, this Gong Yangzi is really polite. He should be a good person, right? Meow guessed. Not necessarily. The Gong Yangzi's attitude is too strange. In the past, I killed the disciples of the Gong Yangzi. Why is he apologizing to me? We need to investigate carefully. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, In Hentian replied. On the other side, Gong Yangzi led the disciples of the Gong Yangzi and left quickly. Patriarch, are we going to reconcile with Yin Chuan? Gong Yangzi Ben Lei asked curiously. No. Gong Yangzi's face sank. Oh, since it's a life or death calamity, either Yin Chuan dies or my Gong Yangzi dies. However, Yin Chuan doesn't seem to know that we are targeting him. So, try to keep him calm and wait for an opportunity. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone replied. Gong Yangxian, you guys stay outside and watch. Try to monitor Yin Chuan's every move. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes, Gong Yangxian replied. Meow, what can the karmic fire of the Red Lotus do? Meow asked curiously. Set up a Red Lotus purgatory for Bai Qi to absorb and cultivate the golden body of the killing path. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, absorb? I thought the karmic fire of the Red Lotus couldn't be touched. Meow said in surprise. That's because it can't suppress the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. It's not that it can't be touched. Do you know that the golden body of the Buddhist sect is mostly refined from one's own karmic fire? It's just a form of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Bai Qi's killing path is nourished by the sins of killing. How can it not be touched? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Chapter 1253. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, Sin Battlefield. Bai Qi slowly walked towards a red lotus karmic fire. Roar! Bai Qi's body emitted a strong, murderous aura. As soon as the murderous aura appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Traces of red flames seemed to be circling around Bai Qi's body. At the edge of Bai Qi's blade, the red flames condensed into fist-sized red karmic fire lotuses. Meow, Bai Qi also has red lotus karmic fire? Meow said in surprise. These are the sins that Bai Qi has accumulated over the years. His sins have turned into flames, and his sins have turned into lotuses. Compared to the ones here, they are still too weak. Bai Qi's red lotuses are at most the size of a fist. If they expand any further, they will lose their power. Look at this place. The smallest red lotus is the size of a wash basin. The biggest one is the size of a lake. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow. Meow was filled with curiosity. Bai Qi's murderous aura approached a wash basin-sized red lotus. Wong. That red lotus trembled slightly. Then, a small red lotus separated from Bai Qi's red lotus. As soon as it touched Bai Qi's red lotus, it instantly shrunk like a punctured balloon. The red lotus karmic fire rushed towards Bai Qi. Whoosh! All of it entered Bai Qi's body. Rumble! Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Countless lightning bolts surrounded Bai Qi. In the distance, Gong Yangxian and Gong Yanglei opened their eyes wide. Old ancestor, look! That person is absorbing the red lotus karmic fire. Absorbing this great sin? Gong Yanglei exclaimed. Is he courting death? Gong Yangxian also opened his eyes wide. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck Bai Qi. Boom! 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 Lightning flashed, and the impact was like the destruction of heaven and earth. Bai Qi was like a huge fireball. Meow, will Bai Qi be okay? Meow asked worriedly. Baptism by lightning will make it easier for Bai Qi to refine. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Lightning flashed. Gradually, Bai Qi's body seemed to emit a bloody light. Heavenly lightning tempering body. Bai Qi was like a peerless demon god, standing amidst the lightning and fire. Amidst the lightning, a golden-colored silhouette gradually appeared. It was the silhouette of a giant. It looked exactly like Bai Qi, except that its entire body was golden. The sky lightning struck both Bai Qi and the golden-colored silhouette. Meow, what's that behind Bai Qi? Meow's eyes widened. Bai Qi's golden body of slaughter. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Golden body of killing Tao. It's just that this golden body of killing Tao is still too weak and too faint. It's not yet time for it to condense into a solid form. Yin Chuan shook his head. Golden body of killing path? Could it be Bai Qi's great Tao? Yin Hentian exclaimed in shock. Looking at Yin Hentian, Yin Chuan smiled faintly and said, That's right, it is the great Tao of killing. It is a great Tao formed by gathering all the sins of killing. Bai Qi walked a different path from others. His great Tao is in the shape of a human, which is also Bai Qi's golden body. Until the golden body disappears, the heavens will not grant death. Until the golden body disappears, the heavens will not grant death. What do you mean? Meow asked curiously. That is to say, after the golden body of killing Tao is formed, as long as the golden body exists, even the heavens have no right to grant death. Nothing in the world can change it. It cannot be invaded by evil, and it cannot be forgiven. This is a golden body formed by defying the heavens. Even the heavens cannot control its fate. Yin Chuan explained. Meow. Meow's eyes widened. Not far away, Bai Qi endured the sky lightning for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Then, the sky lightning slowly scattered. Once again, Bai Qi and the illusory golden body of killing Tao were exposed. Bai Qi was still the same. However, the killing Qi around him seemed to have increased by 10%. Whoosh! The golden body of killing Tao instantly entered Bai Qi's body. Then, Bai Qi withdrew his killing Qi. Sage King, I succeeded. Your subject absorbed a strand of the sins of killing. Bai Qi said excitedly. There are countless in this place. You can absorb them all. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Qi turned his head and looked at the battlefield of killing Dao that spanned 500 kilometers. Then, he nodded again and said, "Yes, Sage King. Your subject has a feeling that if your subject absorbs all the sins of killing here, your subject's golden body of killing Dao will be formed." Golden body of killing Dao? Good. This emperor looks forward to your great Dao being formed soon, Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. In that case, you can absorb them here. Everyone avoids the battlefield of killing Dao. However, it is the best place for you. This time, there is no need for you to participate in the matters of the Central Territory. Just focus on absorbing the boundless red karmic fire lotuses here. You will add another peerless power to the great Jin country, Yin Chuan said seriously. Yes, for dragons. Yin Chuan looked at the dragon carriage. Sage King, the 4 dragons immediately said respectfully, "You will be responsible for protecting Bai Qi." Yin Chuan ordered. "As you command." The 4 dragons answered. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Boom! The dragon carriage broke apart from the 4 dragons and returned to Yin Chuan's sleeve. After regaining their freedom, the 4 dragons immediately became strangely excited. This emperor will head to the Archaic Mysteries sect now. If there are any problems, you can come and look for me, Yin Chuan instructed. This official obeys, Bai Qi said respectfully. Nodding, Yin Chuan, Tian, and Miao stepped off the auspicious clouds and headed south of the Central Territory. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Bai Qi sent off Yin Chuan with his eyes. Then, he continued absorbing the boundless red lotus karmic fire here. Although the 4 dragons were now free, none of them thought of running away. The might of the great Jin country was already deeply engraved in the hearts of the 4 dragons. They stood at the side, protecting Bai Qi to prevent any troublemakers from approaching and disturbing him. In the distance, confusion appeared in the eyes of Gong Yang Xian and Gong Yang Benlei. He is fine? That person is called Bai Qi, right? He is actually fine after absorbing the red lotus karmic fire? He is cultivating? What cultivation technique is this? He can even absorb the red lotus karmic fire? The two's expressions turned unsightly. Gong Yang Benlei, continue watching. I have to report this to the clan head. Gong Yang Xian said with a complicated expression. Yes, Gong Yang Benlei could only nod. At this moment, at the Sin battlefield, Bai Qi continuously absorbed the boundless red lotus karmic fire. Thunder rumbled endlessly, filling the place with noise. The clamor of the heavenly thunder seemed to cover up a sound that came from the depths of the earth. As Bai Qi absorbed the red karmic fire lotuses one after another, a faint rumbling sound could be heard coming from the depths of the ground. However, this sound was extremely slow. Even if one listened quietly, it would be hard to detect it. What more in this place, where thunder rumbled endlessly? Several days later, in a courtyard in the Central Territory, the 1,000 households of the Eastern troops stationed in the Central Territory greet the holy ruler. A guard bowed excitedly to Yin Chuan. Gather all the information about the Central Territory and send it to me as soon as possible, especially the information about the Archaic Mysteries sect. Do not miss anything, Yin Chuan said. As you command. The guard immediately left. Meow. Can't we just go to the Archaic Mysteries sect directly? What other information do we need? We will be delayed for a few more days. Meow pouted. The Archaic Mysteries sect's Tianjizi is one of the few life-seizing masters in the world. If I want to take off Fong away, he will not compromise easily. It is necessary to make more preparations. Otherwise, it will not be good if we fall into his trap, Yin Chuan explained with a smile. Meow. All right, Meow said helplessly. Holy ruler, do you still remember Yao, Tianshang, and Zhu from the sealed world? Tian smiled. Of course I remember. A man and a demon, but they are one. They're also real people. However, it is a pity that they were one step too late in the sealed world. One step late, and they will always be behind. Yin Chuan nodded. I seem to remember reading a piece of news. The two of them seem to have established a faction called the Two Emperor Holy Court in the Central Territory. Their progress is really fast. In just 5,000 years, they have reached the level of a holy court. Tian said solemnly. Dejun had a fortuitous encounter. It is not strange for Zhu and Yao Tianshang to have a fortuitous encounter. In this world, there are many people with fortuitous encounters. However, Zhu's star-picking hand. Does your Yin family have any records of it? Yin Chuan asked curiously. It is only known that someone in the fourth epoch used it. As for who it was, no one knows. This is because those who know are all dead. Tian said strangely. Yin Chuan nodded with a frown. However, the two Emperor Holy Court and the Archaic Mysteries sect have formed an alliance. However, according to past information, it is not only an alliance, but more like a vassal of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Tian said. While Tian was reminiscing, a Qianhu came from afar with a pile of information. Holy Ruler, I have found it. The Qianhu immediately handed over countless pieces of information. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, to Emperor Holy Court. Inside a large hall, Zhu wore a dragon robe and sat on a dragon throne. Yao Tianshang wore a gorgeous golden robe and sat on a throne beside him. A group of subordinates stood in front of him. Reporting to Holy Ruler and Fey Emperor, I have found out that the sage, Plum Heights Grotto, arrived in the Central Territory yesterday. A subordinate said solemnly. Even the sage came? Yao Tianshang's eyes flashed. Yes, the subordinate said respectfully. All of you are dismissed. Zhu said indifferently. Yes. Everyone retreated. Yao Tianshang and Zhu looked at each other. The two of them were split from the same soul and could be said to be the same person. However, they did not share the same thoughts as Yin Chuan. Both of them had their own thoughts. It seems like we have been successful. More and more people have come to help us find it, Yao Tianshang said with a smile. Zhu held a piece of white jade in his hand and gently rubbed it. He nodded and said, You and I have sensed that thing. All these years, we have broken through again and again because of that thing. It was meant to be ours. Since Tian Jizi wanted to interfere, we had to think of another plan. We attracted countless experts to help us find it. You are still more shrewd, Yao Tianshang said with a smile. You and I are one. How can I be shrewd? Zhu said with a smile. However, Tian Jizi's life-stealing technique is quite impressive. It would be great if our two Emperor Holy Court could use it. Yao Tianshang sighed slightly. There will be a chance, Zhu said solemnly. Yao Tianshang nodded. Plum Heights Grotto. Before this, I thought of all the sages. I didn't expect her to be the first to arrive. She is the one who keeps the lowest profile. Now, she is no longer keeping a low profile, Zhu said with narrowed eyes. No matter who it is, even if the Central Territory is turned upside down, we must find it, Yao Tianshang said solemnly. Chapter 1254. Netherworld, above a sea. 100 figures escorted a huge cage to the other side of the sea. Inside the cage, countless chains bound the prisoners. Hua Zhenqian, who used to be high and mighty and revered by the world, had now become a prisoner without any resistance. Hua Zhenqian's eyes were filled with sorrow. Ming Tianan, Hua Zhenqian roared. Everyone's speed remained the same, but the black-robed Ming Tianhan slowly fell behind. You said that I have Wu Tian as my companion? What do you want? Why do you want to capture us? I, Hua Zhenqian, have no enmity with you, Hua Zhenqian said with a strong sense of confusion. Ming Tianhan looked at Hua Zhenqian and smiled. Indeed, we have no enmity, but must we have enmity before we can capture you? Why do you want to capture me? Hua Zhenqian asked with a strong sense of confusion. Not only do I want to capture you, I want all 4 saints in the world. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Hua Zhenqian asked. You will know soon. Ming Tianhan shook his head, unwilling to explain. You're just lucky. Wu Tian and I suddenly met with a disaster, and that's why you took advantage of it. Westgate and Meigao Cave It's impossible for you to catch her. In fact, no one knows where she is in Mei Gao Cave. Hua Zuntian said coldly. Just as Hua Zuntian finished speaking, a stream of light shot over from afar. Boom! Another black-robed figure flew in front of Ming Tianhan. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, Mei Gao Ku has appeared in the central territory of the Middle Sky Continent in the Yang Realm. The black-robed figure reported. Hua Zuntian, he just said that Mei Gao Ku's whereabouts were mysterious, and it appeared in the blink of an eye? Good. Ming Tianhan's eyes flashed. It's useless. This is the Netherworld. The 3 Yellow Springs paths are in the outer East Continent, the outer South Continent, and the outer North Continent. This place is far from all 3. By the time you reach the central territory of the Yang Realm, Mei Gao Ku will have already disappeared. Hua Zuntian sneered. If you want to go to the Yang Realm, you don't have to take the Yellow Springs path. At the very least, saints and geomancers can ignore this restriction. Ming Tianhan said indifferently. Then are you a feng shui master? Hua Zuntian said coldly. Of course I am not, but you are a saint. Ming Tianhan said with a cold smile. What? Hua Zuntian's face darkened. One of Ming Tianhan's subordinates suddenly walked out. It crashed toward the sage. Boom! In an instant, that person disappeared in front of everyone. It was as if he had entered the body of Saint. The Fox clan's possession ability? Hua Zuntian's expression changed. You have already been restrained. You can't resist, Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. With that, Hua Zuntian seemed to fall into a deep sleep. His eyes became hollow, and gradually, his pupils turned into a pair of fox eyes. Release the spirit sealing chains. The few of you will follow us to the world of the living. As for the others, continue to escort Hua Zuntian back to the Great Punishment Heavenly Prison, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. As you command. Hua Zuntian, who was possessed, had 30% of the chains on his body quickly pulled away. The possessed Hua Zuntian waved his hand. Boom! It was as if a huge hole had appeared in front of everyone in an instant. On the other side of the huge hole, surging yang qi was gushing out. Ming Tianhan led 10 subordinates and stepped in. Whoosh! The huge hole disappeared. Walala! A large number of chains once again locked Hua Zuntian. Boom! The expert who possessed Hua Zuntian instantly came out of his body. Hua Zuntian quivered. Where's Ming Tianhan? Where's Ming Tianhan? Hua Zuntian exclaimed. Sage, you should rest. The Heavenly Emperor has already been sent to the world of the living by you. Moreover, that place is not far from the Central Territory. The person who possessed Hua Zuntian said with a smile. Bastard! Hua Zuntian roared with shame and anger. World of the living, Central Territory, 2 Emperor's Holy Court. Sage Monarch, Demon Emperor, Sage Mei Gao Ku has brought the traitor of the Archaic Mysteries sect to the Archaic Mysteries sect. A subordinate reported to the 2 in the study. The traitor of the Archaic Mysteries sect? Yao Tianshang raised his eyebrows. Yes, the traitor who leaked the news, Wang Ying, was captured by the sage and sent to the Archaic Mysteries sect. The subordinate reported. You can leave first, Zhu said indifferently. Yes, in the blink of an eye. Only Zhu and Yao Tianshang were left in the study. He was captured? We sent him to spread the news. He seems to be quite clever. How did he get captured? Yao Tianshang's face turned ugly. Mei Gao Ku took action personally. It is not impossible to capture him, Zhu said solemnly. Then what should we do? Will he betray us? Yao Tianshang frowned. Betray us? So what? However, there is no need to be too worried. When I chose him, I already considered this point. Zhu shook his head. Shall we go to the Archaic Mysteries sect to take a look? Yao Tianshang said solemnly. Zhu nodded. The 2 of them stood up and walked out. Central Territory, Archaic Mysteries sect. In a place filled with endless mountains and forests, fog rose in all directions. It seemed to reach the 9 heavens, making it difficult for people to see what was inside. Looking at the sky from the periphery, one would realize that there were many stars in the sky, and they were exceptionally clear. In the distance, there was a huge valley with a huge door. There was a huge stone tablet with the words, Archaic Mysteries Sect, written on it. Although the words were written casually, if one looked carefully, one would be drawn in. It was as if one could see the endless starry sky from the words. Yin Chuan, Tian, and Miao were standing on the peak of a mountain outside the Archaic Mysteries Sect. Looking at the Celestial Arcanum sect in front of him, Yin Chuan was stunned. Miao, let's go in, Miao shouted. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and revealed a complicated smile. Sage King, have you been here before? Tian asked as he tried to guess Yin Chuan's expression. No, I have not been here even during the 5,000 years I dreamt of the Archaic Mysteries Sect. However, Yin Chuan said with a strange expression. However what? Miao asked curiously. I might be very familiar with the Archaic Mysteries Sect. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Miao? Miao asked puzzled. I think you already know that in my first life, I came from the Great Thousand World. At that time, I established the Great Qin Heavenly Court. My name was Ing. Yin Chuan said. Miao nodded. In the Great Thousand World, I practiced the life-stealing derivation skill. At that time, I formed 3 bodies, namely by Elon and Ing. Later on, they merged into one body. However, I still died. Yin Chuan said. Miao. Miao nodded. In the most primitive times, I was by E from the Bai family. At that time, the family head of the Bai family was called Bai Huang. Yin Chuan said. Bai Huang was a person from the Third Era. Later on, this world split into the Great Thousand World. His family moved into the Great Thousand World. Tian nodded. Yes. However, this place is exactly the same as the Bai family's residence in the Great Thousand World. Yin Chuan said. Oh, Miao said in surprise. According to the information we've gathered over the past few days, the land surrounded by this array formation has existed since a long time ago. It was later moved in by Tianjizi's sect. In other words, in the Third Epoch, this is likely the place where Bai Huang lived. It was also once the land of the Bai family. The Archaic Mysteries Sect is just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Henshin's eyes lit up. In that case, the Holy King should be very familiar with the Archaic Mysteries Sect. In my first life, I grew up in this place. How can I not know? As long as it is still by Huang's arrangement, as long as it has not been altered, I know better than anyone. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Does the Empress know? Tian asked curiously. Afong. I met her when I gave birth to Ing. At that time, I had already left the Bai family. Afong has never been there, so she is not clear about the internal affairs. Yin Chuan shook his head. Miao, then let's go in. Miao said anxiously. Yin Chuan nodded. The two stepped forward and arrived at the entrance of the Archaic Mysteries Sect in an instant. Who are you? Tell me your name. 2 guards at the entrance of a valley shouted. Pass this invitation to Zhao Afong. Yin Chuan took out an invitation and handed it to the guards. Inside the Archaic Mysteries Sect, there was a huge palace called the Archaic Mysteries Hall. The square around the Archaic Mysteries Hall was divided into 12 areas. A group of people sat in each area. At the entrance of the North Hall, a white-haired old man sat. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and looked like an immortal. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. There could only be one person sitting in the main seat in the Archaic Mysteries Sect. The sect leader, Tianjizi. In the first area on the left, there was a group of people standing. Only one person was sitting there. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. It was blurry, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was obviously a sage. In the second area on the left, there were 2 seats. Yao Tianshang and Zhu were sitting there. There were unfamiliar faces sitting all around them. In the south, there was a blind woman. She was the person Yin Chuan was looking for, Zhao Afong. Around the square, there were 12 areas with about 500 people. They were all quietly staring at the center of the square. In the center of the square, there was a golden-haired old man. The golden-haired old man seemed to be suppressed by a great force and knelt in the center. Wang Ying, let me ask you, why did you betray the sect and spread the news of the sect? Why did you cause an uproar in the Middle Sky continent? Tianjizi said coldly. Wang Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, sneered as if he was unwilling to say anything. Beside him, the sage suddenly said, Tianjizi, so the news that Wang Ying spread was not groundless? Tianjizi looked at the sage and smiled bitterly. Sage Gao Ku, I have made you worry too much. Tianjizi is very grateful for sending Wang Ying back. You're welcome. I'm just curious. In the Central Territory, other than the World Tree, what else is worth the archaic mysteries sect waiting for so long? The sage said calmly. Chapter 1255. At the square of Tianji Hall. You're too kind. I'm just curious. Other than the World Tree, what else is there in the Central Territory that is worth the archaic arcanum sect waiting for so long? The sage said calmly. The cultivators in the other 10 districts frowned as they looked at the sage. Among them, Yao Tianshang and Zhu were the strangest. If there was really something, why would Tianjizi tell them? Tianjizi looked at the sage and shook his head. Sage, you're overthinking. Wang Ying betrayed the sect and slandered the archaic arcanum sect. Is that so? I remember that before you entered the Central Territory, you took a mystical item from me. After that, you immediately went to the Central Territory to establish a sect. Is that mystical item still there? Is it related to what Wang Ying said? The sage asked in a deep voice. The sage suspected that the treasure the archaic arcanum sect was looking for might be a clue to his item. After Tianjizi got it, he came here to look for it. Why did he hide it from him? The sage was a little angry. Sage Gao Ku, you're overthinking. There's absolutely no connection. That item has been refined into a treasure and is long gone. Tianjizi shook his head. Is that so? The sage asked. It's true. Tianjizi smiled. However, no one knew how much of his words were exaggerated. Then, how will you deal with Wang Ying? The sage asked again. He betrayed the sect. I will take back everything that Tianjizi gave him. Tianjizi said in a deep voice. Wang Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, was shocked. Everything? Could it be that he still had the memory of the life-stealing technique? How could he erase the memory? Destroy the primordial spirit? Sect leader, please spare my life. Wang Ying was confused. Wang Ying immediately pleaded. You have to pay the price for being confused. Also, let me ask you, who ordered you to spread the news? Tell me now. Otherwise, I will refine your soul. Tianjizi said coldly. No. Wang Ying screamed in horror. As he spoke, he looked at the people around him. When he saw Yao Tianshang's eyelids twitched. However, Zhu was extremely calm. Wang Ying did not identify the two. Instead, he immediately looked at the sage Gao Ku and said, Sage, Wang Ying is willing to become your disciple. Please help me. How dare you? Tianjizi glared. Wait, the sage suddenly shouted. Divine Predictor looked at the sage in confusion. Tianjizi, back then, when you took that strange item from me, you said that you would definitely repay me generously in the future, right? The saint said in a deep voice. That's right. Tianjizi nodded. I want him. What do you think, Wang Ying? The saint chuckled. Oh. Tianjizi's eyes narrowed. Staring at Sage Huang Xiaolong, Tianjizi stared at Sage Huang Xiaolong for a while before taking a deep breath. Fine, I'll grant Sage Huang Xiaolong's request. However, Wang Ying has everything that belongs to my Tianjizi sect. We must take it back. As long as Wang Ying doesn't die and his divine soul is intact, please do as you wish. The sage nodded. As long as Wang Ying did not die and his spirit was intact, the saint was confident that he could restore Wang Ying to his original state. The saint turned to look at Wang Ying and said, Wang Ying, let me ask you one last time. Why did you refuse to submit when we captured you? You didn't even hesitate to commit suicide, and now you're willing to become my disciple? Wang Ying said solemnly, I don't dare to hide it from a saint. As a life usurper, We have our own life-saving secret methods, especially the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum sect. As long as the Celestial Arcanum sect exists, even if my body and soul were destroyed outside, I can still be resurrected in the Celestial Arcanum sect. Therefore, the saint's threat was useless against me. However, I did not expect the sect leader to be so decisive. Even if your body and soul were destroyed, you can still be resurrected. The saint was surprised. Saint, please look up. It's because of this. Wang Ying said immediately. Wang Ying, shut up. Tianji Zi glared. Suddenly, Wang Ying was speechless. However, the saint had already looked up. Above everyone's head, there was a huge blue transparent star in the sky. It was like a huge crystal ball floating in the sky, emitting a faint blue light. There was no fluctuation of magical power. When they came, the saint even thought that it was just a decoration. He did not expect that this thing could resurrect the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum sect, even if their body and soul were destroyed. Saint, there's no need to be surprised. This is the celestial source of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Celestial source? Man-made stars? I've read about it in some ancient records. The ancient? No. The powerful fate usurper of the previous era relied on these artificial stars to arrange the stars in the sky, conceal the secrets of heaven, tamper with the heavens, and change fate? The saint said in surprise. Not far away, Zhu and Yao Tianshang squinted their eyes and stared at the celestial source in the sky. The saint is knowledgeable. Tianjizi nodded helplessly. Ha! Tianjizi, that's a good move. The saint took a deep breath and sighed. You flatter me. Just as the saint and Tianjizi were talking, a disciple of the Celestial Arcanum sect in the south handed an invitation to Zhao Afang. Zhao Afang was blind, but the moment she touched the invitation, her face changed. He's here? Zhao Afang's eyes were filled with endless joy. Where's he? Zhao Afang asked softly and excitedly. Reporting to the Heavenly Lady, he's outside the Celestial Arcanum sect. The disciple replied immediately. Quick, quick, let him in. No, I'll go myself. Zhao Afang stood up excitedly. Heavenly Lady, what do you want? Tianjizi frowned and asked. The right hand that was holding the horsetail whisk suddenly pinched his fingers and started to calculate. Sect leader, Afang has something to do. I'll take my leave first, Zhao Afang said immediately. As for Tianjizi, his eyes lit up as he calculated. So it's a distinguished guest. Ha! Tianjizi suddenly laughed. Everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Lady, I heard that when you were in the outer East Continent sealed world, you used the world branch to calculate that you and Yin Chuan are fated to be husband and wife for 80 lifetimes? 80 lifetimes, that's not easy. Why don't you invite him here? I'd like to see who it is that has made the Heavenly Lady miss him for so many lifetimes. Tianjizi laughed. Yin Chuan? Not far away. Zhu and Yao Tianshang looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Yin Chuan? Sage Mate Gaoku whispered in doubt. Obviously, he had heard of this name before. Zhao Afang frowned slightly and shook her head. I don't think it's necessary. I'll come with my husband to meet the sect leader in a few days. Ha. Why do you need a few days? Let's do it today. Go and invite Yin Chuan over. Don't be rude. Tianjizi said arbitrarily. Yes. The Celestial Arcanum sect's disciples immediately left. Zhao Afang frowned and her face turned ugly. No one said anything. Outside the Celestial Arcanum sect, the sect leader invites everyone to the Celestial Arcanum sect square. The Heavenly Lady is there. A Celestial Arcanum sect's disciple said politely. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Although Yin Chuan and Zhao Afang had not interacted much in this life, in their previous life, Zhenro was Yin Chuan's only empress. Moreover, Yin Chuan had recovered his memories. Not only were they husband and wife in their previous life, but they were husband and wife for 80 lifetimes. Their relationship was as strong as syrup. Logically speaking, Zhao Afang should be the one to welcome him. Lead the way, Yin Chuan said. Please. The Celestial Arcanum sect disciples said politely. Meow. Meow was heartless and was extremely excited at this moment. It did not notice anything unusual. However, Inhentian felt something was amiss. His face turned serious as he followed Yin Chuan inside. Once they entered, they saw countless arrays surrounding them. Along the way, Yin Chuan kept looking at the arrays. They've changed a little, but the main structure is still the same. Bai Huang was a genius in the past. The arrays he set up for the Bai clan are naturally the best. It's not easy to replace them, Yin Chuan thought in his heart. Looking at the many familiar arrays, Yin Chuan smiled lightly. Soon, they arrived at the Tianji Hall Square. The moment they stepped into the Tianji Hall Square, Zhao Afang quickly walked over. Yao Tianshang and Zhu also stood up solemnly. Tianji Zi also stood up. In an instant, the atmosphere became strange. Many people did not understand why the sect leader valued Yin Chuan so much. Even Yao Tianshang and Zhu valued Yin Chuan so much. Seeing the sect leader stand up, the others also stood up. Sage was the only one who was sitting quietly. Sage looked at everyone strangely and then looked in the direction of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan? Sage did not see anything special about him. According to the news he received in the past, he was only the lord of the Holy Court. Polychoria? Zwichunxiu? No. Sage was shocked to see Inhentian. Inhentian stood quietly behind Yin Chuan. He seemed inconspicuous, but Sage was extremely sensitive to his polychoria. Meow. Meow looked around curiously. Zhao Afang had already arrived in front of Yin Chuan. At this moment, Zhao Afang had regained his memories. King. Zhao Afang's nose twitched. For a moment, tears flowed down his blind eyes. Without caring about others, Yin Chuan carried Zhao Afang. Stop, bastard. Around them, countless archaic arcanum sect disciples screamed. No one was allowed to tarnish the purity of the heavens. But now, she was in Yin Chuan's arms? Countless archaic arcanum sect disciples glared at Tianjizi. However, Tianjizi was not angry. Instead, his eyes shone and his lips curved into an imperceptible smile. Meow, meow. Meow jumped from Yin Chuan's left shoulder to his right shoulder. Yin Chuan, we are in public. Zhao Afang blushed. She wanted to push him away, but she could not bear to leave her husband's embrace. Her face was red. Yin Chuan laughed heartily. Ha ha! Zhao Afang was fine. Everything would go smoothly. On the other side, Sage looked at Meow, jumping on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Suddenly, his body tensed up. A pair of saint's eyes were exposed from his face that was covered by the fog. His pupils shrank rapidly as he stared fixedly at the kitten. Impossible. How can it be? How can it be her? Sage muttered to himself in surprise. His hand gently pinched the armrest of the chair. Crack! A crack appeared on the armrest. However, Sage did not seem to notice. He just stared at Meow. No one noticed Sage's abnormality. Only Zhu, who was not far away, looked at Sage and narrowed his eyes. But Zhu immediately pretended not to see and followed Sage's gaze to Meow. Chapter 1256. Gently letting go of Zhao Afang, Yin Chuan looked around the square. Yindi, how have you been? Yao Tianshang suddenly said with a smile. Yao Tianshang and Zhu had a good impression of Yin Chuan. After all, although they were forced to leave the sealed world, Yin Chuan had given them a lot of help. Even the records of the heavenly court that Jindiyu had given them had benefited them greatly. Correspondingly, the two of them owed Yin Chuan a favor. It's been a long time. Yin Chuan nodded and smiled. Then, Yin Chuan looked at everyone and saw the sage. The sage had already retracted his gaze from Meow, but Meow could feel it. Meow, I don't like that shameless person. Meow whispered in Yin Chuan's ear. Shameless person? Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. However, he instantly understood what Meow meant and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The sage was a sage, and it was the will of the heavens. He just did not show his true face. This was a kind of respect, but in Miao's mouth, it became shameless. Yinchuan finally looked at the sage-like Tianjizi, who was holding a horsetail whisk. This is the sect leader, Tianjizi. Zhao Afong whispered to Yinchuan. The two of them had been husband and wife for many generations and had not met for a long time. Now that they had calmed down, they naturally did not want to be inseparable in front of outsiders. Yinchuan of the Holy Court of Great Zhun greets the sect leader of the Celestial Mysteries sect. Yinchuan smiled. Tianjizi greets Yendi. Tianjizi also smiled and said, "The Celestial Mysteries sect is honored to have such a distinguished guest. Celestial Mysteries sect leader is too polite. I'm just here to bring my wife home. All these years, the Celestial Mysteries sect has taken care of her." Yinchuan is very grateful, Yinchuan said solemnly. "Oh," Tianjizi said lightly. "To thank the Celestial Arcanum sect for taking care of Fong all these years, I will reward you generously," Yinchuan said solemnly. "Ha ha ha, there's no need to rush. Indeed, why don't you wait for a moment while I deal with my family matters first?" Tianjizi laughed. Yinchuan frowned slightly and finally nodded. "All right, this way." Zhao Afong led Yinchuan to his seat. With a wave of his hand, a few subordinates quickly brought over another throne. Yinchuan and Zhao Afong sat down while Inhintian stood at the side. "Miao." Miao looked at Zhao Afong with sparkling eyes. "It's Miao, right? I can't see you. Although I have a mind's eye, it is extremely strange. I can't see you, and I don't know what you like. How can I entertain you?" Zhao Afong said to Miao. Zhao Afong's heart's eye world allowed him to see in all directions. It was like a black and white world. He could see everyone, but he couldn't see Miao. She only knows how to eat, and her mouth is very picky. Yinchuan laughed. "Miao, you're the one who only knows how to eat." Miao immediately retorted. Zhao Afong smiled slightly and immediately took out a bunch of shiny things. "Miao, Bodhi fruit? I ate one last time. It was delicious, Miao." Miao immediately cried out excitedly. "I can't see where you are. These are all prepared for you." Zhao Afong laughed. "Miao, Miao, Sister Afong is so nice, unlike someone else." Miao immediately jumped into Zhao Afong's arms. "Yinchuan, Bodhi fruit." Yinchuan was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by Miao. "Miao, don't say it, don't say it. This is mine, not for you." Miao immediately bristled at Yinchuan. Yinchuan could only smile bitterly. "All right, don't eat it all at once. This thing is very rare in the world." Miao. Miao proudly hugged a bunch of Bodhi fruit. On the other side, Tianjizi's eyes flashed as he looked at Yinchuan. Then he sat down and looked at Wang Ying, who was kneeling in the center of the field. Everyone who had stood up earlier also sat down. Zhao Afong whispered to Yinchuan about Wang Ying. "Wang Ying wants to leave with the sage, and Tianjizi wants to take away everything of Wang Ying? Oh, no wonder. What a coincidence. Tianjizi is doing this for me to see?" Yinchuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the center of the field. The sage wanted to take Wang Ying away, and Yinchuan wanted to take Zhao Afong away. The nature of the situation was about the same. "Do you see the stellar source above?" Zhao Afong whispered. Yinchuan looked at the huge transparent star in the sky, which was emitting a faint blue light. Stellar source? Yinchuan recognized it at a glance, because in Yinchuan's first life, he had also seen this kind of stellar source in the Bai family of the vast thousand domains. It was an artificial star, and the position was exactly the same. Was this left behind by Bai Huang? Yinchuan's heart suddenly settled. "Miao, what's the use of that?" Miao asked curiously. Zhao Afong explained. "Do you know the number of days?" "Number of days?" Miao was a little confused. "Heaven and earth are made up of 3,000 heavenly Tao. There are so many living creatures in the world. I don't know when it started, but the net of heaven appeared. The legendary net of heaven is this thing. As for the net of heaven, it was like countless invisible threads that connected everyone's fate. It affects everyone's fate, Zhao Afang explained. Meow? Meow asked curiously. It's often said that the number of days is fixed, which means that a person's fate can no longer be changed. It has reached the point where the number of days is extremely clear. Zhao Afang continued to explain. Meow. So the number of days is controlling all the living creatures in the world? Meow seemed to understand. More or less. In the past, heaven was mysterious and controlled the number of days, controlling the vast net of heaven. Zhao Afang said. Meow. Of course, there's a group of people who specialize in this. They are people who cultivate fate, also known as fate usurpers. In the past, heaven controlled the number of days, but there are billions of living creatures. It can't control all of them. It can only control the general direction. Fate usurpers, on the other hand, steal the power of heaven and defy heaven to change fate. Zhao Afang said. Meow? That's amazing. The net of heaven contains the trajectory of everyone's fate. However, there are many forks in the trajectory of fate. Fate usurpers sound amazing, but they can only deduce when there are forks and choose which path to take. Zhao Afang explained. That's still amazing, Meow said solemnly. Yes, but why do some fate usurpers arrange the stars? Legend has it that every star is a node in the net of heaven. Through this node, the fate usurpers can better understand the shape of heaven. If they can control a large number of stars, they can change the number of days according to their own ideas. This is the so-called arrangement of stars, concealing heaven's secrets and messing with heaven's fate. Only then can they change fate. Zhao Afang explained. Meow. This is getting more and more complicated. Meow shook its head. Yinchuan smiled. You only need to know that the stellar source above your head is an artificial star created by an ancient almighty. It is a node in the net of heaven. Moreover, this stellar source is connected to countless stars. Therefore, the birth of this stellar source is already amazing. Because this stellar source is connected to countless stars, it can deduce the number of days and understand the general trend of heaven and earth. Even more so, it can be used to arrange some stars and change fate. Meow, all right? I don't understand anyway. I won't ask anymore. Meow turned its head, hugging the Bodhi fruit and gnawing on it. Yinchuan could only smile bitterly. Sovereign Tianji Z controls this stellar source. All of Tianji Z's disciples are connected to it. If you want to completely cut off all ties with Tianji sect, you must erase all traces of me. Zhao Afang whispered to Yinchuan. Yinchuan looked up at the huge stellar source, narrowed his eyes, and nodded. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhao Afang nodded. On the other side, Tianji Z looked at Wang Ying. Tianji Z, Wang Ying is already my disciple. Take back everything that Tianji sect has given you. Don't ruin my disciple. The sage said lightly. Don't worry. Tianji Z nodded. Wang Ying. Tianji Z looked at Wang Ying. Wang Ying frowned. Tianji sect has its own rules. If you want to leave Tianji sect, you must return everything that belongs to Tianji sect. You are an abandoned baby picked up by Tianji sect. We don't want to see you betraying Tianji sect, but since it has become a fact, then we will follow the rules. With the stellar source above, you and I will fight using the life usurper technique. If you can last one day, then no matter what the result is, Tianji sect will not pursue you any further. Wang Ying's eyes lit up. Yes, thank you, Sovereign. Wang Ying said gratefully. Tianji Z's horsetail whisk flung out. Instantly, a stream of light flashed past, and the restraints on Wang Ying's body were removed. A battle between life usurpers? Yao Qiansheng, the sage, and the others turned solemn. There were too few life usurpers in the world, so it was rare to see a battle between life usurpers. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Sovereign, please excuse me. Wang Ying sat down cross-legged. He waved his hand. Wang. Around Wang Ying, countless specks of light suddenly flew out. The specks of light were like stars. They surrounded Wang Ying. At the same time, the blue light of the stellar source above suddenly intensified. Not far away, Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. My universe in the palm is the same. I created it with Bai Wang. Could it be? Stars surrounded Wang Ying. For a moment, his long hair fluttered without wind. Wang Ying sat quietly on the square. On the other side, Tianjizi was also surrounded by countless light spots, as if countless small stars were circling around him. Wang, high up in the sky, the huge stellar source suddenly emitted a bright blue light. Rumble. High up in the sky, countless stars in the shallow star layer suddenly rotated. The stars in the shallow star layer rotated and gradually formed a huge and strange star array. The void in all directions flickered slightly. It was impossible to see how strong the impact was, but there was a strange feeling that permeated the entire square. Wang, Tianjizi, and Wang Ying's bodies emitted countless white lights. Vaguely, one could see thin lines in the white lights, like the tendrils of a huge net. Meow. Is it the great net of heaven? Meow said in surprise. A battle between life usurpers. The slightest carelessness will result in failure. Wang Ying can't win against the sect leader. The sect leader has already shaken Wang Ying's fate. Zhao Afong frowned. No, sect leader, no, I was wrong. Wang Ying suddenly screamed. However, the tendrils of the net around Wang Ying were flowing rapidly. It was as if the trajectory of Wang Ying's fate was rapidly reversing. What's wrong? The sage looked solemnly. However, Tianjizi did not show any mercy and allowed Wang Ying to scream in fear. Wang Ying seemed to be floated by a force and could not move. No, sect leader, don't. Wang Ying cried sadly. Whoosh! The void around Wang Ying gradually distorted, as if streaks of colorful light were flowing around Wang Ying. Wang Ying's cultivation is regressing? Miao said in surprise. In the distance, Zhu and Yao Tianshang also widened their eyes. It's not cultivation, it's everything. Zhu's eyes narrowed, reversing the flow of light. The stellar source actually has such power? It can actually reverse a person's life? Reverse fate? Zhu's face was full of surprise. No. Wang Ying screamed sadly. Heaven immortal, earth immortal, mortal, immortal state, chi state, essence state, and strength state? In Hentian also frowned. Meow. He's become younger. Meow exclaimed. At this moment, time seemed to be reversing around Wang Ying. Everything was reversing, whether it was his memory or his cultivation. His expression gradually became blank. Whoosh! The flowing light danced, and Wang Ying's body became smaller and smaller. Gradually, he turned from an adult to a child, and then to a baby. Wah wah wah! The child let out a baby's cry that resounded through the square. Whoosh! The light around Tianjizi's body converged, and the countless stars instantly disappeared. With a flick of the dust, Tianjizi's eyes gradually returned to normal. In the square, there was only a baby in an adult's clothes, crying constantly. Wah, wah. There was silence all around. Wang Ying's fate has been reversed, and he has returned to childhood? Zhu said solemnly. Reversed? It's not a memory wipe, but a reversal? Then everything that Wang Ying learned in the Celestial Arcanum sect has never appeared? Wang Ying has been turned back to his childhood? Yao Tianshang also said solemnly. At this moment, Sage was also looking at the baby in the center of the square in shock. His soul was not damaged, but he had regressed. A powerful life usurper had turned into a baby with nothing to learn in the blink of an eye. Sage, everything about Wang Ying has been taken back. Since he is your disciple, please accept him. Tianjizi smiled faintly. Sage reached out his hand, and the baby flew over. Sage pointed his finger at the baby's head. Buzz. The baby stopped crying immediately. Is this to enlighten the baby so that he can remember his past life? Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. The baby suddenly looked at Sage in shock. How did I become a baby? Father, mother, save me. The baby suddenly screamed. Who are you? Sage asked in a low voice. I am Wang Yun, a villager of Lai Fu village. I remember that day when I was chopping wood. I fell from the mountain. I died? I reincarnated? The baby was shocked. Sage was silent for a while. Meow, is this reverse growth? All the department heads have returned. This is the battle between the life usurpers? It's so scary. Meow exclaimed in shock. Zhao Afong revealed a worried expression. Yin Chuan grabbed Zhao Afong's hand, trying to calm her down. Sage King, this is a little tricky. Tianji Zi's life usurper technique is too strong. In Hentian said. Zhao Afong smiled bitterly. Yes, but I should be fine. If I go back in time, I still have 80 lifetimes worth of memories with you. However, you'll have to raise me. With me around, no one can control your fate, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Chapter 1257. The life usurper Wang Ying had returned to his infancy in the blink of an eye. In the square, the disciples of the archaic mysteries sect were in awe. Yao Tianshang and Zhu frowned. They did not say a word. They looked on coldly. The sage looked at Wang Ying, who had been awakened from his past life, and was extremely unhappy. His soul was still there, but he had lost everything of the archaic mysteries sect. The sage had taken Wang Ying in for the secrets he knew. Now that his memory was gone, what was the use of him? Who are you? Are you my relative in this life? The baby asked softly. The sage handed the baby to the disciple behind him without saying a word. The divine predictor looked at the sage and smiled. Then, the divine predictor looked at Yin Chuan again. Yindi, I have taken care of the matters in the sect. Now, let's talk about your matter. What did you say you wanted to do with the holy maiden? The divine predictor smiled. Although the divine predictor looked kind, everyone knew that the divine predictor was targeting Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled and said, I want to bring my wife, Zhao Afong, home. Oh, this is the holy maiden's home. The divine predictor shook his head. No, it's not. Yin Chuan shook his head affirmatively. Then, will Yin Di bring the holy maiden back to Dezhun occasionally or never? The divine predictor asked. What? You want to take back everything of Zhao Afong? Yin Chuan's expression turned cold. This is the rule of the archaic mysteries sect. Please forgive me, Yin Di. The divine predictor said solemnly. With me here, no one could touch Zhao Afong. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhao Afong grabbed Yin Chuan's sleeve. Meow. Meow also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at the divine predictor angrily. The divine predictor smiled and did not speak. The divine predictor was not afraid that Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong would force their way out because it was useless. The stellar source above his head was connected to Zhao Afong's fate. Even if they were millions of miles apart, the divine predictor could affect Zhao Afong's fate to a certain extent. King, I might be able to give it a try, Zhao Afong whispered to Yin Chuan. Although I learned the Celestial Arcanum's sex life-stealing art, after recovering the memories of my first life, there was another life-stealing art in my mind. Back in the Great Qin, Mr. Gay Guzi taught me the life-stealing art from the Bai clan, Zhao Afong said softly. Bai family usurping the throne? Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. I might be able to hold on for a day. Besides, if I were to return to my infancy like Wang Ying, my life providence would no longer be connected to the stellar source, Zhao Afong said with a shake of his head. Yin Chuan looked at Zhao Afong and frowned. Not far away, Tian Jizi smiled faintly and said, Of course, if Zhao Afong is willing to go with you and last a day in my hands, you, Yin Di, can also participate. You have to know that in a battle between fate usurpers, having an extra birth chart increases the chances of winning. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at Tian Jizi in confusion. Tian Jizi wants to fight two people at once? If Yin Di participates, you just have to connect to the stellar source, Tian Jizi said with a smile. Everyone immediately looked at Tian Jizi in confusion. Zhao Afong immediately said to Yin Chuan, No, my life providence has already been connected to the stellar source. I can't let you fall into it. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan laughed. Just one day, all right. Yin Chuan looked at Tian Jizi with a smile. Good, ha ha. Tian Jizi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, No, nothing can happen to you. Zhao Afong immediately said anxiously. Yin Chuan looked at Zhao Afong and shook his head. It's okay, I have my own plans. I want to take you away openly. If Tian Jizi dares to pester me and threaten me with the stellar source, I will not hesitate to slaughter the entire Celestial Arcanum sect. Until everyone else is dead, only you and I are connected to the stellar source. Zhao Afong was still worried, but Yin Chuan smiled and said, Since you know the Bai family's life-usurping technique, let's use the Bai family's life providence. Zhao Afong was still worried, but finally nodded his head. Meow. Meow tilted its head and looked at Yin Chuan. In the distance, Tian Jizi smiled and said, Yin Di, you only need a drop of blood essence to connect to the stellar source. How can a drop of blood essence be enough? Yin Chuan smiled. Turning his head, Yin Chuan slowly stood up. Boom! The ground under his feet and the entire center of the square instantly turned into a pool of blood. Yin Chuan stepped out, surrounded by a bloody mist. His long hair had turned blood red, and his pupils had also turned blood red. Step by step, he walked towards the center of the blood pool. The blood waves surrounded Yin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan was faintly discernible in the blood waves. Yin Chuan only stopped when he reached the center of the blood pool. Pressing his palm, a large amount of blood seeped out from his pores. Tian Jizi's eyes lit up. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, the blood in Yin Chuan's palm suddenly rushed towards the stellar source. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it entered the stellar source and disappeared. Yindi, you have guts, Tian Jizi said excitedly. Zhao Afong also stepped into the blood pool and came to Yin Chuan's side. Tian Jizi, 1 day later, erase all traces of my and Afong's fate in the stellar source. Otherwise, I will destroy your Tian Jizi sect, Yin Chuan said solemnly. At this moment, Yin Chuan was no longer polite to Tian Jizi. Of course, Tian Jizi nodded. Let's begin. Yin Chuan looked at Zhao Afong. Zhao Afong nodded. With a stretch of his hand, a disc appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly disc that he obtained in the sealed world. In the heavenly disc, there seemed to be a force revolving around each other. Then, it seemed to release countless light spots. The light spots quickly surrounded Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong, just like Wang Ying. On the other side, Tian Jizi smiled slightly. Just like before, he flung the horsetail whisk in his hand. Countless small stars slowly appeared around his body, surrounded by a large amount of white light. The outsiders looked on quietly. As for Tian Jizi, Yin Chuan, and Zhao Afong, their bodies suddenly emitted a white light. However, after a while, it suddenly changed, turning into a blue light. Meow? It's different from before. Meow was puzzled. Bastard, Tian Jizi, this is not a battle of usurpation. This is the stellar source world. Zhao Afong's voice suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Afong, Tian Jizi, and Yin Chuan's consciousness entered a new world. Each of them condensed a consciousness body, a vast world. Zhao Afong and Tian Jizi floated in the air of this world. Tian Jizi flung his horsetail whisk, and a large amount of blue light rushed towards Zhao Afong. Ominous light. Zhao Afong's face changed. Zhao Afong quickly formed a seal. Wang. Around them, a green energy shield suddenly appeared to protect their bodies. Boom! The blue light collided with the green energy shield and was immediately unable to enter. However, it seemed to be corroding the green light. It is indeed the Bai family's method of usurpation. Tian Jizi's eyes were filled with excitement. Tian Jizi, what are you trying to do? Zhao Afong asked anxiously. Zhao Afong, I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, and I don't know what relationship you and Yin Chuan had with the Bai family in your previous life. However, I just want to say that I want your Bai family's method of usurpation. Give it to me, and everything will be over. There will be no need to wait a day. Now, I will erase the traces of your and Yin Chuan's fate in the stellar source. Tianjizi said solemnly. So you did all this for my method of usurpation? Zhao Afong said coldly. That's right. The archaic Arcanum sect raised you, but you don't know how to repay them? I understood when I asked you to calculate the world tree. You made all sorts of excuses and didn't want to give it to me. Only this method of usurpation can allow me to take the Bai family's secret techniques and treasures from the world tree. Tianjizi said solemnly. Don't even think about it. You don't deserve to touch the world tree. Where's my husband? Zhao Afong said coldly. He is below. Look. Tianjizi smiled slightly. Zhao Afong blocked the blue light from Tianjizi while looking at the ground below with his mind's eye. There was a huge city on the ground. On top of the city, there was a huge flag with the word Qin written on it. This is, Zhao Afong said in surprise. You also know that this is the stellar source world. The consciousness of the three of us has entered the stellar source. I control the stellar source, and I also control the stellar source world. When Yin Chuan entered, it was like entering a dream. He fell asleep. Tianjizi said with a smile. Fell asleep? Yes, in the dream. He doesn't remember who he is. However, his emperor's will is too strong. There is no other way. I can only continue to give him the identity of an emperor in his dream, the ruler of the Qin kingdom. A mortal ruler, what do you think? Tianjizi said with a smile. What are you trying to do? Zhao Afong said anxiously. What am I trying to do? You will know soon. Tianjizi said with a smile. Tianjizi's body flickered, and his consciousness body suddenly split into two. One body trapped Zhao Afong, while the other body rushed towards the Qin palace. In the Qin palace, Yin Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Reporting to my king, Yin, Zhao Han, Qi, Chu, 5 countries are besieging our dynasty. Our front lines are having a hard time resisting, and there is a possibility of our country being destroyed at any time. Reporting to my king, the front lines are lacking in provisions. I am worried that there will be a mutiny at the front lines. Reporting to my king, General Ma was defeated at the front lines and was killed by Chu country's general. Chu country's army is marching straight in. My king, bad news came one after another, and the officials were about to collapse. Yin Chuan, who was sitting on the dragon throne, started to clamor. A consciousness clone of Tianjizi appeared in the court. However, the whole world was made up by Tianjizi, so no one felt that he was out of place. My king, I have a plan to defeat the enemy. Tianjizi's consciousness clone said. In the sky, Zhao Afong was very anxious. My king, he is Tianjizi. Wake up. We have all been deceived. Zhao Afong shouted anxiously. Don't waste your time. Yin Chuan can't hear you. Let's watch a good show. Tianjizi said with a smile. However, the two did not notice. At this moment, in the sky above Zhao Afong and Tianjizi, there was another Yin Chuan at the top of the astral source world. Another Yin Chuan was standing in an extremely high place, overlooking everything below. Below, in the Qin palace, he was the mortal emperor, while Zhao Afong and Tianjizi were in the sky. Yin Chuan, who was in the sky, could see everything clearly. Bai Huang's astral source? Although you control it, how can you understand it better than me? Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Chapter 1258. Astral Source World. Pure Consciousness World. It was like a dream created entirely by Tianjizi. In the Qin Palace, the officials were extremely anxious and kept complaining in the court. King, I have a way to defeat the enemy. Tianjizi's consciousness avatar came out. When Tianjizi's words fell, the officials suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked at Tianjizi. The 5 countries came with thousands of troops to destroy the Qin state. At this time, a group of officials had no way out but they heard someone had a way to defeat the enemy? On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan's eyes also lit up. Oh! Yin Chuan looked at Tian Jizi curiously. Tian Jizi smiled slightly and said, I have a scroll of life contract. As long as the king signs it, the 5 countries will be annihilated instantly. From then on, all the countries will be my territory. Life contract, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Tian Jizi took out a scroll with a faint yellow light. This thing can destroy the 5 countries? Yin Chuan showed a trace of disbelief. Yes, it's true. I guarantee with my head that as long as the king signs this contract, the 5 countries will be annihilated immediately. Tian Jizi solemnly said. Yin Chuan looked at Tian Jizi and said in a deep voice, What's the content of this? Tian Jizi looked at Yin Chuan with a little surprise. He did not expect that in the dream, Yin Chuan was still so rational. Of course, this life contract also requires the king to give something in exchange. Tian Jizi said again. Oh, what do you want from me? Yin Chuan calmly said. The king's feelings. Tian Jizi solemnly said. Oh, an emperor doesn't need feelings at all. King, feelings are just fetters for an emperor. Without feelings, the king can look at everything more calmly. King, you are facing the whole world, unifying the 6 countries, and the world is yours alone. And what you have to pay is just a little negative thing, feelings. King, that thing is useless, but it will weaken your heart. King, please sign the life contract. Tian Jizi took a step forward. High in the sky, Zhao Afong was extremely anxious. No, Your Majesty, you mustn't sign it. You must not sign it. In the astral source world, the fate pact is connected to the fate chart. If you sign it, you will be deprived of it. Zhao Afong shouted anxiously. However, Tian Jizi's consciousness clone smiled and said, It's useless. He can't hear you at all. Inside the Qin Palace, Yin Chuan looked at Tian Jizi. Tian Jizi looked as if victory was within his grasp. No need. We believe in Great Qin's army, Yin Chuan said calmly. What? Tian Jizi was slightly stunned. We said that there's no need. Didn't you hear me? Yin Chuan glared at him. Huh? Tian Jizi immediately retreated. Shock flashed in his eyes as he said, Why is Yin Chuan so confident in his own army? Yin Chuan looked at the officials and said, There is no one in the Great Qin who is afraid of death. Men, summon the people of the world to join the army and defend the Great Qin. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials were wise. Divine Predictor. You will sign the contract. Tian Jizi snorted coldly. He quickly modified the consciousness world. A few days later in the consciousness world, Qin Palace. Report. Everyone in the state of Chu is a soldier. They have already broken through 10 of Great Qin cities and are heading straight for the Qin Palace. Report. Everyone in the state of Qi is a soldier. They have already broken through 12 cities and are heading straight for the Qin Palace. Under Tian Jizi's manipulation, the tides of war changed. In the blink of an eye, Great Qin's army was repeatedly defeated. The imperial court was once again in an uproar and panic. Only Yin Chuan sat steadily on the dragon throne, his expression unchanged. Among the officials, Tian Jizi looked at Yin Chuan with a flash of surprise in his eyes. You're already in such a situation, yet you still don't show your emotions? Your Majesty, Great Qin is in a desperate situation. Do you want to sign a contract? Tian Jizi stepped out again. Once I sign the contract, I can instantly unify the world? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes. Tian Jizi replied again. I won't sign it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What? Tian Jizi felt like vomiting blood. I must wait until the end. I don't believe that my Great Qin will be safe. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Tian Jizi was helpless. Who knew that Yin Chuan was so stubborn? In desperation, he could only wait for the 5 countries to arrive. This wait was another few days in the consciousness world. Kill. Not good. The Chu army has already broken through the city. The Qi army has entered the Qin Palace. along with the constant sound of fighting. In the main hall, all the officials went out to fight. Until another day later, everyone in the state of Qin was dead. The forces of the 5 countries were all forced to the palace. They were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Tianjizi looked at Yin Chuan and said, "Your Majesty, you can sign it. I'll trust you this time." Yin Chuan nodded. He did not pick up the pen to write, but printed a handprint on the life contract. At the moment of printing, Yin Chuan's body suddenly hung a gust of wind, and Yin Chuan's face suddenly became pale. "Ha ha ha ha!" Tianjizi laughed with satisfaction. Boom! In an instant, the army of the 5 countries was annihilated instantly. All the people of the state of Qin who were killed were suddenly resurrected. Long live the king! Long live the king! Starting from the Qin palace, everyone cheered loudly, "Long live!" Above the sky, Zhao Afang shouted anxiously, "No, no, your majesty, that's all fake. Tianjizi lied to you. Those are all fake. He lied to you to sell your soul, no." Zhao Afang desperately urged the green light. He wanted to rush down. "With me here, you can't go down at all." Tianjizi manipulated more and more fierce light to attack. "Tianjizi, you're despicable," Zhao Afang roared. Tianjizi smiled slightly and said, "It's not that I'm despicable, it's that you're too stubborn. You know, everyone's fate is limited. This time, you sold the motion of the soul. Yin Chuan's fate will be reduced by at least a quarter. You give me the Bai family's method, and I'll return this contract to Yin Chuan. How about it?" "Don't even think about it," Zhao Afang shouted stubbornly. "Humph!" Tianjizi snorted coldly. Below, in the Qin palace, Yin Chuan enjoyed the worship of the world. "Your Majesty, you have unified the world." Tianjizi's consciousness avatar laughed. "Well, I want to patrol the world and see if the world's territory has really become my territory, as you said," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "It must be," Tianjizi cried. "Why should I believe you?" Yin Chuan said coldly. Tianjizi's face stiffened, and he muttered in his heart, "You sold your emotions, and then turned your back on me in the blink of an eye?" In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan began to travel the world. All kinds of government affairs were sent to Yin Chuan's carriage. What? Ma Qing misses the old country and worships the Chu country's memorial tablet at home? Humph! Pass down my order, kill his entire family. Yin Chuan said coldly. The officials immediately shouted, "Your Majesty, Lord Ma must have been confused. He's the princess's maiden family. Kill them all," Yin Chuan said coldly. Yin Chuan, who had unified the world, became ruthless. Zhao Afang, who was high in the sky, was anxious. Tianjizi's face was ugly. "Emperor? Sigh. An emperor is troublesome. If it were a mortal, they would only need to design a little environment, but an emperor wants to design the world." Under Yin Chuan's harsh orders, the world was filled with complaints. Under Tianjizi's urging, all corners of the world rose up in revolt, and the tide of rebellion rolled in. "Bastard, suppress him, suppress him," Yin Chuan said coldly. One order after another was issued. The world was once again filled with smoke. "Your Majesty, I have a life contract here. As long as you sign it, the world will immediately be peaceful, and there will be no more rebellions." Tianjizi took out another life contract and smiled. "Get lost," Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Tianjizi's face stiffened. After losing emotions, Yin Chuan became more and more ruthless, and sometimes his temper was inexplicable. Even Tianjizi could not guess Yin Chuan's thoughts at this moment. Tianjizi had no choice but to continue urging the rebellion. For a time, there were more and more rebellions. Countless wars broke out again, and Yin Chuan could only return to the Qin palace. "Your Majesty, as long as you sign it, the world will immediately be peaceful," Tianjizi said again. "I will wait until the last moment," Yin Chuan said coldly. Tianjizi was speechless. Yin Chuan was too stubborn. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The world was in chaos. They killed their way to the Qin palace, killing everyone again. The leaders of the rebellion trapped Yin Chuan in the Qin palace. Your Majesty, you can sign it now, Tian Jizi said again. This time, Yin Chuan did not ask what the exchange was. He looked around, nodded, and formed another hand seal. Boom! The world was instantly peaceful, and everyone submitted to Yin Chuan. Ha ha! Tian Jizi laughed wildly. High up in the sky. No, Your Majesty, how can you sign it? Zhao Afong said anxiously. Zhao Afong. The 2 contracts Yin Chuan sold his soul are in my hands. Hand over the Bai family's life usurping technique now, or even if we get out, Yin Chuan will be crippled. You know it, ha ha! Tian Jizi laughed. Zhao Afong's face was filled with anxiety, so much so that his entire body was trembling. Tian Jizi was no longer attacking, but it did not matter anymore. Yin Chuan's soul contract? Are you going to give it or not? Tian Jizi said in a low voice. Zhao Afong opened his mouth, but he froze. His face was bitter, and he seemed to compromise. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded out from behind him. Have you played enough? One day in the outside world is up. Let's go back. Yin Chuan's voice came from behind Zhao Afong. Yin Chuan? Tian Jizi's expression changed. Zhao Afong was also slightly surprised. Grabbing Zhao Afong, Yin Chuan smiled and said, Let's go. Whoosh! The 2 of them disappeared. Impossible. How is this possible? How did they get out? Tian Jizi cried out in shock. He looked down and saw that there was another Yin Chuan, still immersed in Great Qin's prosperity. How could this be? How could this be? There are 2 Yin Chuan? Tian Jizi cried out in shock. Tian Jizi took a deep breath and waved his hand. The entire astral source world instantly collapsed, and Tian Jizi and the other Yin Chuan's consciousness instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Everyone once again returned to the plaza. Meow, it's been a day. Are they done yet? Meow anxiously cried out. Instantly, everyone woke up. Zhao Afong looked confused. Yin Chuan's face was slightly pale as he woke up. Tian Jizi also woke up in shock. King, are you all right? Zhao Afong suddenly asked worriedly. Of course I'm not all right. I signed 2 life contracts. Yin Chuan said with a smile. That's right, you signed a life contract. No matter what the reason was, you signed it. Tian Jizi suddenly laughed. Another voice suddenly sounded out from the blood pool. I might have to disappoint the Heaven's secret sect master. Then, the blood pool began to churn, and another Yin Chuan emerged from the blood pool. Tian Jizi's face changed. As he stretched out his hand, the 2 life contracts appeared in his palm, and he carefully looked at them. What's wrong? The one who signed a life contract with you is only one of my blood god's clones. The new Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Then he stretched out his hand and attacked Yin Chuan, who was beside Zhao Afong. Bang! The blood god's clones exploded into a pool of blood and instantly disappeared. At this moment, the blood pool around them also suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong were left in the plaza. Tian Jizi looked at the life contract in his hand again. Yin Chuan's handprint on it had disappeared. The 2 life contracts had lost their effectiveness? Yin Chuan, you lied to me? You simulated a fake life chart? Moreover, you didn't sign it earlier because you were deliberately stalling for time? Tian Jizi suddenly stood up angrily. King, you're all right. Zhao Afong ecstatically hugged Yin Chuan. Meow. What's going on? Meow Meow jumped up in confusion. Around them, the sage, Yao Tianshang, Zhu, and the experts of the Celestial Arcanum sect were all at a loss. They did not know what had happened earlier. Lied to you? Celestial Arcanum sect leader, what are you talking about? A day has passed since the life-stealing duel. Now, erase Afong's traces in the stellar source. Yin Chuan said coldly. Tian Jizi looked at the life contract in his hand that had lost its effectiveness, and his face was filled with resentment. Good. Yin Chuan, Tian Jizi said with resentment. What? You want to go back on your words in front of so many people? Yin Chuan said coldly. I, Tian Jizi, am a man of my word. Tian Jizi snorted coldly. He waved his hand at the sky. Boom! The stellar source in the sky suddenly trembled. A large amount of blue light burst out. I sensed it. My life chart is no longer related to the stellar source. Zhao Afong suddenly shouted. Sense it again. Yin Chuan said seriously. There is really no connection. Zhao Afong said with certainty. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Tian Jizi, you kept your word. Kept my word. I have already done what I promised you. I have erased your traces in the stellar source. However, if Zhao Afong does not hand over what I want today, you are not allowed to leave. Tian Jizi suddenly stood up. Oh! Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out. Meow! Meow looked at Tian Jizi angrily. On the other side, Yao Tianshang and Zhu also stood up in surprise. They did not expect Tian Jizi to fall out with them like this. Tian Jizi, the sage suddenly said. Sage, are you trying to stop me? Tian Jizi frowned and looked at the sage. Ha ha ha. With our friendship, why would I stop you? However, I want that cat. The sage suddenly laughed. Meow. Meow was so angry that its fur stood on end as it stared at the sage. Behind Yin Chuan, surging righteous energy soared into the sky. The vast righteous energy gave birth to billions of strands of sword chi. Vast righteous energy, swords revealed their sharpness. Righteous killing intent surged forth. Behind Yin Chuan, heaven and earth turned white as surging righteous sword chi shot towards the 10,000 dragons. No, how could you? How could you activate the Celestial Arcanum Sex Array Formation? Tian Jizi's expression changed. Break the dragon vein. Yin Chuan shouted. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of righteous chi swords rolled out and attacked the hundreds of millions of yellow dragons. Ark, ark, ark. The yellow dragons roared miserably as cracks appeared on the ground. Rumble. One by one, the dragon veins were severed. The plain world instantly collapsed, and the 10,000 swords rushed towards Tian Jizi. Tian Jizi's expression changed as he swung his horsetail whisk. The yellow dragons pounced forward, one after another, but the overwhelming righteous sword was too overbearing. Wherever it passed, the yellow dragons would melt, defeated in one touch. Tian Jizi opened his mouth wide, unable to believe this fact. His own sect? Yin Chuan was even more skilled than him in activating the array formation? No, impossible. Tian Jizi's expression changed drastically. Countless stars quickly surrounded Tian Jizi. High up in the sky, the huge stellar source once again emitted a blue light. Boom! A blue light descended from the sky. It rushed straight towards Yin Chuan. Wherever it went, the overwhelming righteous sword collapsed. Light of misfortune, usurping my life. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Stellar source? What's the use of a stellar source that can't be taken away and can't be used by me? Explode. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The vast stellar source exploded with a loud bang. Along with the countless smaller stars in the surroundings, they also exploded instantly. Puff! Connected mentally, Tian Jizi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No, how could this be? Tian Jizi was dumbfounded. How could the stellar source explode just because of Yin Chuan's words? In the entire Celestial Arcanum sect, the most precious thing was the stellar source. The stellar source could make all calculations extremely easy. It could deduce the past, the present, and even capture a trace of the future. It was the most precious treasure in the world. It was also the key to Tian Jizi's fame. But it exploded just because of Yin Chuan's words? Tian Jizi's heart was bleeding. At this moment, Tian Jizi suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. He suddenly understood what it meant to suffer a double loss. This was using a knife to cut his own flesh. Perhaps it was because of the uniqueness of the stellar source. After the stellar source exploded, the sky above Celestial Arcanum Sect was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Yinchuan looked at Tianjizi. "You don't deserve to own this place," Yinchuan said coldly. As he spoke, his hands danced again, and countless arrays were activated. All arrays collide and explode. Yinchuan seemed to want to activate all the arrays in Celestial Arcanum Sect in an instant. Boom! In one direction, merit soared to the sky. Boom! In another direction, luck soared to the sky. Boom! In another direction, righteous energy soared to the sky. Boom! In another direction, the remnants of the Earth's dragon vein continued to attack. The sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, countless energies exploded in Celestial Arcanum Sect, colliding with each other. Boom! A mountain peak was blown away. Boom! The Celestial Arcanum Sect was blown away. Zhu and Yao Tianshang were shocked as they brought their men and flew away. In Hentian was stunned. He knew that the Sage King could control the Celestial Arcanum Sect arrays, but he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. He took a step and flew into the sky. Rumble! The entire Celestial Arcanum Sect was in the midst of a huge explosion. Tianjizi was petrified as he looked at this scene. This was the first time he knew about many arrays. This was the first time he knew about them. This Celestial Arcanum Sect was like a huge treasure. Tianjizi had been studying and improving himself, but he did not expect to know more than Yinchuan. Seeing that the various energies in this huge treasure were about to collide and explode, Tianjizi was still unwilling to accept this fact. No. Tianjizi frantically controlled the arrays, trying to stop this chaos. Yinchuan sneered. He took a step and flew out. Unless Bai Wang came back, no one could stop this huge explosion. If this array could not be brought back to Xianying, then no one could. Swish! Yinchuan flew out of Celestial Arcanum Sect. The moment he flew out of Celestial Arcanum Sect, all the different energies finally exploded. The massive explosion engulfed the entire Central Territory, causing it to shake violently. Chapter 1260. Outside the Central Territory's battlefield of sins. Gong Yangzi looked at the battlefield of sins from afar. Behind him stood a group of Gong Yangzi disciples. Everyone's faces were filled with amazement. Bai Qi, what a strong, killing intent. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes, he has absorbed most of the Red Lotus Hellfire within 1,000 miles. Now, only the largest Red Lotus is left. Gong Yangxian said with a complicated expression. As the news spread, Gong Yangzi asked in a low voice. Yes, family head. Now, all the experts in the Central Territory should have received the news. Gong Yangxian smiled. The great treasure has appeared below the battlefield of sins. Haha. When everyone comes and sees the earth-shaking changes in the battlefield of sins, they will definitely think that the great treasure is in Bai Qi's hands. At that time, Bai Qi will not be able to explain himself. Gong Yangzi said in a low voice. Yes, once Bai Qi starts a conflict with everyone, Yinchuan and his group will definitely return. At that time, with the help of all the experts in the Central Territory, we can completely eliminate Yinchuan. Family head is wise. Gong Yangxian said with emotion. Family head is wise. Everyone was in awe. Gong Yangzi smiled faintly and looked at Bai Qi in the distance, as if victory was in his hands. The 4 dragons sat cross-legged in 4 directions, protecting Bai Qi. At this moment, Bai Qi had entered the largest Red Lotus Hellfire and was trying his best to absorb it. This Red Lotus was like a large lake. It was extremely large and could not be completely absorbed in a short period of time. Rumble. A muffled sound seemed to come from underground. Dragon Fifth, did you hear something? Qisha asked strangely. No. Dragon Fifth shook his head. I think I heard it too. Tu Long said uncertainly. A low voice, I think. The Hua shook his head. The four dragons looked at each other strangely. Bai Qi, who was absorbing the red lotus hellfire, frowned. Why is the hellfire here endless? After absorbing a portion, it automatically replenishes itself? Bai Qi frowned. Then Bai Qi moved back and forth in the red lotus hellfire, disrupting the burning of the hellfire. However, the hellfire quickly recovered. No, this is a formation, a seal? What is it suppressing with endless sins? Bai Qi looked around in surprise. Is this a cover left behind by the lotus god? Is it something that belongs to the lotus god? Or is it something that the lotus god is afraid of others knowing? Bai Qi suddenly frowned. 7 fiends, Bai Qi suddenly shouted. Lord Bai. The 7 fiends looked at Bai Qi in confusion. Go and see the Holy King immediately. Tell him that there are changes in the battlefield of sins. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Huh? The 7 evils was confused. Hurry up and go. Bai Qi shouted. Yes. The 7 malevolent spirits soared into the sky and flew towards the celestial arcanum sect. In the distance, the group of experts from the Gongyang family looked at the 7 demons in confusion. Family head, that abyss dragon is about to escape. Will something happen to it? Should we take it down? Gong Yangxian asked worriedly. I might not be able to. Forget it. As long as Bai Qi is here, everything will be fine. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes, at this moment, in the archaic mysteries sect. The celestial arcanum sect was like the void collapsing under the impact of countless destructive forces as it exploded unrestrainedly. The huge explosion caused the earth to tremble violently. Ripples formed on the earth and spread out in all directions. All the disciples of the celestial arcanum sect who had escaped were looking at the shaking earth in confusion. Yao Tianshang and Zhu looked at each other. On the other side, the Holy King was fighting against Miao and Zhao Afang. Zhao Afang was pleasantly surprised. With the cooperation of Miao, the light of misfortune was endless. At this moment, the light of misfortune was as huge as the ocean and attacked the Holy King. The Holy King was still at ease, but the sudden explosion of the celestial arcanum sect behind him made him lose his composure. The huge celestial arcanum sect was rumored to have an endless array that even the Holy Kings would be trapped in. Now it was destroyed by Yin Chuan. The Holy King could not help but turn his head to look. That subconscious action was extremely dangerous. At that moment, the light of misfortune that Zhao Afang controlled seemed to have surrounded the Holy King. The disciples of the Holy King were also shocked. Oh no! The Holy King reacted quickly. He wanted to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide. He could only release a large number of protective shields to block it. However, this was the light of misfortune. It had no destructive power and could penetrate all protective shields and Dharma treasures. Whoosh! It went through the protective shields and went straight to the group of people in the center. Bastard! The Holy King shouted. However, the blue light had already entered his body. Miao! Miao said proudly. The battle with Heaven Sage Wu had made Miao's control of the heavenly path more precise. Zhao Afang was also controlling the blue light. Although it could not do anything to the Holy King, the Holy King could not do anything to it. Right now, the Holy King was being invaded by the light of misfortune. Miao was extremely proud. Whoosh! With a flick of his sleeve, the Holy King led the disciples and jumped out of the battlefield and flew into the sky. Miao, don't run! Miao shouted. Miao, don't chase. Let's see how the king is doing. Zhao Afang said worriedly. Whoosh! Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Afang. I'm fine, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Then, Yin Chuan looked coldly at Mei Gao Ku in the sky. Mei Gao Ku looked down with a complicated expression. The archaic arcanum sect was no longer in ruins, but a dark abyss. The famous archaic arcanum sect was destroyed in an instant. This scene was completely out of Mei Gao Ku's expectations. He turned to look at Yin Chuan. Facing Yin Chuan's cold eyes, Mei Gaoku suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was a holy king. Why should he be afraid of him? He looked at Yin Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Afang again. For a moment, Mei Gaoku could only smile bitterly. Not only did he not catch the cat, he even provoked this enemy. Mei Gaoku no longer underestimated Yin Chuan. No matter what the reason was, even he could not destroy the archaic Arcanum sect to this extent. Let's go. Mei Gaoku flung his sleeve. He quickly left with the disciples. Miao, coward, don't run. Miao shouted angrily. Miao, there's no need to chase. After being hit by the light of misfortune, and in such a large amount, even a holy king would face disaster. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Miao, she got off easy. Miao was still angry. The archaic Arcanum sect was blown into a huge crater. The archaic Arcanum sect disciples were at a loss because Tianjizi did not come out at all. Yin Chuan led the group and flew closer. In the huge crater, Tianjizi's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Yao Tianshang and Zhu also flew over quickly. The two looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Indeed, good move, Zhu said strangely. Archaic Arcanum sect. That was the archaic Arcanum sect. Yin Chuan actually turned it into this? The sect that was known to be in control of the Central Territory actually exploded with a flip of Yin Chuan's hand? Indeed. How did you do it? And that star source, how did you make it explode? How did you do it? Yao Tianshang asked straightforwardly. It was a coincidence. Yin Chuan did not say much. Is Tianjizi dead? Zhao Afang frowned. I don't think so. That old guy is very shrewd. Yin Chuan said coldly. Miao, that bad guy's hiding? He ran so fast. Miao said unhappily. I think Tianjizi is regretting it to death now. The archaic Arcanum sect's array is secondary. The most important thing is the star source. You actually made it explode. Zhao Afang laughed. Yin Chuan was about to say something. Roar. A dragon's roar came from afar. Everyone turned to look. 7 demons? In Hentian was shocked. Miao, isn't he protecting Bai Qi? Miao was also puzzled. The archaic Arcanum sect exploded, and a loud sound swept through the entire Central Territory. A huge earthquake also came from the battlefield of sins. Rumble. The earth churned. Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. Patriarch, this loud sound could be the so-called giant treasure. Gong Yangshin's expression changed. Quick, let's go take a look. Gong Yangzi said immediately. Yes. Everyone was just about to get up. In the distance, a loud sound suddenly came from the battlefield of sins. Crack. The sound of the earth cracking could be heard. Suddenly, endless black gas rushed up to the sky. Rumble. It was as if a huge suction force was sucking in the vitality of the surroundings. Countless plants withered instantly, and the earth cracked instantly. The water evaporated, and the original earth was like a desert. Walalala. Outside the battlefield of sins, the surrounding earth was constantly turning into sand. A vast desert suddenly formed and spread in all directions. The place where Gong Yangzi was also a desert. Turning into sand? There is something under the battlefield of sins? Gong Yangzi's expression suddenly changed. What? Everyone was stunned at first, and then showed a look of ecstasy. Patriarch, could it be the giant treasure? Gong Yongbin Lei said excitedly. It's very likely that I have already smelled the treasure. Gong Yongxian interrupted. Treasure? It's actually here? Gong Yongzi was also delighted. After all, everyone was not far from the treasure. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. However, at this moment, whoosh, a black wind suddenly swept in all directions. In the black wind stood a black-robed figure, surrounded by a large number of heavenly demons flying in all directions. Ha! The rumor is true. There is indeed a giant treasure in the battlefield of sins. The person who spread the rumor is indeed a good person. Ha! An excited voice was heard. Evil old demon. Gong Yangshin's expression stiffened. Swish! Another whirlwind blew, and the surrounding heavenly demons scattered. In midair, A white-robed man looked coldly at the battlefield of sins. Fortunately, I have a lot of free time and came to investigate according to the rumor. There is indeed something. Who spread the rumor? The white-robed man said in a deep voice. Dong Fong Booby, Gong Yang Ben Lei. Swish, swish. One figure after another gathered from all directions. They kept exclaiming about the person who spread the rumor. Why are there so many people here? How can they be so fast? Gong Yangxian said with an ugly expression. A Gong Yangzi disciple said, Ancestor, it seems that we spread the rumor. Everyone in the Gong Yangzi family. But we didn't expect that the treasure was really below. Gong Yangxian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Gong Yangzi was also extremely depressed, and his face instantly darkened. Chapter 1261. Whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another quickly gathered outside the battlefield of sins. More and more experts arrived at the same time, as if they had agreed beforehand. The experts looked at each other, their brows furrowed. When Gong Yangzi arrived, the Gong Yangzi disciples all had bitter looks on their faces. This was supposed to be a fight between him and Bai Qi, but because of the orders of the family head, so many experts came. How could they compete? In Gong Yangzi's opinion, this 100-devil fiend was a troublesome person to deal with. When 100-devil fiend was born, even Sage Shiman couldn't do anything to him. And then there was Invincible East. Although he didn't know the details, all the information showed that Invincible East had never lost a battle. And then there were the surrounding ancestral immortals. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon Fifth, Torvosaurus, and Hua Hua glared at everyone. On the other side, Bai Qi knew that his time was limited, so he frantically extracted the karmic fire. Boom! The karmic fire surged into Bai Qi's body. Suddenly, countless small red lotuses appeared around Bai Qi's body. Rumble! The tribulation clouds in the sky struck down on Bai Qi. Roar! Bai Qi let out a long roar as he took a step forward and charged into the tribulation clouds. Kill! Boom! The tribulation cloud exploded with a loud bang. Bai Qi stood in the center, coldly looking at everyone around him. What a strong, killing intent. 100-devil fiend said in a low voice. Countless heavenly devils flew around old devil 100 fiend. However, when they got close enough to Bai Qi, they couldn't help but retreat. Bai Qi's killing intent caused even the heavenly devils to show fear in their eyes. Ka 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 ka. The land was still in a frenzy of desertification, rapidly expanding in all directions. Everyone stared at the ground. On the ground, there were 8 intersecting fissures. From the fissures, there was a muffled, rumbling sound. These 8 cracks were fiercely extracting the vitality of the surroundings, causing the ground to quickly turn into sand. And at the intersection of these 8 cracks, there was an extremely exquisite blood-red lotus. The lotus constantly extended vines, as if constantly blocking the cracks. Gradually, the vines completely blocked the 8 cracks, and the cracks could no longer absorb any more life force. A huge lotus flower? Roar! The lotus blossomed, and a blood-red dragon coiled within it. The dragon had a ferocious look on its face as it roared at everyone. A sin dragon? 100 evil old demon said in a deep voice. Roar! Who are you? How dare you break the lotus god's seal? The evil red dragon stood up and glared at the others coldly. Seal of the lotus god? The eyes of countless cultivators in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Everyone knew that the battlefield of sin was originally a place where the lotus god had thrown away all the sins that had destroyed this world. However, it was not casually thrown away. Instead, it was used to seal something. What was there in the world back then that was worthy of the lotus god sealing it? Why did the lotus god seal him? Boom! In the distance, another stream of light flashed by. Yin Chuan and his group arrived in front of him in an instant. Accompanying Yin Chuan were the 7 fiends, Zhao Afong, In Hentian, Miao, and even Yao Tianshang and Zhu. It's here. Yao Tianshang's eyes widened. He nodded. Holy ruler. Bai Qi flew over with the 3 dragons and immediately said respectfully, "What's going on?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. "I have been absorbing the red lotus karmic fire. However, in the end, I discovered that there was a formation here. I tried to break it, and it ended up like this." Bai Qi said with a frown. "The lotus god's seal?" Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at the people around him. It can automatically identify living beings from the great evil world and the great good world and instinctively attack them. Perhaps this is why the lotus god could not make use of it. In the end, she could not even bring it away. Therefore, she used all her sins to seal it. In Hentian said, "The Sand Emperor's crown?" Many people around them were envious. Those fanatical gazes made the evil dragon and the lotus speechless. Am I so weak? Chapter 1262. No one is allowed to touch the lotus god seal. I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Sin Dragon continued. How arrogant! Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. It was Gong Yangxian who stepped forward. Gong Yangxian took a step forward, but the others didn't say anything. They just coldly watched this scene. Roar! Sin Dragon roared at Gong Yangxian. Gong Yangxian's lips curled into a sneer as he slashed at Sin Dragon with his longsword. Gong Yangxian was an ancestral immortal. After all, the power of his sword instantly formed a vast energy sword that surged with sword chi toward Sin Dragon. Sin Dragon shouted coldly. The blood lotus that carried Sin Dragon suddenly erupted with dazzling red light. Wherever the red light passed, red karmic fire lotuses appeared in the void and shot toward Gong Yangxian's sword chi. The flames of the red karmic fire lotuses collided with the sword chi. The largest red karmic fire lotus crashed into Gong Yangxian's energy sword. Boom! The void trembled. The red karmic fire lotuses and the energy sword were in a stalemate. Karmic fire of heaven and earth, gather at my center, Sin Dragon shouted. Rumble! Countless red energy surged toward the blood lotus from all directions. Under Sin Dragon's control, the blood lotus spewed more and more red karmic fire lotuses toward Gong Yangxian. Oh no! Gong Yangxian's face sank. Boom! The heavenly Tao soared into the sky. Gong Yangxian's body merged with the heavenly Tao, and his strength skyrocketed. However, the red karmic fire lotuses seemed to be growing as well. The blood lotus absorbed the karmic fire from all directions and spewed out red karmic fire that attacked Gong Yangxian. What an impressive lotus god seal, Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. Indeed, it gathers the sins of heaven and earth to form red karmic fire lotuses. No wonder the red karmic fire lotuses on the battlefield of sins haven't dissipated for so long. It turns out that this formation is constantly drawing from heaven and earth. Nearby, Zhu and Yao Tianshang frowned. Sin Dragon controlled the red karmic fire lotus to attack Gong Yangxian. Heavenly Tao? Oomph. Sin Dragon's face darkened. Sin Dragon's eyes turned cold as he stomped his foot. Roar! Sin Dragon stepped out of the blood lotus and appeared in front of Gong Yangxian. He slammed his head against the heavenly Tao. Boom! The heavenly way remained the same, but the body of the evil dragon strangely entered Gong Yangxian's heavenly way in an instant. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Could the evil dragon ignore the heavenly law? Awoo! The Sin Dragon rushed into the heavenly Tao and swallowed Gong Yangxian. Boom! The heavenly Tao collapsed. Gong Yangxian had already entered the Sin Dragon's stomach. Bastard, you dare! Gong Yangxi's face sank, and he struck out with his palm. Roar! He swung his dragon tail at Gong Yangzi's palm energy. Boom! The void shook violently. A storm was brewing. Yinchuan nodded at Bai Qi. Bai Qi instantly charged into the battlefield as well. Slash! Bai Qi slashed at the Blood Lotus with his saber. In the distance, Evil Dragon, who was fighting with Gong Yangzi, suddenly changed his expression. Bastard, stop! The Evil Dragon shouted angrily. However, would Bai Qi listen to the Evil Dragon? When the saber slashed down, it was as if the heavens had fallen. A huge crack was instantly cut open in the void. Blood Lotus, kill! The Evil Dragon roared. The huge Blood Lotus spewed out Red Lotus Karmic Fire again and charged at Bai Qi's saber. The moment the Karmic Fire appeared, many cultivators in the surroundings retreated. This time, the Karmic Fire covered the sky and covered the earth, charging at Bai Qi like a surging river. Others could not wait to avoid the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. However, this Red Lotus Karmic Fire was nothing to Bai Qi. He did not even merge with the heavenly Tao. He only used his physical body to charge at the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. What? The Evil Dragon exclaimed. Slash! Hung! The vast crimson lotus flower was sliced in half and exploded with a loud bang. No! The Evil Dragon exclaimed. Boom! The Blood Lotus exploded, and the Red Lotus Karmic Fire spread in all directions. For a moment, the world was covered in fiery red. Countless cultivators immediately fled in panic, especially those from the Gong Yangzi family. They all retreated. Only a group of ancestral immortals remained. They merged with the heavenly Daos and coldly watched the scene unfold. The Lotus God seal was broken. Boom! The original 8 rifts suddenly expanded. For a moment, life force surged toward the center. Whoosh! The desert expanded rapidly, reaching over 10,000 miles in an instant. Rumble! The desert trembled. Below the primordial Blood Lotus, an extremely violent aura slowly spread out. All the ancestral immortals opened their eyes wide. At this moment, the center of the desert moved to 2 sides. As it moved, a 30-meter-tall crown slowly floated out of the desert. As soon as the crown appeared, the surrounding world instantly dried up. The clouds within 10,000 miles were instantly sucked dry. Sand flew into the sky, and the entire world was instantly filled with a sandstorm. The ruthless aura was emitted from this crown. The Sand Emperor's crown? Someone suddenly shouted. This sound was like a signal, and almost everyone moved. Boom! In an instant, the various experts suddenly activated their heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of heavenly Tao appeared in the desert. The scene became even more chaotic. Yinchuan, I'll trust you this time, Yinchuan suddenly said. At this moment, Yao Tianshang and Zhu had already lost all hope. They didn't expect that Yinchuan would actually say that he would trust them this time. What? What was Yinchuan thinking? Miao Afong. Yinchuan called out. Miao understood. Miao called out. Boom! Under Miao's control. In an instant, more than 2,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind Miao. The expressions of the people who were originally charging toward the Sand Emperor's crown changed. I'll grab! Miao shouted. A cat's paw imbued with the power of heaven and earth slammed toward the people in front of her. The first to bear the brunt was Demon 100 Evil. Demon 100 Evil's expression changed. He met Miao's paw head-on. Zhao Afong used Miao as a guide and directed a large amount of blue light toward Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan's expression darkened. He quickly led his subordinates to dodge the light of misfortune. Zhu also stepped forward, surrounded by heavenly Tao. At the same time, she struck a palm toward Invincible East. With a single palm strike, it was as if a gigantic white dragon had appeared, charging straight at Invincible East. Invincible East's expression turned cold. He also struck with a palm. This man wearing the Tsar Emperor's crown and holding the golden scepter looked exactly the same as Yao Tianshang and Zhu. They looked exactly the same. You are the Tsar? Evil old demon's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. The Tsar. Everyone's expression changed. Didn't the Tsar die in the third era? Enchanting was also surprised. Zhu and Yao Tianshang had strange expressions on their faces. The existence of the two of them was already incredible. Why was there another person who looked like them in front of them? Chapter 1263. He wore a golden crown and held a golden scepter in his hand. It was a figure completely made of sand. Bizarre? Almost everyone stared at him with a frown. Sniff! The man sniffed in satisfaction, turned his head, and looked around. The fourth era? The Tsar took a deep breath and sighed. So much of the heavenly path has collapsed. Just in time, the Tsar suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He waved the scepter in his hand. Boom! 18 whirlwinds suddenly appeared around the Tsar. The whirlwinds soared into the sky. For a moment, the whirlwinds seemed to emit a dazzling light. The whirlwinds slowly condensed into pillars. 18 pillars that reached the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The pillars emitted a terrifying aura. Heavenly path? Enchanting raised his eyebrows. This is the heavenly path that doesn't exist in this world. He's mending the heavenly path? Meow said in surprise. Boom! 18 heavenly paths suddenly formed and soared into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the boundless merit of heaven and earth rushed toward the Tsar. The Tsar closed his eyes and enjoyed absorbing the merit from the heavens and the earth. In the sky, there were thousands of rays of light. On the ground, there were auspicious auras everywhere. One could vaguely see the phantoms of countless divine beasts dancing in the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another 18 heavenly paths have been added. There are still dozens of incomplete heavenly paths left. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I'm back. The Tsar suddenly shouted excitedly after absorbing the merit. His loud voice reached the heavens. Who are you? Yao Tianshang frowned again and shouted. The Tsar vented and turned to look at Yao, Tianshang, and Zhu. The three of them looked exactly the same. The Tsar's eyes flashed. You are more complicated than I thought. How are you related to us? Zhu asked in a low voice. Ha, me? Am I not you? The Tsar laughed evilly. No, you are different from us, but I feel a connection between you and us. Zhu shook his head. All these years, the things we obtained in our minds were passed down to us by you? Yao Tianshang frowned. You are indeed my other half, the Tsar said with satisfaction. Zhu's eyes narrowed. You're actually wary of me? Ha ha ha. The Tsar suddenly shook his head and laughed. However, Zhu and Yao Tianshang did not let down their guard. You and I are one. I am the Tsar, but I'm also not the Tsar anymore. The Tsar said in a deep voice. Oh, in the past, the Tsar was insufferably arrogant and domineering. Unfortunately, there were still powerful experts in the end. During a battle, he was arrogant and careless, and was cut in half along with his soul. The Tsar said in a deep voice, Cut him in half. Many people around revealed looks of shock. The Tsar's strength was evident from the rumors. In the past, even the heavens were looking for the Tsar's crown to fight against the Lotus God. There was no doubt about the Tsar's strength. Such a powerful figure was actually cut in half by another person. Is this for real? Cut him in half. How could he still be alive after his soul was sliced in half? Yao Tianshang frowned. Others might not be able to do it, but I, the Tsar, can do it. Cut him in half. Back then, I used a soul-replenishing technique to send one half into the cycle of reincarnation while the other half was sealed in the Tsar's crown. However, the two souls were too weak. This half of my soul carried my memories, and your half carried my will. As long as my half of my soul is not destroyed, your half of your soul will never be destroyed. However, I did not expect your half of your soul to become two, the Tsar said in surprise. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Normally, when one soul was cut in half, one's body and soul would be destroyed. However, not only did the Tsar not die, but he was also cut in half. Who is it? Who can kill us? Yao Tianshang said with a frown. At this moment, Yao Tianshang already believed the Tsar's words. The Tsar smiled faintly and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Then, he shook his head and said, "That person. Even if I told you, you would not know. Let's go. I'll show you the Tsar's treasure trove." The Tsar's treasure trove? The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately lit up. The Tsar waved his hand. Boom! A large amount of sand suddenly gathered on the ground below. The sand carried the Tsar, Yao Tianshang, and Zhu into the air. "Where is it?" Yao Tianshang asked out of curiosity. The Tsar looked at the starry heavens and said, "It is there. There is an astral region that completely belongs to me. Let's go. I'll show you." As the Tsar spoke, he looked around coldly. The Tsar believed that no one would dare to stop him here. The group of three soared into the sky and flew towards the distant starry heavens. Indeed, no one in the surroundings tried to stop the three. The Tsar's appearance already shocked many people. Everyone frowned as they looked at the sky. There was only one person, Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi showed a grave expression as he watched Yao Tianshang and the other two soar into the sky. Then, he took a deep breath and soared into the sky, chasing after them. What? Dongfang Bubi went alone? He still wants to snatch the treasure trove from the Tsar. Is he crazy? Shocked voices rang out in the surroundings. However, no one accompanied Dongfang Bubi. Instead, Dongfang Bubi looked at the surrounding cultivators with complicated expressions. Naturally, Yin Chuan's group became the focus of everyone's attention. The sudden burst of power earlier had blocked everyone for a moment. However, there were no more conflicts of interest now. Many people frowned as they looked at Yin Chuan and left. Everyone quickly left. Ming Tianhan looked at Yin Chuan's group with a strange expression. In the end, he led his subordinates and left. In the blink of an eye, only the Gonyang clan's group and the 100 evil old demon remained. Gonyang Zi frowned as he looked at Bai Qi and the evil dragon under him. Clan head, old ancestor Gonyang Xian has already fallen. His life medallion shattered. Gonyang Benlei said bitterly. As Gonyang Zi spoke, everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Fate calamity? Could Yin Chuan really be the Gonyang clan's fate calamity? After scheming against Yin Chuan, the Gonyang clan suffered another heavy loss? Gonyang Zi looked at the evil dragon and then looked at Yin Chuan. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Yes, the Gonyang clan's disciples replied bitterly. Whoosh! The group quickly left, leaving only the 100 evil old demon. The 100 evil old demon stared at Meow. Just now, when he fought with Meow, the 100 evil old demon felt a sense of familiarity. "Meow, ugly old man, why are you staring at me?" "Are you crazy?" Meow suddenly shouted. "Who are you?" The 100 evil old demon asked with a blank expression. Suddenly, the 100 evil old demon's eyes lit up and he shouted in a high-pitched voice, "It's you." Meow. Meow looked at the 100 evil old demon blankly. "You're not dead? You're not dead?" The 100 evil old demon exclaimed. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. 100 evil old demon. Do you want to be sealed again? Xing. Below, Bai Qi raised his saber and looked at the 100 evil old demon coldly. Yin Henshin's face was dark, while Zhao Afang's eyes were cold. The 7 malevolent dragons were also aggressive. This was because everyone could feel that the 100 evil old demon was not friendly to Meow. The 100 evil old demon looked at the group of people in front of him with a complicated expression. To be honest, back in the inspiration weave, even though he had the help of Yin Chuan's group, he did not take Yin Chuan seriously. But now, it was no longer a matter of whether he took Lin Fan seriously or not. The battle just now had proven everything. He could not do anything to Yin Chuan. In fact, Keek, let's wait and see. The 100 evil old demon sneered. After saying that, The 100 evil old demon took a step forward and shot into the distance. Meow. Weird old man. Meow said in a displeased tone. King, will he be okay? Zhao Afong was slightly worried. Don't worry. He will never be able to catch up to us. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Zhao Afong nodded. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the evil dragon that was under Bai Chi's feet. Sage King, how should we deal with this evil dragon? Bai Chi asked. Roar, you can't do this to me. If the Lotus Goddess finds out, you will not have a good ending. The evil dragon was still stubborn. The dragons looked at the evil dragon with pity. One should know that the dragons were even more stubborn than the evil dragon. Now, they were all obedient and pulling the carriage. Sage King, the evil dragon is rare. It might be useful in the future. Why don't you let it live? Bai Chi said. Yin Chuan looked at the evil dragon coldly. All right, I'll leave it to you to train. After I take the world tree, let it stay with the 7 malevolent dragons. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Bai Chi replied. Train? Are you worthy of training me? What do you want? The evil dragon shouted angrily. Bai Chi smiled coldly and said, I only have one word for training. Beat. Boom. Rumble. On. Rumble. The dragons turned their heads away. They could not bear to see this violent and bloody scene. 10 days later, in the Central Territory, in the center, there was a huge cypress tree that reached into the sky. Not far away was a manor. Yin Chuan led a group of people and looked at the huge tree in the distance. It's back, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow, what a huge tree! Meow exclaimed. The Bai family's a cypress tree. As long as the cypress tree is alive, the Bai family will not be destroyed. Zhao Afong exclaimed. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. As long as Bai Shu doesn't die, the Bai family won't perish. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Back then, when my soul first came into contact with Bai Shu was on the verge of death. Meow, are you still a member of the Bai family? Meow asked curiously. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, although the bloodline of this life is no longer the Bai family's, my soul, the birth of the origin soul, which is the birth of the soul of the first life, completely belongs to the Bai family. In other words, my soul came from this cypress tree. Meow, your first life was born in the great wide world. Meow looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Yes, but as long as Bai Wang is around, it doesn't matter whether the cypress tree is around or not. Because Bai Wang can connect to the cypress tree. Bai Wang and the cypress tree were born at almost the same time. The Bai family's heavy soul, Yin Chuan explained. Meow. Meow scratched its pitiful little head. It still could not understand. Let's go. After we get the cypress tree, we will return to the capital immediately, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Under the world tree, Yin Chuan walked closer and looked at the towering world tree. He took a deep breath and said, Cypress tree, I'm here again, and this time it's a complete soul. With that, Yin Chuan sat cross-legged under the cypress tree. He put one hand on the tree and the other on his knee. He closed his eyes and felt with his heart. Meow. Meow jumped onto Zhao Afong's shoulder. Zhao Afong, Yin Hentian, and Bai Chi stood outside to protect Yin Chuan. With his eyes closed, Yin Chuan sat there. He sat there for 3 days straight. In 3 days, the news of Yin Chuan's arrival had spread in all directions. More and more experts gathered. However, countless experts just stopped in the distance and didn't disturb him. They just looked at Yin Chuan strangely, not knowing what Yin Chuan was doing. Yin Chuan tried to understand the world tree. He didn't make any progress in the first 3 days. On the 4th day, his spirit seemed to have entered a strange space. Bai. It seemed that in a dark environment, there were shouts. Old man, it's you? You can contact me from the great wide world? Old man? Yin Chuan suddenly shouted excitedly. However, There was no joyful voice from the other side. He was still shouting, Bai, Bai, I'm here, I'm here. Old man, Yin Chuan shouted in the spiritual world. However, it seemed that the other side couldn't hear Yin Chuan at all. He was still shouting Bai. There was a sense of desolation in his voice. What's going on? Cypress. Why is there only Bai Huang's voice? Cypress. Yin Chuan turned around and shouted at the huge world tree. Buzz! The world tree trembled slightly, as if a message had been sent to Yin Chuan's mind. This was not a language, but a message that only the Bo clan could clearly understand. The words that the old man gave me are sealed in the cypress? The words he said to me before he died? Yin Chuan suddenly cried out in shock. Impossible! How could the old man die? Impossible! The old man can't die. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted angrily, with a hint of fear in his voice. The cypress transmitted another message to Yin Chuan. The cypress withered back then because it felt that Bai Huang was dead and the Bai family was gone. That's why it withered and asked for death. No, it's absolutely impossible. They are just in the Great Thousand World, and the Great Thousand World can't be contacted. Cypress, this is not true, Yin Chuan exclaimed. This time, the cypress didn't send a message, but Bai Huang's voice slowly came. Bai Yi, I'm dying. I can understand that you will definitely come back to life. You will be fine. You are more ambitious than me and the Bai family. It is my fortune and the Bai family's fortune to be able to watch you grow up in my lifetime. My family is almost dead. I am the only one left. At this moment, I suddenly understood a lot. I even unsealed some ancient memories. It turns out that I came from the third era of the first world. I was born in the third era. Bai Yi, I'm dying. Let me leave you some last words. Ha! Bai Huang's free and easy voice came. Impossible, Bai Huang. How can you die? Didn't the Great Thousand World transcend? Didn't a transcender emerge? What about him? What about him? I gave the world to him. I sacrificed myself to help him transcend and live forever. What about him? My Bai family. He can't even protect me? My Bai family. He can't even protect me? Where is he? Yin Chuan suddenly roared. At this moment, hearing Bai Huang's last words, Yin Chuan's voice was full of despair. Infinite grief and indignation brewed in his heart. Transcend, you transcended. Why didn't you protect my family? Roar, why roar? Yin Chuan roared to his heart's content, although he didn't want to admit it. But since Bai Huang had spoken, the Bai family in the Great Thousand World would definitely be destroyed. However, there was already a transcender in the Great Thousand World. That person, Yin Chuan, had single-handedly helped him transcend his first life. But in the end, he couldn't even protect his family. Why? Bai Huang was dead? The old man was dead? The past seemed to reappear in his mind. Little Bai Yi, come here. Who bullied you? Come, Grandpa will take you to spank him. Little Bai Yi, your parents are dead, but this is the fate of my Bai family. I am proud of them. Don't cry. Grandpa will accompany you in the future. Little Bai Yi, don't pull my beard, it hurts, it hurts. Little Bai Yi, do you know you were wrong? Next time, remember, if you burn a house, you have to hit the palm of your hand. Okay, don't cry. Sigh, Grandpa didn't pay attention. Okay, don't cry. Grandpa will take you to pick a peach of immortality to eat. Bai Yi, my Bai family, is a servant of heaven and earth, a servant of the common people. It is our responsibility to protect the common people. Bai Yi, you want to establish a dynasty? Are you ready? Bai Yi, Grandpa will always be watching you. Go do it. Scenes of memories instantly filled Yin Chuan's mind. Yin Chuan roared in his mind. In the outside world, where the flesh body was, Yin Chuan's eyes were flowing with tears. Meow? Yin Chuan is crying? He's crying? Meow exclaimed. Zhao Afong, Bai Qi, and Yin Hintian also looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. They didn't know what had happened. But at this moment, no one dared to disturb him, because everyone knew the relationship between Yin Chuan and Bai Shu, and that Bai Shu wouldn't harm Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan roared in grief in his mind. Extermination of the family? Even Bai Huang couldn't stop it? Bai Yi, this is just a message. I can't hear you, but I can guess your current expression. Don't be angry. I asked for it. I don't blame him. No one can save me. No one. Fortunately, there's still you. The Bai family still has you, or rather, there's still hope for my Bai family. Besides you, there's still the Purple Cloud Palace, which is the earth he mentioned, and the descendants of my Bai family. Bai Huang's voice sounded again. What happened? Old man, what the hell happened? Yin Chuan roared. Grandpa will leave first. Little Bai Yi, no matter what you do, you will never change in Grandpa's heart. Remember, don't transcend easily, don't transcend, Lil Bai Yi. Bai Huang's voice became weaker and weaker. After the last voice, there was no more sound. Bai Huang's voice was completely gone. Old man, talk to me, old man. Grandpa, Grandpa, Yin Chuan finally cried. Chapter 1265. Old man, talk to me, old man. Grandpa, Grandpa. Yin Chuan finally started crying. In the spiritual space, Yin Chuan no longer had the majesty of an emperor. He no longer had the power to dominate the world. At this moment, he was just a grandson crying in grief. His whole body sank into a sorrowful roar. However, Bai Huang's voice could no longer be heard. The scenes of the past were like sharp knives stabbing into Yin Chuan's heart. Yin Chuan was indescribably sorrowful. In the spiritual space, he roared. In the outside world, Yin Chuan's body was also trembling, and his tears could not stop flowing. The sorrowful atmosphere was even more pervasive. Meow, Yin Chuan looked so sad. Meow seemed to be sad as well. Zhao Afang looked worried. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi immediately turned around. Although the two of them were extremely curious about why Yin Chuan was crying, the two of them ultimately chose to avoid him. At the same time, in the distance, countless experts who were paying attention also looked surprised. Yin Chuan is crying? Are you kidding me? What did I just see? Someone exclaimed. Gong Yangzi's eyes were uncertain. Patriarch, did the Tree of World send some information to Yin Chuan? Gong Yangzi Ben lay frowned. On the other side, Tianjizi's face was extremely ugly. This Yin Chuan. Tianjizi's face was gloomy. Tianjizi, even if you use all means, you can't get any information from the Tree of World. Now, Yin Chuan's emotions are fluctuating. You don't think that Yin Chuan is crying because he can't get any information, do you? Mei Gaoku said indifferently. Yin Chuan. Tianjizi's eyes were cold. Go. Inform all the sect leaders and experts on all the mountains. Tell them that the Tree of World is a treasure of the Central Territory. It's a treasure shared by all the people in the world. Whoever touches it will be an enemy of the people. No one is allowed to. Tianjizi ordered the subordinates standing in front of him. Yes, everyone quickly left. Under the Tree of World. It was unknown when Yin Chuan stopped crying. Perhaps his tears had dried up and there were no more tears left. Under the worried gazes of Zhao Afang and Miao, Gunyinji looked on. Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. He opened his bloodshot eyes. Miao. Miao wanted to ask. Zhao Afang immediately stopped Miao. Miao, don't ask. Miao was puzzled. She looked at Yin Chuan's bloodshot eyes filled with hatred, then looked at Zhao Afang's gentle gaze. Miao nodded. Oh. At this moment, Yin Chuan was no longer crying. Only his head was twitching slightly. His eyes were filled with wanton arrogance and anger. He raised his head and looked at the towering Tree of World. Yin Chuan stepped back. He slowly left the area covered by the World Tree leaf and stood outside the World Tree. All around, countless practitioners looked confused. They didn't know what Yin Chuan was doing. Was he leaving? But Yin Chuan was facing the World Tree. His gaze never left the World Tree. Yin Chuan didn't stop until he was out of the range of the World Tree. Zhao Afang and the others followed him outside. During this time, no one asked about Yin Chuan's change. They just watched quietly. They stared at the World Tree. Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. Roar! Yin Chuan suddenly roared to the sky. With this roar, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly erupted around Yin Chuan. With Yin Chuan as the center, It seemed like a violent wind was blowing in all directions. For a moment, sand and pebbles were flying. It was gray. Vaguely, everyone suddenly saw that behind Yin Chuan, countless emerald lights suddenly appeared. The emerald lights towered into the clouds. The lights formed the shape of a giant tree. The World Tree. Someone exclaimed. The emerald light behind Yin Chuan was exactly the same as the World Tree. However, the tree-shaped light behind Yin Chuan was much smaller. Rumble. The giant World Tree suddenly shook as if it was responding to the emerald light behind Yin Chuan. The World Tree suddenly emitted a large amount of green light. The green light rushed directly to the emerald light behind Yin Chuan, as if it was replenishing the energy of the emerald light. The emerald green halo grew bigger and bigger and continued to expand. What's this? What's behind Yin Chuan? Countless surprised voices came. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. That's a soul mark. Yin Chuan's soul mark is actually a cypress tree. The Bai family? Yin Chuan is the reincarnation of the Bai family soul. The voice was very weak, but it clearly reached the ears of some strong people. Tian Jizi, Mei Gao Ku, and Gong Yangzi all turned their heads. They saw that the person who spoke was actually evil old demon. Soul mark? Yin Chuan has been recognized by the World Tree. He wants to take the World Tree by force. Tian Jizi's face changed. In just a moment, the emerald light behind Yin Chuan had reached the size of the World Tree. The huge light slowly approached the World Tree. As it approached, it seemed to want to merge with the World Tree. However, the World Tree did not reject it at this moment. In the past, many cultivators had tried, but the World Tree did not allow it. However, at this moment, it allowed Yin Chuan to merge with it with his soul mark. How dare you, Yin Chuan, you want to steal the World Tree? Tian Jizi suddenly roared. Whoosh! Tian Jizi and Mei Gao Ku immediately rushed out. Following Tian Jizi's appearance, the various sect leaders also flew out, glaring at Yin Chuan in the center. How dare you, Yin Chuan, get out of the central territory. Get out of the World Tree. Yin Chuan, do you want to become enemies with the whole world? Countless cultivators stared at Yin Chuan angrily. Boom, boom, boom. About 10 ancestral immortals merged with the heavenly Tao and surrounded him. There were even sages among them. Tian Jizi held a horsetail whisk, his eyes cold. Old Demon by Fiend smiled and stepped out as well. In the distance, Gong Yangzi's expression changed, and he also stepped out. Yin Chuan, the World Tree belongs to everyone. It is not something you can touch alone. Who dares to step forward? Bai Qi stepped out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't do anything. Let me do it, Yin Chuan said in a hoarse voice. Yin Chuan's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the cultivators rushing out from all directions, his eyes filled with hatred. He seemed to have found an outlet to vent the immense hatred in his heart. He looked at everyone coldly. Meow, Meow said worriedly. The king needs to vent. Zhao Afang was able to empathize with Yin Chuan instantly. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian looked confused, but they still stepped back respectfully. Standing in front of the World Tree, Yin Chuan let his soul imprint merge with the World Tree. He looked at the increasing number of people surrounding him with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, close to 100,000 cultivators surrounded the World Tree. A sage, Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi, evil old demon, 10 ancestral immortals, and experts of 10,000 sections. Roar! Yin Chuan let out a furious roar. His eyes suddenly turned red, and his long hair fluttered in the wind, turning into a blood-red color. Whoosh! In an instant, countless blood seas surrounded the land, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Afang and the others were submerged. However, they did not feel suffocated in the depths of the blood seas. It was as if Yin Chuan had specially left a small space for them to stay. The blood seas covered the entire World Tree. Many of the surrounding mountains were submerged. The scene before them was as if the world tree had taken root in a vast sea. The blood waves kept rolling around the world tree. On a huge wave, Yin Chuan stood on it, looking at the 100,000 experts around him. Yin Chuan, let me ask you, are you going to touch the world tree? As a sage, Mei Gao Cave led the crowd. Oomph. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. He extended his hand and struck at the sage. Yin Chuan was extremely agitated at this moment. Bai Huang's death made Yin Chuan very angry. What kind of people were these? Yin Chuan naturally knew that the grapes were sour when one couldn't eat them. In his current mood, how could he be in a mood to argue? Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill. Without hesitation, he struck at the sage. The sage was also stunned by Yin Chuan's strike. Why did this Yin Chuan attack without saying anything? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you attack a sage? The world tree will not end well in his hands. Countless cultivators roared in anger. Boom! The sage extended his palm and collided with Yin Chuan's palm. A blood-red palm print and a white palm print collided in the sky, causing a lot of tremors. Attack! Tian Jizi shouted. The 100,000 cultivators did not hesitate. They each took out their own Dharma treasures and weapons and waved them at Yin Chuan. In a stalemate with the sage, how could Yin Chuan face the crowd of enemies? Roar! Yin Chuan roared. All of a sudden, the blood sea began to swell. In the blood sea, millions of huge blood-red palm prints suddenly rushed into the sky. The millions of blood-red palm prints rushed toward the 100,000 cultivators. What? Tian Jizi's expression changed. Evil old demon was slightly surprised. As for Gong Yangzi, he suddenly felt like he was riding a tiger and could not get off. Previously, he had rushed over on impulse. He should not have come. He should not have come. When the millions of blood-red palm prints were released, the 100,000 cultivators were immediately flustered. Boom! A huge collision in the void. Countless Dharma treasures attacking Yin Chuan were repelled. The cultivators below the ancient immortal realm were instantly knocked out of the battle. They flew into the sky and vomited blood after being seriously injured. More than half of the 100,000 cultivators were eliminated in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few thousand cultivators in the sky. In the blood sea, the blood gods rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thousands of cultivators. Boom! The blood gods' reckless style immediately entangled with the thousands of cultivators. Only the ancestral immortals were left. At this moment, they were still fighting with Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan glared. Boom! He collided with the sage's palm and suddenly exploded. He flung his sleeves. 3 long swords suddenly stood in the sky above the blood sea. The Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor. The rolling and ferocious sword Qi pressed forward. Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi, Saint, Evil Old Demon, and 10 ancestral immortals surrounded Yin Chuan in the center. Chapter 1266. On a mountain peak far away from the Sea of Blood, Ming Tianhan led a group of officials to land on the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked at the Sea of Blood in the distance. Above the Sea of Blood, Yin Chuan threw out 3 long swords. They didn't attack anyone. Instead, they flew in 3 different directions. Boom! 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 Even from far away, the sound of the huge swords piercing the ground could be heard. The 3 huge swords soared into the sky, and countless sword Qi circled around them, forming a huge formation in the blink of an eye. The 3 swords aren't used to fight enemies, but to seal off all directions and prevent them from escaping. Celestial Emperor, this Yin Chuan is too arrogant. Can Yin Chuan handle so many strong practitioners? Everyone was shocked. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes and said, This Yin Chuan is beyond my expectations. Celestial Emperor, should we? An official asked in a low voice. Ming Tianhan shook his head and said, We have more important things to do. The World Tree? It's just by Huang's treasure. It's hard for others to use it. Yes. Far away, in the sea of blood, the Emperor's sword, Jade Emperor's sword, and Grand Emperor's sword were stabbed in 3 different directions, isolating the inside from the outside. Yin Chuan faced the crowd alone. Gong Yangzi's expression changed. The others' expressions darkened. Oof. Yin Chuan, you're courting death. Tian Jizi said coldly. Tian Jizi, didn't you read your fortune before you left? Yin Chuan rushed towards Tian Jizi with a fierce aura. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan was right in front of him. Tian Jizi's expression changed, and he quickly merged with the heavenly Tao. A group of ancestral immortals attacked Yin Chuan almost simultaneously. 10 palm prints pressed down on Yin Chuan from the void. Yin Chuan met them with a palm. Boom! Fighting 1 against 10, the 11 palm prints exploded with a loud bang. Yin Chuan paused. However, Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi's eyes lit up. At least Yin Chuan wasn't as terrifying as they thought. Quick! Yin Chuan is nothing special. Let's attack together and eliminate this malignant tumor. Tian Jizi shouted. All right. The 10 ancestral immortals attacked once more. The 10 ancestral immortals, led by Tian Jizi, immediately clashed with Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan took a step forward. Qing Tian Dao, 1 against 11. Rumble. During the battle, the void trembled. At this moment, Gong Yangzi did not participate. After all, Gong Yangzi suddenly recalled that if he targeted Yin Chuan, a calamity would descend upon him. Gong Yangzi flew high in the sky. The sage and the 100 evil demon. They were staring at the blood sea. Their target was neither Yin Chuan nor the Tree of World, but Miao. Who? The 2 of them fell into the blood sea at almost the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them rushed into the sea of blood. Boom! The blood sea suddenly churned rapidly. The 100 evil demon and the sage retreated almost at the same time. Bam! The 2 of them rushed out of the blood sea. The 2 of them looked at the blood sea in shock. On the other side, Yin Chuan was trapped by 11 ancestral immortals. 11 palm prints crashed onto Yin Chuan's body. Bam! Yin Chuan suddenly exploded into a pool of blood. He fell into the blood sea. At this moment, 2 Yin Chuan slowly emerged from the place where the sage and the 100 evil demon flew out from. 2 identical Yin Chuan. The blood sea realm? The sage said in a low voice. Blood God's son? You've used the Blood God's son to such perfection? Which one is your true body? The 100 evil demon said in surprise. The 2 Yin Chuan revealed a hint of fierceness and said, Take a guess yourselves. Swoosh! The 2 Yin Chuan controlled countless waves of blood and rushed towards the sage and the 100 evil demon. Heavenly Tao! The sage shouted. Suddenly, more than 2,000 heavenly Tao rushed into the sky behind him. A palm carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards one of the Yin Chuan. The sage did not want to waste any more time and needed to shatter it with a single palm strike. On the other side, the 100 evil demon did the same. A pitch-black path appeared behind him, and within the path, countless heavenly demons were flying. He struck out with a palm strike, which was not much weaker than the sage's palm strike, toward the other Yin Chuan. Boom! Boom! The 2 Yin Chuan exploded. Another blood god's son? Another blood god's son? The 100 evil demons' expression changed. Whoosh! In the blood sea, 13 Yin Chuan appeared again and rushed over with a sneer. At this moment, the blood god sons were different from the ones outside the 3 Emperor Sword formation. This was because one of the blood god sons had the power of Yin Chuan's main body. No one knew which one it was. The 13 blood god sons rushed towards the 13 people on the battlefield at the same time, and all of them had a ruthless look on their faces. Another blood god son? The sage struck out with a casual palm strike. However, the others went all out. Boom! Another group of blood gods' sons exploded. However, the Yin Chuan that the sage was facing was real. When he collided with the sage's palm strike, he instantly broke through the sage's palm strike and appeared in front of the sage in the blink of an eye. Break! Yin Chuan shouted. Suddenly, Countless stars appeared in his palm and instantly broke through the sage's protective shield. His palm landed on the sage's chest. Boom! Bastard! Find the sky. Whoosh! The sage suddenly emitted countless rays of light and bound the Yin Chuan who had hit him. It was as if he wanted to take revenge for this palm strike. Self-destruct, Yin Chuan shouted. What? The sage exclaimed. Boom! A huge black hole appeared in the void. Yin Chuan also shattered into countless pieces and fell into the blood sea. Self-destruct? Everyone in the surroundings shuddered as they saw another 13 Yin Chuans emerge from the surface of the blood sea. Was that a blood god's son? No, that's real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hurt the sage. But he's self-destructed. He's alive again? The surrounding hero's expressions changed drastically. However, Yin Chuan didn't seem to be tired. He kept repeating the same battle as before. He had been severely injured because of his carelessness earlier. This time, the sage used the power of heaven and earth to destroy Yin Chuan's blood god's son with one palm strike. It was the same in other places. However, Yin Chuan's real body instantly appeared in front of an ancestral immortal. Die! Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom! That person's heavenly Tao was shattered by Yin Chuan's azure heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's palm landed on his head. Bam! The ancestral immortal's head exploded. Not good. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. Almost at the same time, everyone attacked Yin Chuan's real body. Countless boundless powers hurriedly rushed over. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. He allowed the boundless power to crash into him. However, another blood god's son appeared in another ancestral immortal. Die! The blood god's son roared. The ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao shattered. His head was once again destroyed by Yin Chuan's palm strike. Boom! The void exploded. Yin Chuan's real body turned into a blood god's son, and the blood god's son, strangely, turned into Yin Chuan's real body. Everyone was shocked. Something's not right. Within the blood sea, Yin Chuan's real body and the blood god's son are switching bodies. He can switch bodies with the blood god's son. Fiend 100 Fiend's expression changed. In other words, we'll never be able to hit Yin Chuan's real body. All we can do is let Yin Chuan ambush us. Divine Predictor's expression changed drastically. Up in the air, Gong Yangzi, who had not dared to make a move all this time, was also shocked. As long as the blood sea doesn't dry up, Yin Chuan won't die. Fiend 100 Fiend said coldly. Blood sea? Blood sea? Everyone, use your strongest attacks to shatter the blood sea. The sage called out. All right. Almost at the same time, everyone suddenly attacked the blood sea. In the void, one giant palm strike after another came crashing down like stars. Wherever they passed, the void trembled. The sage's palm strike was imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Fiend 100 Fiend used his grand Tao to unleash a palm strike that surpassed most ancestral immortals. Up in the air, Gong Yangzi's expression changed drastically. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Boom! Behind Gong Yangzi, a grand Tao also appeared. However, it was not as complete as Fiend 100 Fiend's grand Tao. It was similar to Empress Phoenix's grand Tao, only in its embryonic form. Gong Yangzi also attacked the blood sea with his full strength. This palm strike could destroy heaven and earth. Even Ming Tianhan, who was far away, was shocked at this moment. Yin Chuan is finished. The official behind him shook his head. Under the huge force, the blood sea suddenly exploded. The distant blood god son was also instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea disappeared. Below it was a huge abyss with no bottom. Aha! Yin Chuan is dead. Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Divine Predictor also revealed a look of excitement. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. No! Divine Predictor exclaimed. At this moment, everyone discovered that not far from the blood sea, there seemed to be a heartbeat coming from a small lake of blood. Plop! Plop! Boom! The blood sea suddenly exploded in all directions. Wherever the blood mist went, the blood sea that had exploded earlier suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rumble. A blood sea even larger than before appeared. Yin Chuan slowly floated above the blood sea. His clothes were slightly tattered, but Yin Chuan's aura seemed to be even stronger. Yin Chuan broke through again. He was only at the 4th heaven of ancestral immortal realm earlier. Now he's at the 5th heaven, the sage suddenly exclaimed. After a fierce battle, Yin Chuan's emotions were much more stable. On the other side, the incomparably huge tree of world suddenly trembled. Suddenly, it took root above the blood sea. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and retracted it. Whoosh! The blood sea instantly disappeared. The original tree of world also disappeared instantly. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and put away the 3 emperor swords. Miao, Bai Qi, and the others appeared in front of everyone again. I've already made up my mind. All of you get lost, Yin Chuan said coldly. What? Tian Jizi shouted angrily. Gong Yangzi looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Without hesitation, he turned around and flew away. Tian Jizi, last time at the Archaic Mysteries sect, you had designs on me and my wife. Therefore, I destroyed your Archaic Mysteries sect to teach you a lesson. This time, I spared your life to offset all the protection the Archaic Mysteries sect gave Zhao Afong in the past. From now on, you and I have no grudges. If you continue to pester me, I will kill you. Yin Chuan said coldly. Evil old demon, although you have cultivated the great Tao, it is not impossible for heaven to kill you back then. At the very least, you are now inferior to a sage. There must be a reason why heaven only sealed you. For heaven's sake, I will spare your life this time. Yin Chuan said coldly. Ha ha ha, spare my life? Evil old demon said in disbelief. I don't need to do anything. Bai Qi can kill you on the spot. Do you believe me? Yin Chuan said coldly. Bai Qi stepped out, and a murderous aura rushed towards evil old demon. Sage. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. What, you can kill me too? Sage said in a low voice. Suddenly, the world tree appeared behind Yin Chuan, and a green energy connected the heaven and earth. Boom! The heaven and earth turned green in an instant. Sage, how do you feel now? Yin Chuan said coldly. Great Tao. The world tree has become your great Tao. Sage's expression changed. This is my great Tao, the Cypress great Tao. Perhaps you can escape from my hands. However, if I attack, you will be in a miserable state. Do you believe me? Yin Chuan said coldly. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and glared at Yin Chuan. Is that so? Sage said in a low voice. Although he did not want to admit it, what Yin Chuan said was the truth. Great Tao? Using the world tree as his great Tao? This was Bai Huang's item, or rather, Bai Huang's great Tao. Great Tao could be passed down? With Bai Huang's great Tao and Ether's legacy, Yin Chuan did indeed have the ability to severely injure him. I have calmed down a lot. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but I did not injure you this time because I did not want to let someone take advantage of me. Yin Chuan said coldly. With that, Yin Chuan suddenly looked into the distance. On a distant mountain peak, Ming Tianhan raised his eyebrows. Yin Chuan? Perhaps there will be another peak figure in this world. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The remaining 8 ancestral immortals had extremely ugly expressions. As for you, Yin Chuan looked at the 8 ancestral immortals. You want to take the cypress tree? Next time, bring more people and find a better excuse. Yin Chuan said coldly. Around them, the cultivators who were fighting against Blood God retreated to the side. Murderous aura, murderous sin. 100 evil old demon looked at Bai Qi with an ugly expression. The heavenly demon that he was so proud of could not get close to this murderous aura. 5 dragons. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. In a distant valley, 5 dragons pulled a carriage and flew over quickly. Yin Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. After looking at them coldly, Yin Chuan looked to the east and said, Return to the court. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage towards the east. Yin Chuan had taken the cypress tree and had the ability to severely injure the saints. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. Even the saints had extremely ugly expressions. Oof. 100 evil old demon snorted coldly. He turned around and flew away. Tian Jizi and the 8 ancestral immortals also had complicated expressions. Let's go back, Tian Jizi said. Yes. Everyone smiled bitterly. The world tree was snatched away by Yin Chuan, just like that. The experts of the central domain were unable to resist at all. Yin Chuan had single-handedly defeated the entire central territory. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Only the saints were left and sighed. In any case, he was a sage, the most respected existence in the world. Just a moment ago, he actually felt powerless. The saints smiled bitterly and were about to leave. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 11 figures appeared. Heavenly Emperor Deshing, what are you doing here? The saint said in a deep voice. Ming Tianhan smiled and said, I am the one that Yin Chuan said is here to take advantage of the situation. You should quickly comprehend this. It even has Bai Huang's life usurping technique, Yin Chuan said solemnly. But Zhao Afang was still in a difficult position. All right. Finally, Zhao Afang nodded. Yin Chuan pointed the white ball of light at Zhao Afang's glabella. Buzz! The white ball of light instantly entered Zhao Afang's glabella. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large number of small stars appeared around Zhao Afang. Zhao Afang closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and beckoned, bringing Zhao Afang into the main hall. He allowed Zhao Afang to comprehend the Bai family's life usurping technique in the main hall. Central Territory. After a day, the battlefield where Yin Chuan fought alone had been completely razed to the ground. On the ground, thousands of miles were sealed in ice. In the center, there was a huge hole. Countless chains shot into the hole, locking a figure tightly. Outside the ice field, countless cultivators were gathered. The eyelids of Tian Jizi and the sect leaders who had left earlier were all twitching wildly. How can that be? That is the Meigao Grotto sage? Countless chains pierced through the sage's body. She's locked up? The sage was captured? The surrounding cultivators rubbed their eyes. Tian Jizi's eyelids twitched wildly. Heavenly Emperor Great Xing, Ming Tianhan? Tian Jizi exclaimed in shock. At this moment, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. However, no one took half a step forward. Let's go. Ming Tianhan smiled. The sage was locked up and was extremely indignant at this moment. Ming Tianhan, I have never offended you before, the sage said gloomily. Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said that Yin Chuan seems to have never offended you before either. As he spoke, Ming Tianhan stepped onto a cloud. His 10 subordinates tied up the saint in chains and brought him to the south. As they flew, Ming Tianhan appeared high-spirited. Only the Western Gate sage is left. Western Gate? Ming Tianhan smiled confidently. Watching Ming Tianhan's group leave, countless cultivators gaped in shock. Some even went to Tian Jizi's place. Tian Jizi, what's going on? Why did Heavenly Emperor Great Xing attack the sage? A sect master asked in confusion. Tian Jizi looked into the distance, a trace of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The world is about to change. Tian Jizi sighed. The news of the sage's capture quickly spread throughout the Central Territory. For a time, the Central Territory was in an uproar. The Central Territory's largest sect, the Archaic Mysteries sect, collapsed. The battlefield of sins, the Tsar appeared. Yin Chuan stole the world tree, and the sage was imprisoned. One news after another constantly impacted the nerves of countless cultivators in the Central Territory. For a time, countless sects were in a state of panic. At this moment, the sky above the Central Territory was filled with yellow, sand once again. However, not long after he sat down, a voice suddenly came from outside. Sage King, Sage Sheeman requests an audience. Wu Tian, Hua Xintian, and Mei Gao Ku should be prisoners of the great Xingtian Heavenly Court. I think Ming Tianhan's next target is you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ming Tianhan, Hua Xintian, and the others are imprisoned? Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Why don't you stay in Great Jun as well? If Ming Tianhan comes, we can take care of him. Yin Chuan advised. Shimin Sheng smiled bitterly and said, Thank you for your kindness, Yin Di. However, I can't stay in Great Jun. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. I didn't know about it before, but now that I know that the three of them are imprisoned, I have to do my part. Shimin Sheng smiled bitterly. You? You want to save them? Aren't you walking into a trap? Yin Chuan said in surprise. Haha, walking into a trap? Perhaps, but I will be careful. However, Huazun Heaven and Plum Heights Cave have shown me kindness in the past. It's fine if I didn't know the situation, but now that I know the situation, there are some things that I must do. Western Gate Saint said seriously. Looking at Shimin Sheng, Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan sighed and said, All right, I won't stop you. Send your descendants and disciples over. I promise that no one will hurt them. Thank you, Yin Di. Shimin Sheng smiled. By the way, Yin Di, you were in the sealed world. There were 2 seals there. One was taken by Wu Jiong, and the other is in your hands? Shimin Sheng thought for a while and asked. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. It's a broken chi habit position of heaven and earth. I think Yin Di already knows about it. Although it's broken, it's still a chi habit position. As long as Yin Di can fix it, he can use it and become a sage, or use it to become a celestial emperor. Oh, how do you fix it? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Fill it with 100,000 merit points, 100,000 luck points, 100,000 luck paths, and 100,000 luck points. With a great Tao as a guide, you can fix this chi habit position. Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Shimin Sheng waved his sleeves. Instantly, about 100,000 figures flew out of his sleeves. There were adults and children. Indeed, these are them. Thank you, Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Don't worry. Yin Chuan nodded. Shimin Sheng looked at the 100,000 people and said, Everyone, listen up. In the future, if I am not around, Yin Di's words are my words. Yes, the 100,000 people replied. Yin Di, farewell, Shimin Sheng said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. Whoosh! Shimin Sheng disappeared from the central palace square in the blink of an eye. The 100,000 descendants and disciples of Shimin Sheng looked around curiously. Yifeng, Yin Chuan shouted. Soon, Yifeng walked over. Take care of the descendants of the sages. Don't let anything happen to them, Yin Chuan said. Don't worry, Sage King. Yifeng nodded. After taking care of the descendants of Shimin Sheng, Yin Chuan went to the study room alone. Sitting on the dragon throne, Yin Chuan had a jade box in front of him. When he opened the jade box, the surrounding void vibrated slightly. A ray of light pierced the entire study room. Yin Chuan gently took it out with one hand. Dao Seal, 100,000 merit points, 100,000 luck points, 100,000 luck points, and 100,000 luck paths. And with a great Dao as a guide, it is indeed quite troublesome to collect these things. Heaven and earth are about to recover. When that time comes, will the chi habit position still be scarce? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. As he spoke, Yin Chuan opened his mouth and sent the Dao seal to his mouth. If Shimin Sheng was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was the noble Tao seal of heaven and earth, a treasure that could make one a sage and a celestial emperor. Yin Chuan was actually going to eat it? Eat? Roar. Yin Chuan swallowed the Tao seal into his stomach. Boom! Countless rays of light suddenly shot out from Yin Chuan's body. Instantly, the entire study room was lit up. Rumble! Yin Chuan's body emitted a series of loud rumbles. After about 2 hours, everything calmed down. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Fourth firmament ancestral immortal. It's still barely enough. If there are 8 or 10 of them, it would be even better. Fortunately, the sages had already left. Otherwise, they would be shocked by Yin Chuan's extravagance. What a waste. Chapter 1269. Above the vast sea, the 5-dragon carriage was flying rapidly. Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong stood side by side at the front of the dragon carriage's balcony, looking at the vast sea. Bai Wang is indeed worthy of being a famous figure in the third epoch. He cultivated several meridians, but each meridian had outstanding achievements. These days, comprehending his life-stealing technique has enlightened me. Everything I've learned before feels like it's not worth mentioning. Zhao Afong sighed. Bai Wang? Thinking of Bai Wang, Yin Chuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. Even after such a long time, he still brooded. I must investigate Bai Wang's death. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. As if sensing the change in Yin Chuan's mood, Zhao Afong leaned closer to Yin Chuan. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan slowly calmed the anger in his heart. In 3 days, we'll enter Great Zhen's territory. In the previous life, you killed us for Zhenro and Zhenxiong. I kept Zhenxiong alive and waited for you to return. Have you thought about how to deal with him? Yin Chuan changed the topic. Zhenxiong. Zhao Afong frowned. In the previous life, Zhenxiong was Yin Chuan's wife. Zhenxiong was Zhao Afong's father in the previous life. However, in order to obtain the immortal sword that Yin Chuan obtained, he chose to poison his daughter and son-in-law. 3 more days. Just as Yin Chuan was rushing back, a group of unfamiliar faces appeared outside Xianyang City in Jinlong territory. In a valley not far from the Yellow Springs intersection, a group of black-robed men stood in the valley, led by 2 people. One was the imperial astronomer of Great Zhen, Gigazi. However, there was a dark aura around Gigazi. Wherever he stood, the surrounding grass withered. Gigazi turned his head, and the dark aura around him instantly dissipated. He immediately looked much brighter. There was no change, but his temperament suddenly changed. The other person was Yin Chuan. Dressed in a black dragon robe, he exuded the noble aura of an emperor. Remember? I don't need you to do anything, but you must act well. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Yin Chuan said respectfully. Let's go. Let's go. Gue Guzi said. Yes. The 2 of them led a group of black-robed men out of the valley. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. Hold it right there. Without a token, you're not allowed to get close. Ah. Greetings, Sage King. Long live the Holy King. The group of guards immediately bowed respectfully. Gue Guzi stood behind Yin Chuan and didn't say anything. Yin Chuan nodded. Everyone slowly walked towards the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road without any obstructions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road in front of him, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up, and the one guarding the entrance to the Yellow Springs in the mortal realm was the sovereign of the tiger race, Bai Ditian. When Bai Ditian heard his subordinate's report, he was confused. The Sage King has come from the Netherworld? Or has the Sage King returned from the Western continent? Bai Ditian was confused. Mr. Gue Guzi is following the Sage King, the subordinate reported. Bai Ditian also walked in front of Yin Chuan with confusion. Sage King, sir, why are you here? Bai Ditian asked curiously. He looked at Gue Guzi and then at Yin Chuan. He couldn't find anything wrong with them. Yinchuan didn't say anything, but Gue Guzi laughed. Sovereign Bai, the Empress will be coming soon. Ask the others to back off. Oh, Bai Detian's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at Yinchuan, and Yinchuan nodded. However, for some reason, Bai Detian felt that Yinchuan was strange. All right, Bai Detian nodded and ordered everyone to back off from the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. No one was allowed to go near it. Gue Guzi smiled and walked in front of Yinchuan. He whispered, "Later, close your eyes and experience the Yellow Springs Road." Why? Yinchuan didn't understand. The officials of Xianying are all smart. Although you look exactly like Yinchuan, your eyes can never reach Yinchuan's level. Even Bai Detian almost suspected you. How can the Empress, who is with Yinchuan, not see it? Remember, don't open your eyes. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Yes, sir, Yinchuan answered. Inside Xianying City, Yinchuan wasn't around. So many things were handled by Right Minister Lu Buwei. After Lu Buwei dealt with some administrative matters, he walked out of the Prime Minister's residence. He was about to rest when a servant suddenly ran over. Prime Minister Lu, the Sage King is back, the servant said excitedly. Oh, where is he? Why are you here to report? Lu Buwei was pleasantly surprised at first, and then shocked. The Sage King is at the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road with Mr. Gue Guzi. He just sent an official from the Imperial Astronomer to ask the Empress to go to the Yellow Springs Road. It seems like he has something to discuss. I just received the news. As for the others, no one knows that the Sage King is back. The servant said, the Sage King is back. Why didn't he inform the officials? He went to the Yellow Springs Road? Also, isn't Mr. Gue Guzi in charge of the deity, Sword Mountain Manor? Why is he back? Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows. Also, Bai Qi and Longshu are not back. Could it be the Sage King of the Netherworld? Lu Buwei was confused. Prime Minister Lu, what should we do now? Lu Buwei thought for a while and said, Are you sure it's a Sage King? It's absolutely true. Heavenly Sovereign Bai Detian is right beside him. How could Heavenly Sovereign Bai Detian be mistaken? Furthermore, Mr. Gue Guzi is there. Mr. Gue Guzi can't be wrong. The servant said, confused. All right, perhaps I am overthinking. Go and inform the officials to prepare to welcome the Sage King. Lu Buwei said, Yes. At the Yellow Springs Road, Yinchuan had his eyes closed. Countless stars revolved around his palm. It was as if he was using the universe in his palm to feel the surroundings. Bai Detian looked on in confusion. Gue Guzi stood at the side. There was another group of people in front of them. The leader was the Great Zhen Sacred Hall's Empress, ZZ. You are back. ZZ's eyes flashed with excitement and joy. Yinchuan didn't say anything, but Gue Guzi said, Empress, the Sage King has gained a lot this time. He has also mastered a very rare mystical ability. He can connect the entrance to the Yellow Springs Road with the Sage King's universe in his palm. In the future, there will be more than one entrance to the Yellow Springs Road. Oh, ZZ looked confused. The Sage King is using this mystical ability and can't be distracted. Empress, please take action. Let's put away the Yellow Springs Road and rearrange it. Also, let's connect the Yellow Springs Road with the Sage King's universe in his palm at the same time. Gue Guzi said seriously. ZZ looked at Yinchuan in shock. She felt that something was wrong with Yinchuan, but she couldn't tell. Buzz. ZZ's eyes suddenly turned a demonic purple as she stared at Yinchuan. However, Yinchuan in front of her didn't have any disguise. There were no illusions of Dharma spells, either. ZZ shook her head. Maybe she was thinking too much. Okay. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yinchuan was analyzing information in his study. Gue Guzi? Gue Guzi's behavior is indeed very strange. However, Gue Guzi can't betray Great Zhen. Then these. Zombie Yinchuan frowned. Suddenly, heaven and earth rumbled. The void shook violently. The violent shaking reached the Great Qin City. What's going on? The Yellow Springs Road is shaking. Look, the Yellow Springs Road is moving. The Yellow Springs Road is shaking. Countless citizens cried out in shock. In the study, zombie Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. The Yellow Springs Road is changing? Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan instantly rushed out of the study. However, it was too late. The moment he rushed out of the study, the Yellow Springs Road in the distance suddenly exploded. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and a boundless storm immediately blew in all directions. Many of the countless cultivators guarding the Yellow Springs Road were injured. Something happened in the netherworld? Zombie Yin Chuan's expression changed. East of true dragon territory. The dragon carriage pulled Yin Chuan and the others and flew quickly. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's expression changed drastically. Not good. Something happened in Xianyang. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Bai Qi, come with me first. Afang, be careful. Meow, stay here and wait for my summons. Yin Chuan immediately shouted. Swish! Yin Chuan took a step forward and rushed forward. Bai Qi also rushed out without hesitation. The two were extremely fast. Even the 5 dragons couldn't keep up with them. Meow, what happened? Meow shouted anxiously. However, in the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan and Bai Qi had already disappeared. Zhao Afang's expression changed. 7 fiends, speed up. Yes, Empress, the 7 fiends immediately shouted. In Hintian looked into the distance in a daze. At the same time, he understood that something big must have happened in Xianyang. Otherwise, the Sage King wouldn't be so shocked. In the netherworld, outside Xianyang at the Yellow Springs Road. Stop! Bai Ditian shouted in shock. However, it was too late. Gue Guzi's expression darkened, and black gas surged around him. Just as ZZ kept the Yellow Springs Road, Gue Guzi suddenly struck his palm toward ZZ. What? ZZ cried out in shock. Boom! The palm struck ZZ's body, and ZZ was instantly sent flying. Black gas surrounded her body, and her eyes were filled with shock. Bai Ditian was shocked as he struck his palm toward Gue Guzi. On the other side, Yin Chuan struck his palm toward Bai Ditian. In a hurry, Bai Ditian could only face Yin Chuan head-on. Boom! Yin Chuan was sent flying. As she flew, her entire body suddenly changed. The original Yin Chuan was suddenly beaten into the appearance of another man. My husband once described you to me. You're not my husband. You are the 7th divine beast in the world, the identical beast. PFFF. As ZZ flew, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her entire face turned black and purple. He took a step forward and said, Who are you? Why are you pretending to be Gue Guzi? Where's the Empress? Ha ha! Am I not Gue Guzi? Su Fu, don't you recognize me? Don't you remember why I named you Su Fu? Ha ha! Gue Guzi laughed. What? Su Fu's face changed. Lu Buwei's eyelids twitched. Su Fu's name came from Gue Guzi. Very few people knew about it. Could it really be Gue Guzi? Where's the Empress? How is the Empress? Lu Buwei asked. Gue Guzi smiled coldly. You are really dutiful. Meng Zizi? Do you think she can survive if I attack? She has already been hit by my meridian soul-dispersing palm. After 24 hours, no one will be able to save her. Boom! In the distance, where the road to the Yellow Springs was, the sounds of battle could be heard. Bai Ditian wielded a long saber and was fighting with a group of sword cultivators. Protect the Empress. All tigers and guards, fight to the death. Bai Ditian roared. A group of people surrounded ZZ to protect her in the center. The group of tiger tribe elites all transformed into huge tigers and roared angrily. The soldiers quickly surrounded them. Countless sword cultivators around them shot up into the sky. Their terrifying sword auras pressed towards the tigers. In front of Bai Ditian was a peerless sword cultivator. The two of them fought to their heart's content. Don't be afraid of death. Don't you know what kind of place the netherworld is? If you sacrifice your souls, the Sage King will protect you. Protect the Empress. Kill. Bai Diqian roared to the crowd. Roar. Roar. The group of tigers suddenly fought with the sword cultivators without regard for their lives. It was a battle of mutual destruction. They did not care about their own lives at all. Rumble. The battle continued. At that moment, above the Sea of Providence, Yin Chuan's statue suddenly shook and transformed into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Roar. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. It grabbed the Sea of Providence and glared at Gue Guzi in the east. Gue Guzi, I never wanted to suspect you. I didn't expect it to be you. The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence roared. Gue Guzi looked up at the sky and sneered at the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. You should call me Uncle Master. How rude. Gue Guzi said coldly. How dare you? A group of elites roared at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Immediately, many generals wanted to charge out. Gue Guzi sneered and waved his hand. Roar! The countless dragon veins in the outside world suddenly moved again. It was as if giant dragons had emerged from the ground and surrounded Xianyang City. Around the giant dragons, there was also endless black gas surrounding them. They crashed into the Xianyang Grand Formation. Boom! The Xianyang Grand Formation shook violently. A jet of black gas adhered to the barrier outside. Whoosh! A general rushed out of the formation. He instantly touched the black gas. Why do I have to help you? Why do I have to make you famous? That's why, the 18-claws golden dragon said. Zhan Xiong, it's you again? You again? The golden dragon of Providence suddenly said coldly. As for why Zhan Xiong was the identical beast, Yin Chuan did not care. He only knew that this was the second time. In his previous life, he had been framed by Zhan Xiong. In this life, Zhan Xiong had come to destroy Great Zhan. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. Zhan Xiong was a middle-aged man with a small beard. He looked very decent, but his eyes were vaguely sinister. At this moment, the golden dragon of Providence looked at him coldly. Zhan Xiong suddenly panicked. He turned to look at Gue Guzi, who was not far away. Then he said, Yin Chuan, it's your fate to be killed by me and my teacher. I just didn't expect that after your death last time, you would be able to make a comeback in just a few thousand years. In the sky, the golden dragon of Providence's pupils suddenly shrank. Last time? Could it be that in my previous life you... That's right. In my previous life, I had the poisonous vine. Ordinary poisons could not hurt me and Jinro at all. With your ability, it's impossible for you to have that poison. Was it provided by Gue Guzi? No, Gue Guzi had not awakened at that time. The golden dragon of Providence suddenly fell into a complicated thought. Yin Chuan did not know that there was a dark Gue Guzi. Only Gue Guzi knew about this. Therefore, everything was strange. No matter what happens, Zhan Xiong, I will cut you into pieces. Remember, I will find you soon. The golden dragon of Providence said with a cold look. Zhan Xiong raised his eyebrows and looked at Gue Guzi. Haha, there's no need to wait. Your Xianyang city is about to be destroyed. Gue Guzi laughed. He was controlling the supreme decay dragon formation. The formation of Xianyang City was shaking. A huge decaying dragon was constantly hitting the formation of Xianyang City. It seemed that the formation would be destroyed soon. In Xianyang City, Su Fu was getting more and more anxious. Everyone attack. Civilians and officials attack. Otherwise, once the formation is destroyed, the decaying gas will instantly wash over the entire Xianyang city. Xianyang city will soon become a dead city. Su Fu shouted anxiously. Lu Buwei also shouted to the outside world with an ugly expression. Everyone outside Xianyang, attack the source of the black gas with all your strength. Hurry, hurry! Rumble. Around them, countless soldiers rushed toward the source of the black gas. It was the source of the black gas that was constantly injecting decaying gas into the Supreme Decay Dragon formation. As long as the source of the black gas stopped supplying decaying gas, Xianyang City would be saved. However, around the source of the black gas, heavenly Tao shot into the sky. Countless sword chi storms sealed off the void. Almost 10 ancestral immortals were protecting the source of the black gas. Bastard! The generals outside were anxious. Bai Ditian was also being held back by 2 ancestral immortals and could not go forward. At this moment, the fierce generals were almost in the netherworld. Even the terracotta soldiers were in the netherworld. The defenses of the Yang realm were extremely weak. Only 2 ancestral immortals were fighting against the ancestral immortals of the deity Sword Manor. They were the Pheasant Queen and the Dog God. However, the 2 of them could not break through the defenses of the ancestral immortals. The entire Xianyang city was in great danger. Yi Guzi proudly manipulated the formation and said, "Haha, the road to the underworld is indeed a great convenience. Unfortunately, it is also a great flaw. And at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xianyang City will be broken. Yin Chuan, let's see what kind of luck you have left." The entire Xianyang City was in chaos. In the source of the black gas, tens of thousands of feng shui masters were channeling the energy of the netherworld and the surrounding dragon veins to create the rotten gas for Gui Guzi. All of them were extremely focused. The battle outside could not affect the inside at all. Originally, everything was foolproof. Once Xianyang City was destroyed, the feng shui masters would have made a great contribution. However, right at this moment, grumbling sounds could be heard from the underground of the source of the black gas. "Second brother, I already told you that this is Xianyang. Don't look for treasures anymore. Look for my foot. There's ghostly chi everywhere. Weren't you the most agitated when I told you yesterday? Oh my, am I right? I don't know. Don't drag me into your business." Did you hear that? Second brother, you are slandering Big Brother. If this was another place, it would be a crime. But, Big Brother, you know me. Although I'm not a feng shui master, digging holes and looking at earth veins are my specialty. Yesterday, I saw the earth veins moving in this direction. There's obviously a treasure. Are you stupid? This is Xianyang. There are so many feng shui masters in Xianyang. Do you think it's your turn to have a treasure? They have already searched the surroundings. All right, what should we do now? What can we do? Let's go out and continue digging holes. Let's go to the surface. All right. As the 3 people on the ground grumbled, they continued to dig holes until they reached the surface. Boom! A figure jumped out of a hole in the ground. It was Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat jumped out and opened his mouth wide. At that moment, nearly 10,000 black-robed men suddenly looked at him in surprise. Everyone was looking at Ninth Rat. He seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Why is it so dark? It's not dawn yet. Second brother, you idiot. How did you tell the time? A fat man climbed out of the hole with difficulty. Don't come out, Big Brother. Ninth Rat shouted. However, the fat man had already come out. He swayed his fat body and sat on the ground. Sitting on the ground, he suddenly felt the attention of everyone. The last one to come out was Ma Wang, who was dragging a coffin. When the 3 of them came out, they looked around in shock. At that moment, the nearly 10,000 black-robed men in the surroundings were all making hand seals as they looked at the 3 people in front of them in confusion. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the crowd, and his expression froze. Then, he revealed an ugly fake smile and said, "Ha ha ha, we're just passing by. You guys continue." Bang! Dongfang Zhengpai jumped into the hole without any restraint. The other 2 wanted to follow in fear, but they could not jump in halfway. Damn it, I'm stuck. Second brother, how did you dig this hole? You got us killed. Dongfang Zhenpai wanted to cry, but had no tears. Ninth, Rat felt even more wronged. You blocked the hole. You got us killed, okay? Take them down. One of the feng shui masters shouted. Chapter 1272. Roar. You want to kill me? I'll kill you. Self-destruct. The exploding beast roared. In the outside world, nearly 10,000 feng shui masters stared blankly at the exploding beast. Hong! The exploding beast exploded in the center of the black gas source. The huge impact instantly killed more than half of the feng shui masters. Ah, no! Amid countless screams, the black gas source was completely destroyed. Gue Guzi's rotten gas supply was suddenly cut off. We're saved. Su Fu was pleasantly surprised. In the distance, the black gas source exploded. Even the experts from Deity Sword Villa who were surrounding it were severely injured by the explosion. Countless cultivators were sent flying. Gue Guzi, who was in the middle of the battle, was shocked. How can this be? Gue Guzi was shocked. In the sky, the Golden Dragon of Providence was also shocked. The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly climbed down and closed its eyes as if it was in a deep sleep. At the same time, to the east of Jinlong's territory, Bai Qi stretched out his hand and brought out a ball of light. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged in the ball of light with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Yin Chuan opened his eyes. Sage King? Bai Qi looked at Yin Chuan. Quang. With a flip of his hand, Yin Chuan took out the sky-burying coffin. Good. I knew that the Eastern Orthodox sect was blessed with great fortune. The heaven-burying coffin has been sent back. Bai Qi, I will send you back to Xianying to protect ZZ. Also, be careful of Gue Guzi. He has changed. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Quang. Bai Qi was instantly trapped in the sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan immediately kept the sky-burying coffin and flew back to Jinlong's territory. At the entrance of the central palace in the netherworld, zombie Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Ming, Yi, take the terracotta army and head to the world of the living. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes. Quang. Zombie Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out a huge coffin. In the mortal realm, Gigu Zi's eyesight immediately caught sight of the sky-burying coffin in the distance. World-suppressing bronze coffin? Gue Guzi's expression changed. Gigu Zi raised his head and looked at the Sea of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence had already prostrated itself. He withdrew his consciousness. Not good. Gue Guzi's face darkened. Everyone, leave at once. Quick, quick, quick. Gue Guzi shouted decisively. In the distance, Zhan Xiong also noticed that something was wrong, and he immediately turned around and shot away. Swish! Gue Guzi shot toward the east. The top powers from Deity Sword Villa were shocked. Go! The ancestral immortals grabbed their subordinates and fled towards the east. Where do you think you're going? Dog Deity, by Di Tian, and Pheasant Empress immediately held back the ancestral immortals, not allowing them to escape. At the same time, with the protection of the heaven-burying coffin, Dongfang Zhengpai, Ren Rat, and Horse King were unharmed. Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness, Dongfang Zhengpai said with lingering fear. While the three of them were sighing, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Ah, Lord Bai, Dongfang Zhengpai said in surprise. Everyone, thank you for your hard work, Bai Qi said sincerely. Then he stepped out of the heaven-burying coffin. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge army appeared. The army did not hesitate, and they did not even greet the others as they charged out. What's going on? Dongfang Zhengpai and the others were confused. Rumble. Great Zhen's reinforcements had appeared. The expressions of the people who were fleeing changed drastically, and they sped up their escape. The ancestral immortals fled quickly, but those below the ancestral immortal realm were much slower. When the terracotta army appeared, Meng immediately shouted, "No one is allowed to leave. Those who dare to escape will be killed without mercy." Roar! The terracotta army roared in unison, and they each grabbed their crossbows and aimed at the countless fleeing cultivators. Bai Qi, on the other hand, charged towards Bai Ditian. At this moment, Bai Ditian, Dog Deity, and Pheasant Empress were holding back 3 ancestral immortals. The 3 ancestral immortals were also very anxious. When Gue Guzi shouted to leave immediately, they knew that something had happened. The 3 major factions of the Outer East Continent had actually been paying attention to Great Jun ever since Zhu Gong returned empty-handed. They knew how fierce Great Jun was. Now, even Gue Guzi had escaped. How could they not escape? However, Bai Ditian, Dog Deity, and Pheasant Empress were like dogskin plasters that could not be shaken off. No, Great Jun's reinforcements have arrived. If this drags on, we will definitely suffer. Right, Great Jun's Empress? As long as we capture Great Jun's Empress, we will be safe. I'll go, you guys block them. The 3 ancestral immortals were anxious. Immediately, 2 ancestral immortals risked their injuries to block Bai Ditian and the others. The last ancestral immortal headed straight for ZZ. Stop! Bai Ditian cried out in alarm. However, the tiger race experts were at most ancient immortals. How could they block the ancestral immortal's ferocious attack? In the blink of an eye, the ancestral immortal was about to reach ZZ. Just as the ancestral immortal was feeling excited, a chill ran down his spine. The threat of death instantly filled his entire body. What? The ancestral immortal exclaimed. With a boom, a large number of heavenly Daos quickly surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, he merged with the heavenly Daos and faced this sudden, ominous feeling. Die! A furious roar sounded. The ancestral immortal turned his head and saw a huge saber energy slashing down at his heavenly Dao. Countless red karmic fire lotuses surrounded the saber energy. Boom! The huge heavenly Dao exploded under this saber energy. The ancestral immortal could only open his mouth wide in fear. Bam! The saber energy slashed the ancestral immortal into pieces. The shattered corpse in the sky was stirred up by the surrounding saber energy and turned into dust that scattered with the wind. On the other side, the 5 ancestral immortals who were fighting widened their eyes. That was an ancestral immortal. An ancestral immortal was killed by a single saber strike. No, second brother. The other 2 ancestral immortals cried out in fear. However, no matter how much they cried out, the ancestral immortal could not be revived. Bai Qi, Bai Ditian cried out in surprise. Bai Qi looked at the battlefield, but he quickly looked at the Empress. ZZ was extremely weak at this moment. Bai Qi did not chase after anyone. Instead, he quickly stood beside the Empress to prevent any accidents. Empress, the Sage King will be back soon. Bai Qi said solemnly. The heaven-bearing coffin was Yin Chuan's supreme treasure. It required Yin Chuan to activate it to teleport someone to another refined heaven-bearing coffin. However, Yin Chuan could not teleport someone else. When ZZ heard that Yin Chuan will be back soon, she smiled and nodded slightly. Bai Qi turned his head to look at the battlefield with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Xianyang was rescued. A large number of officials rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the officials of Dajin surrounded them. Su Fu rushed forward. Lord Su, you're the #1 alchemist in Dajin. Quick, take a look at the Empress. A palace mate at the side called out anxiously. Su Fu quickly took out a golden pill and said, "This is the Golden 9 Transformations pill. Heal the injuries to your body and soul first." The palace mate quickly fed the Golden 9 Transformations pill to ZZ. ZZ did not refuse and consumed the pill in a blink of an eye. Soon after, the injuries on ZZ's body disappeared. Her face regained its color, but she was still extremely weak. What's going on? Why is the Empress still so weak? Lord Su, what other pills do you have? Please save the Empress. The palace maid said anxiously. The officials looked at Su Fu. A bitter expression appeared on Su Fu's face as he said, "This is Gue Guzi's meridian soul, dispersing palm. The 9 transformations golden core can only repair one's body and soul. I can't do anything about birth charts." Everyone was anxious. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed with anger as he looked around. "Capture everyone. Kill anyone who resists. Roar." The soldiers of Xianyang charged in all directions. Outside Xianyang, a battle broke out again. However, this time, the situation was completely different. Dajin had switched from defense to offense. It was unusually ferocious. In a valley far away from Xianyang, a black-robed woman with a ferocious mask stood at the entrance of the valley. 10 powerhouses stood behind her. Is that Bai Qi? How domineering. Bai Qi didn't even use his full strength. He didn't even use the heavenly Tao. The deity sword manner has failed. The 10 powerhouses discussed among themselves. If they were in Xianyang, many people would recognize them. They were the powerhouses from the Ju Palace who had besieged Xianyang. "Palace Master, it's fortunate that you didn't agree with the deity sword manner," one of them said respectfully. The woman with the ferocious mask nodded. "Dajin? Next, Dajin will definitely launch a fierce counterattack. Let's leave this place first," the woman with the ferocious mask said in a deep voice. "Yes," everyone replied and left quickly. In Xianyang, the appearance of the terracotta soldiers immediately made it so that those who were unable to escape in time no longer had a chance to escape. Xianyang's army also suppressed their anger and quickly came out to capture everyone. Meng Yi looked to the east with a frown. "Lord Meng, there's no need to chase them. Let's wait for the Sage King to return. The Sage King won't let the deity sword manner off." Lu Buwei shouted. "All right." Meng Yi nodded. He turned to look at the exploding beast that had recovered not far away. He extended his hand and used the sky-burying coffin that Dongfang Zheng sect had brought back to cover the exploding beast. Swoosh! The exploding beast was instantly sucked into the coffin. "No!" The exploding beast roared in despair. However, it was useless. The exploding beast was imprisoned again. There were many prisoners being escorted around. Everything was calm. They waited for another 4 hours. Boom! A gust of wind swept across Xianyang. A figure rushed over and instantly appeared in front of everyone. "Greetings to the Sage King." Everyone greeted. It was Yin Chuan who had returned at an extremely fast speed. His speed was so fast that his clothes were slightly worn out. His hair was blood-red and disheveled. Yin Chuan quickly ran to ZZ. "ZZ." Yin Chuan hugged ZZ and said anxiously. ZZ slowly opened her eyes and revealed a sad but beautiful smile. "Husband, I finally waited for you to return. This is the last time I've seen you. The Yellow Springs Road is gone. I'm sorry." No, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't." Yin Chuan's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. ZZ smiled and looked at Yin Chuan closely. It was as though she wanted to engrave him in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said with determination, "ZZ, I'm here. You'll be fine. Trust me." Chapter 1273. "Meow, come here." Yin Chuan suddenly called out with ZZ in his arms. Buzz! The void around Yin Chuan suddenly shook, and a rune disc appeared. Then, Meow appeared in front of Yin Chuan. "Meow, Yin Chuan, what happened?" Sister ZZ, what happened to you?" Meow was stunned at first, then she screamed. Meow quickly jumped in front of ZZ. "Meow," ZZ said weakly. "Sister ZZ, what happened to you? Who bullied you?" Meow burst into tears. "All right, Meow, don't cry. Take a look, can you save her? ZZ's birth chart is damaged. After all, you are. Take a look." Yin Chuan asked anxiously. Meow looked and shook her head. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I can't do anything. I can't do anything either." Miao couldn't do anything. Yin Chuan frowned. Yin Chuan, save Sister ZZ, save Sister ZZ. Miao cried. Yin Chuan frowned and turned to ZZ. ZZ, I can't save you now, but I can keep you in your current state. Please believe that I will find a way to save you one day. Yin Chuan said with absolute certainty. Okay. ZZ's eyes flashed with gentleness. Kwang. Yin Chuan took out a sky-burying copper coffin. He carried ZZ and gently placed her into the sky-burying copper coffin. Buzz. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky-burying copper coffin. The stars surrounded ZZ, and in the blink of an eye, ZZ's surroundings became blurry. ZZ, sleep. When you wake up, it will be time for me to save you. Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. ZZ nodded. ZZ slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Countless stars quickly surrounded ZZ. In the blink of an eye, ZZ's body became more and more blurry. Seeing ZZ fall asleep and the heaven-burying coffin blurry, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a monstrous fury. Blue veins popped out on his fists. Meow. Yin Chuan, will Sister ZZ really be all right? In the past, my sister gave me a lot of delicious food. You have to save my sister. Meow cried. Don't worry. The time in this coffin is very, very slow, infinitely close to the time limit. I will find a way to save ZZ. Gui Guzi? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anger as he spoke. Holy King, Gui Guzi colluded with Zhen Xiong and the deity Sword Villa. We didn't expect this at all. Lu Buwei said in shame. Holy Monarch, many of the defensive systems in Xianyang were designed by Gui Guzi. That's why I didn't dare to use many of the formations back then, Su Fu said in a guilty manner. It has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. Yin Chuan shook his head. This time it was his fault. He trusted Gui Guzi too much and almost caused a disaster. Yin Chuan knew that he was in the wrong. However, as an emperor, he knew that he was in the wrong and could not admit his mistakes. He gently closed the coffin for ZZ. Meow Meow was still crying like a crying cat. He carefully put away the heaven-burying coffin. Meow, sob, sob, sob. Yin Chuan, I want to avenge Sister ZZ. Let's destroy the deity Sword Villa. I want to avenge Sister ZZ. Meow cried. Yes, you want to avenge deity Sword Villa. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Gang, issue a kill order to all the disciples of the deity Sword Villa. Spread the word to the world. Bring their heads to Dezhun for a reward. Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes. Lu Gang immediately replied. Lu Buwei, use your cursive script to spread the message to all the territories in the outer eastern continent. Dezhun is about to destroy the deity Sword Villa. Anyone who tries to stop them will be Dezhun's enemy. Anyone who hides the disciples of the deity Sword Villa will be Dezhun's enemy. Great Zhun will not rest until one of us is dead. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Holy King, should we send out the troops now? Meng, he stepped forward and asked. Looking to the east, Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. Let's wait for them to return. I don't want anyone to run away. Yes. Meng, he replied. At the same time, in the netherworld, behind Zombie Yin Chuan stood a group of officials who had rushed over. Ifeng, Zombie Yin Chuan said. Yes, your majesty. Pass down the order. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu, bring all the elites back. Zombie Yin Chuan said. 3 army commanders? They just conquered half of the 3 territories. Something big happened in the mortal realm? Ifeng asked curiously. Yes. Something big happened in the mortal realm. Some people still see Dezhun as a potential threat, but they don't know that they have already been eliminated. I will destroy the deity Sword Villa with lightning speed. I will also let others know that they will have to pay a heavy price if they want to test Dezhun. Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes. Ifeng replied. The mortal realm. Xianyang. Yin Chuan returned to the palace. The officials and commoners paid their respects to him. However, Yin Chuan wasn't in the mood at all. He didn't show his face much. Skyward Palace Square. Dongfang Zhengpai, Rinshu, Horse King, this time, it's all thanks to you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ha, of course. Dongfang Jingpai and Rinshu were naturally very proud. Horse King was ashamed because he understood that all of this was a coincidence, an absolute coincidence. Horse King, since the Horse Clan has become Dezhen's national beast, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. This is the Horse Clan's fate. You can refine it yourself, Yin Chuan said. Thank you, Sage King. Horse King nodded. What about us? Dongfang Jingpai immediately shouted. Ancestral, immortal artifacts and treasures in the palace treasury. You can choose any 3 of them. Go and choose, Yin Chuan promised solemnly. Oh, haha, I knew it. Second brother, did you hear that? Sage King is still the best. Every time you search for treasures, you find a pile of bones. Dongfang Jingpai scolded Rinshu. Rinshu was very happy at this moment and didn't refute. After sending off the 3 of them, Yin Chuan looked at Pheasant Queen. Pheasant Queen, you have seen Dezhen. This time, I have to thank you. Have you thought about it? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Since Emperor Yin is so ambitious, my Pheasant Clan is also willing to add flowers to brocade. Pheasant Queen immediately nodded. Good. From now on, the Pheasant Clan will also be Dezhen's national beast. You will be the leader of the Pheasant Clan, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Boom! The Providence clouds churned, and Pheasant Queen appeared beside the statues of Bai Ditian and the others. Pheasant Queen heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had finally calmed down. This is the Pheasant Clan's ancestral fate. I won't explain it. You can cultivate on your own. Yin Chuan took out a jade box and said solemnly. Thank you, Sage King. Pheasant Queen nodded. After sending off the group, Lu Gang came again. Sage King, after interrogating those people, we have obtained some information. This group of feng shui masters were all nurtured by Gue Guzi. Perhaps he was nurtured in secret. I failed in my duty and didn't even know. As for the information obtained from Deity Sword Manor, they have been brooding about Dezhen. When Gue Guzi appeared, they hit it off and wanted to strike first, Lu Gang said. As he spoke, he handed over a comprehensive set of information. After receiving the information, Yin Chuan nodded. Sage King, how should we deal with these people? Lu Gang asked solemnly. What's the point of keeping them? Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes, I know what to do. Lu Gang left. Yin Chuan still looked at the information in his hand with resentment. In the netherworld, in the 3 weaves, the 3 legions were singing in victory. When they suddenly received Yin Chuan's orders, they were all confused. However, they still arranged their work and quickly led the elites to the great Qin city. Through the sky-burying coffin, Yin Chuan quickly sent countless soldiers back to the Yang realm. The Yellow Springs Road was gone, but there was still the sky-burying coffin. In the Yang realm, Dezhen's announcement to the outer eastern continent quickly spread in all directions. When the various Weave lords received the news, they were all in an uproar. They didn't expect Dezhen's tone to be so domineering. At the same time, almost all the eyes of the outer east continent gathered on the Dezhen Holy Court and the Deity Sword Villa. Ever since Ju Palace returned without success in Xianyang, the various experts of the outer east continent had new analysis in their hearts. The 3 strongest factions in the outer east continent had become 4, with the addition of the Dezhen Holy Court. Now, the 2 strongest factions were going to fight to the death. The various Weave lords were naturally happy to see this happen. In Ju Palace, the master of Ju Palace led a group of Divine Palace lords and looked at Zhen Xiong in front of him. Palace Lord Ju, I can completely represent the Villa Lord. I'm sure you saw the battle that day, and your Ju Palace also received a copy of Dezhen's announcement. Zhen Xiong said with a smile. That's right, Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. Dezhen is a dynasty, and the Emperor has always been insatiable. Once something happens to the 5 weaves of the Deity Sword Villa, Dezhen will be the strongest faction in the Outer East Continent. At that time, Yin Chuan will definitely expand his territory, and Ju Palace will definitely bear the brunt because of the past grudges. Zhen Xiong said with certainty. Oh, Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. The road to the underworld has been broken, and Dejun is isolated and without help. Palace Lord Ju, this time, we are here to form an alliance with Ju Palace. My deity Sword Villa will attract Dejun's main force, and Ju Palace will go to Xianyang to destroy Yin Chuan. What do you think? Zhen Xiong said with a smile. No need. I don't want to interfere in Dejun's affairs. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. Palace Lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, Palace Lord, Dejun killed Green Divine King and Purple Divine King, and this enmity is set. Sooner or later, we will meet again. Now, it's such a good opportunity. How can we? Palace Lord, Zhen Xiong is right. The group of Divine Palace Lords immediately advised. Palace Lord Ju said coldly, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Yes, we dare not. No one dared to say more. Zhen Xiong was anxious. Mr. Zhen, I'm sorry. Palace Lord Ju said indifferently. No, I'm the one who disturbed you. Goodbye. Zhen Xiong frowned. I won't see you out. Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. After Zhen Xiong left, the Divine Palace Lords discussed again. Palace Lord Ju took a deep breath and said, Dejun is no longer the Dejun of the past. Dejun's development is too terrifying. Unless my father, halfway through, Palace Lord Ju stopped talking. But Palace Lord, if we don't participate now, we might not have another chance in the future. A Divine Palace Lord said anxiously. Let's wait and see. Palace Lord Ju said in a deep voice. Yes, after 3 months of reorganization, all the armies of Dejun gathered outside Xianyang, waiting for Yin Chuan's order to attack deity Sword Villa. Chapter 1274. By the sage ruler's order, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Diyu are to lead their respective armies and attack Western Sword Weave immediately. The sage ruler is to meet with the 3 generals at the Western Sword Weave's manor in a few days. Lu Buwei shouted, As you command. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Diyu shouted. Boom! On the ground. Huge airships carrying Dajin's countless troops quickly shot toward the east. Whether it was the people of Great Zhun or the scouts from the various factions that had rushed over, all of them could feel a strong fighting spirit when they saw the mighty army. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. The battle between the holy court of Dajin and deity Sword Villa had officially begun. Countless scouts from various factions follow behind. At the same time, more and more powerhouses were gathering in the Western Sword Territory. Xianyang upper study, Yin Chuan sat in front of his desk, holding some documents in his hand. A black-robed man knelt on one knee in front of him. Sage King, deity Sword Villa controls 5 weaves. Dongjian Weave, Nanjian Weave, Shijian Weave, Northjian Weave, and deity Sword Weave, which is at the center of the 4 weaves. Pavilion Master has already led Heaven Mending Pavilion there in advance. The black-robed man said respectfully, According to this document, there was an extremely high-ranking prisoner in Shijian Weave a few years ago. Yin Chuan said in a low voice as he held the document in his hand. Yes, at that time, no one was allowed to get close. It was Zhen Xiong who interrogated him. In the past, even when we tried to investigate, we couldn't get too deep. Now, we speculate that the person who was interrogated was most likely Li Si. The black-robed man said respectfully. Smack! Yin Chuan slammed his palm on the desk angrily. The black-robed man in front of him didn't say a word, allowing Yin Chuan to think. Shijin Weave? Who's there now? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. There should be 4 ancestral immortals from deity Sword Villa guarding it. However, after Dajin announced it to the world, they might have invited their friends to help. Perhaps the number of ancestral immortals has increased by 2 or 3. The black-robed man said respectfully. Help! They want to get involved in this mess. Then he would have to pay the price. He would inform Invincible and assassinate them all, hang the corpse on the city gate tower outside the residence. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the black-robed man replied. Yang Realm, Outer Eastern Continent, Western Swordweave. Boom, boom, boom. De Jun's flying ship split into three and entered the Western Sword Territory. The various armies arrived at the various cities one after another. Outside a city, by the order of Sage King Dajin, your cities must immediately open their gates and surrender. Otherwise, your punishment will be even worse. Meng Tian shouted. In the distance, on top of the city gate tower, a group of guards and city lords stood with twitching eyelids. Impudent! How dare a puny holy hall like you come to my city? The city lord immediately refused. Meng Tian snorted coldly. Brandishing the spear in his hand, he slammed it towards the tower. The city tower formation suddenly appeared, but Meng Tian's strength was unusually strong. Meng Tian shouted. Boom! The entire city tower exploded with a loud bang. The city lord and the others on top of the city tower were instantly sent flying. Those who dare to resist, kill without mercy. Meng Tian shouted. Yes, the army charged towards the city with a loud bang. There was no military strategy or strategy. It was purely brute force. The strength of one person could defeat 1,000 soldiers. Under Meng Tian's spear, countless soldiers in the city lost their will to fight. Meng Tian broke through the city like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the battle began, it was simply a one-sided massacre. Soon, those who surrendered surrendered, and those who fled fled. Not long after, a city was taken down. People in the city, listen up. This is a grudge between the Holy Hall of Dejun and deity Sword Villa. It has nothing to do with you. You will continue as before, but there is one thing. No one is allowed to harbor the disciples of deity Sword Villa. His voice echoed throughout the city. Countless people frowned as they looked at the countless soldiers flying in the sky. Although there were complaints, no one stood up. At this moment, the difference between a village-style city and a national-style city was reflected. To deity Sword Villa, a city was just a place to collect endless taxes. To the Holy Hall of Dejun, however, it was a territory that required the protection of Dejun. The people had faith in their country. Once the enemy attacked, many people would spontaneously help defend the city. But here, the people did not have much faith. Although some worshiped deity Sword Villa, it was only worship. They were not members of deity Sword Villa. When the villa was in trouble, the people did not immediately want to help. After the city was breached, a large number of soldiers were captured. Meng Tian's army continued to attack other cities, while the civil officials who came later began to organize the cities and enlighten the people. The armies of Dejun from all directions did the same. They crazily attacked one city after another and headed towards the central manor. Bad news continuously spread to the western Sword Domain's manor. In the manor sat 4 ancestral immortals. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. Breaching the city with ancestral immortals? Dejun is too shameless this time. Big brother, should we go too? Let's eliminate Wang Jian and the others. More importantly, these people are not people we can kill. Third brother, the news has spread to deity Sword Domain. What did the Villa Lord say? There's still no news from the Villa Lord. Everyone was anxious. This time, we each invited a large number of friends. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, they can't do anything to us. I just don't know when Yin Chuan will arrive. I hope the Villa Lord will send a message soon. Dejun? If I had known, I would have killed him back then. Everyone was at a loss. Report. Bad news, bad news. A servant rushed straight to the main hall. What's wrong? Ancestral masters quickly outside the manor, outside the city. The servant looked frightened. What's going on outside the city? Whoosh! Everyone rushed straight out of the city. At this moment, in the mountains outside the manor, countless experts gathered. They looked at the distant city tower with twitching faces. Is that the leader of the neighboring domain? Is that greatsword loose, cultivator? Supreme Venerable Huang Hai. Roar! Roar! A series of dragon roars could be heard as the five-dragon carriage approached from afar. Yan Chuan stepped out of the main hall and looked coldly at the main residence in front of him. Greetings, Sage King. In the distance, the three armies shouted in unison. In the surroundings, the experts of the various territories all stared with wide eyes. The Sage King of Dijon is personally leading the army? Countless cultivators' mentality had undergone a complicated change. Originally, they did not think highly of him, but now they felt a little admiration. In the distance, an ancestral immortal of deity, Sword Villa, saw this and immediately flew into the sky. Boom! The ancestral immortal was enveloped by the heavenly Tao. Yama Emperor, we are willing to surrender. The flying ancestral immortal shouted. Surrender? Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. I do not need you to surrender. Deity Sword Villa, all of you must die. Yin Chuan said coldly. Kill. Bai Qi roared. Boom! Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu charged forward. Chapter 1275. Boom! The final battle of Shijian Weave began. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and Jindu each fought an ancestral immortal, instantly suppressing four of them. The other armies surrounded the three city gates and attacked from three different directions. They surrounded three of them and lacked one. Immediately, the experts of deity Sword Manor retreated and escaped from the main mansion. Manor Lord, why? Why didn't you come and save us? Manor Lord, the experts of deity Sword Manor cried out in grief, but no one from deity Sword Weave came to save them. It was as if Shijian Weave had no intention of keeping them. Kill. Save us. Ah. The battlefield was in chaos. The onlookers all sighed at Dajin's ferocity. Roar. Five dragons roared as the dragon carriage carried Yin Chuan and the others to the main mansion. The terracotta soldiers led the way, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the plaza of the main palace. Yin Chuan stepped off the dragon carriage. Where's the prison? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Immediately, a black-robed figure stepped forward. Bai Qi and the others frowned, but they did not stop him. The black-robed figure walked forward. Sacred King, the city is in chaos. We have already taken control of the area. No one is allowed to approach. Lead the way. Yin Chuan called out. Yes. The black-robed figure led the way, and Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, Zhao Afong, and Yin Hentian followed closely behind. After a while, they arrived at an underground prison. Outside, there were many corpses. Clearly, they were the guards of Heaven Mender Pavilion. The group quickly walked into the dungeon. Inside, it was a dark room with only a small window, through which little sunlight could be seen. There were many torture tools in the prison, and one of the walls was covered in blood. The torture rack was also stained with blood. Sacred King, this is the place. The black-robed figure said respectfully. Great Zhen's prime minister was locked up and tortured here? Yin Chuan's eyes were cold as anger surged from his heart. Yin Chuan glared, but Zhao Afong took out a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. The heaven projectile was placed in front of him. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals and began chanting complex incantations. Buzz. The surrounding space seemed to have lit up slightly. King, I will use the life-usurping art to deduce the past, and use the flowing light art to reveal it, Zhao Afong said. As they spoke, streams of light suddenly flashed around them, as if they were passing through a tunnel. Gradually, some images appeared before everyone's eyes. In the image, Li Si's cultivation was sealed, and he was tied to a rack. Zhun Xiong was standing by the side, and a few disciples of deity Swordmanner were torturing Li Si. Firebrand, ice spike, vicious beating, lightning soul, all sorts of tortures were used on Li Si. But Li Si gritted his teeth and revealed a stubborn sneer in his eyes. There was no sound on the screen. The scene of Li Si being beaten up was extremely long. It was as if he was being tortured every day. However, Li Si refused to speak. In the end, Zhun Xiong flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bastard! Bai Qi's eyes were cold. From the initial scholarly appearance, Li Si's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He was neither human nor ghost. When Li Si was on the verge of death, they placed him on the ground. Prime Minister Li, you are unparalleled, Inhentian said emotionally. After everyone left, Li Si struggled to get up and slowly crawled to the wall of the cell. With a puff sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the wall. Then Li Si struggled to get up and used his hand to quickly draw on the blood-stained wall, dirtying the wall. Then Li Si spat out another mouthful of blood on the wall and fainted. After some time, Li Si was taken away by someone. Seeing Li Si suffer, Yin Chuan clenched his fists tightly. How can an official of Dezhun be humiliated like this? Whoosh! The surrounding streams of light disappeared. Zhao Afong slowly stood up. Your Majesty, Bai Huang's life-stealing technique can only predict so much. Enough. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian quickly went to the dried-up wall. The two of them activated their techniques and carefully restored the blood on the wall. Gradually, the dried-up blood became bright red. The two of them controlled the blood and slowly removed a layer of blood. This was Li Si's last mouthful of blood. He used it to hide a secret. The blood that followed was a mess. There were many handprints on it, and no clues could be found. However, perhaps because Bai Qi understood Li Si's habits, he quickly used his hand to draw on the wall. Suddenly, some words appeared on the wall of blood. Sage King, Prime Minister Li left behind a message. Bai Qi shouted. Yin Chuan had already walked up to the wall. He read it carefully. It is unknown whether Li Si is dead or alive. However, I believe that you will find him. I'll leave this message in the hope that you will see it. Mr. Gue Guzi and I encountered a nightmare. If you see Mr. Gue Guzi's abnormality now, please do not blame Mr. Gue Guzi, because that is not him. That day, I went to see Gue Guzi. However, before I left, another person appeared. He looked exactly like Gue Guzi. He knew everything that Gue Guzi knew. However, he was covered in darkness. Mr. Gue Guzi said that he was the source of evil that Mr. Gue Guzi had cut off in the Great Thousand Domains. His name was Dark Gue Guzi. Dark Gue Guzi? Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. However, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh. Dark Gue Guzi was sealed by Mr. Gue Guzi in the Great Thousand Domains. When we died in the Great Thousand Domains, Mr. Gue Guzi's seal disappeared. That was how he escaped and came to the First World. That day I found out that Sage King, we reincarnated dozens of times before we became immortals. Most of our memories were because of Dark Gue Guzi. We only came to the sealed world. That was why Dark Gue Guzi did not find us. Otherwise, we might have continued to reincarnate because of him. When they saw this, everyone became nervous. What was Dark Gue Guzi's purpose? Dark Gue Guzi's purpose was to reverse Mr. Gue Guzi's nature and make him reincarnate many times so that he would give up on following Sage King. However, in this life, we all recovered our memories. Dark Gue Guzi could not continue to carry out his plan, so he walked out. Dark Gue Guzi wanted to merge with Mr. Gue Guzi again, but Dark Gue Guzi's thoughts were too evil. Mr. Gue Guzi refused. Although he recovered his memories of his previous life, Mr. Gue Guzi's cultivation had not recovered. Moreover, Dark Gue Guzi knew almost everything that Mr. Gue Guzi knew. At that time, in the battle, Mr. Gue Guzi lost in terms of cultivation. However, In order to not let Dark Guzi succeed, Mr. Guzi sealed his 7 senses and sealed his body, not allowing Dark Guzi to refine him. Dark Guzi flew into a rage out of humiliation and swallowed Mr. Guzi. Sage King, Mr. Guzi did not die. Because if Mr. Guzi died, Dark Guzi would also die. The two of them were one. At this moment, they were only sealed in Dark Guzi's body, waiting for rescue. Dark Guzi could not do anything for a long time, so he tortured me. He wanted to get everything from me about Mr. Guzi and Dijon. I don't know how long I can hold on. Let's see, end of story. After seeing all this, Yin Chuan suppressed a surge of anger in his heart. Dark Guzi? Darkness? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. Preserve Li Si's last words. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Hentian answered. Yin Chuan walked out of the dungeon. Everyone followed closely behind. Outside, the army was fighting. The 4 ancestral immortals were forced into a desperate situation by the Legion commanders. They were killed on the spot by their beloved generals. The army was still chasing after the deity Sword Manor's disciples, but the Legion commanders quickly flew to Yin Chuan. Sage King, everyone said respectfully. Looking at the Legion commanders, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Next, Yin Hentian will be in charge of Shi Jianweave. Yes, Yin Hentian answered. Meng Tian, you will lead the 1st Legion and immediately head to Dongjianweave. I want to exterminate deity Sword Manor and avenge Li Si. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Meng Tian answered. Wang Jian, you will lead the army and immediately exterminate Nanjianweave. Jin Diyu, you will lead the army and immediately exterminate North Jianweave. Yin Chuan said with a hint of anger. Yes, the two of them answered. The other armies and officials are rushing over. Yin Hentian will be in charge. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Hentian and said. Yes. Yin Hentian said again. Meng Yi, gather the terracotta army and follow me to deity Sword Manor immediately. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Rumble. The army quickly gathered. The previous massacre ended quickly, and the Great Jun army quickly dispersed in 4 directions. Countless cultivators were shocked by the speed of the Great Jun army. Judging from the direction, was the Great Jun army going to attack 4 weaves at the same time? News of the Great Jun army attacking Shijian Weave quickly spread to deity Sword Manor. This was the headquarters of deity Sword Manor. In a large hall in deity Sword Manor's headquarters. At this moment, there were 3 figures in the hall. Dark Guzi sat at the head, with 2 people sitting on either side of him. One of them was Zhen Xiong, and the other was a white-bearded man. Although the white-bearded man was seated, he still gave off the feeling of a soaring sword aura. Teacher, Manor Master, are we really not going to care about Shijin Weave? Zhen Xiong asked with a frown. The white-bearded man was the Manor Master of deity Sword Manor. At this moment, he also looked at Dark Guzi and said, Teacher, ever since you let your students establish a faction, there has never been such a large-scale battle. How can a Great Jun army be so fierce? Dark Guzi took a deep breath and said, Of course they are fierce. Then what should we do now? Zhen Xiong asked worriedly. Wait. The two of them asked doubtfully. I've already prepared a big gift for Yin Chuan. Don't worry, this is not Yin Chuan's home ground. I have this item. Dark Guzi revealed a cold smile. Oh. The two looked over. An imperial seal appeared in Dark Guzi's hand. This is? The two asked curiously. The imperial seal of the Great Thousand Realms Great Qin Imperial Court. Dark Guzi said. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.